We are now down to the last 6 teams who qualified from the qualifiers, and they will be joined by the 2 teams who competed in the World Championships in Yokohama. That is Elevate and Thailand Esports. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open 2024. My name is JJ, and with me is Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to be here. I'm accelerated to watch out for the teams that we're looking at for the day. You've mentioned Elevate, you've mentioned Talon, and these series are going to be a hell of a series to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, just to give a bit of a context for those who doesn't know who Elevate and Talon PH is, I guess it would be kind of like understandable as well because they weren't using these names, these team names, over the course of the World Championships. So for those who doesn't know, Talon PH was previously old guys who were bringing the name Kumu during the World Championships, who placed 9th to 12th place. And then Elevate as well, they were almost Abyssinian, and then they changed into initial 7, and then now going into the Philippine qualifier, they are now named and acquired by Elevate.
Yeah, and these are exciting teams to watch out for because having that degree and having that pedigree of stepping into the World Championship really dictates and speaks volume on how strong these teams are. And now the big question is, and the big pressure relies onto the teams who will be battling them today. Can they really put out that even level playing field onto these teams?
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, again, Elevate and Talon Esports here, they were just waiting. They did not play during the qualifiers because, since they played for the World Championship stage, they are now automatically qualified for the playoffs for the Philippine Open. Now, they are just going to be, waiting for them, studying them from the qualifiers, and now they're ready and, gunning to go and, go against the teams who qualified.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, though, we need to find out as well how much they are going to be fighting for.
100%. There's a lot at stakes on the line on top of the possibility on entering the international stage for these teams. They are also battling it out for 20,000 USD.
That is true. And here is the breakdown as well. For the first placer, we have 6,000. For the second placer, we have 4,000. For the third placer, we have 3,000. Fourth placer at 2,000. Fifth and sixth at 1,500. At 7th and 8th is 1,000.
Yeah, and every single team right now who is part of the playoffs are already secured here in this prize pool breakdown, but they're battling for the top of the top. But coming down into the day 1 of the playoffs, starting right out of the get-go, is Elevate versus Isan Salto.
Right, and then immediately followed by Night Fox versus Secret Rare Pearl.
And then Talon PH versus Secret Rare Diamond.
And No Sympathy versus Lassen Fox. Again, for today, we're just going to be playing everything off of the first round and then into the semifinals. And then immediately, we'll be ending it there. At least, by the end of the day, we'll be finding out who's going to be the first team who will be stepping onto that of the grand final stage. Which means whoever gets there will just be playing one game tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. It's really exciting stuff overall, right? Because these teams are fighting for the opportunity to go into the regionals, and I think that is something worth fighting for this time around here in PUACL Philippine Open.
Oh yeah, I mean, just winning the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League is the regional qualifiers, right, is just huge. And again, we're only looking for 2 teams right now who is going to be joining, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, those regions onto that of the Southeast Asia regional stage. Which, by the way, speaking of which, though, India is actually having their regional stage right now, and along with us is the Indonesia playoffs as well.
Yeah, and that's really, really exciting. But you know what else is exciting?
The games.
The game. We're jumping into the draft already, and the big question is, how can these teams adapt into the new patch?
Oh yeah, for sure. Thank you for reminding us of the new patch. There's quite a lot to unpack here. We have Mimikyu getting nerfed. We have Mew getting nerfed as well. Inteleons getting nerfed. We've seen a lot of Inteleon on the previous qualifiers, but one Pokemon that is actually in the eye of a lot of pro players, including those in the West region, such as Luminosity Gaming and Talon and Elevate, when we were talking to them, before the playoffs, is Dragapult.
Yeah, Dragapult has received a huge buff this time around, and we've seen it climb into the ladders. The question is, how will he be played
That's
coming
true.
into the competitive scene? But jumping right out of the get-go here, when it comes to the bans, Zacian and Hoopa is already removed.
Right, and I mean, it's really understandable. Despite Hoopa getting nerfed as well, cooldown into that of the hyperspace hole has been increased. Still, the mobility it gives your team is just, phenomenal.
It's
Even now, right? But speaking of which, though, we now have the Lapras, which is going to be, answered by Elevate with Umbreon, with the mean look, and of course we have the Clefable as well for their sustain.
Yeah, Clefable, Umbreon, a very sustainable first few picks here by the side of Elevate. But East Celto, we've seen this happen during day 1 and day 2. The Lapras Blastoise combo, you have a lot of possibility on having a very strong damage into the front lines in Blastoise and a sustainable one with Lapras.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, just having them on your front lines allows you to do so much damage from the back lanes. I guess that is also one of the key things as to why they are choosing Chandelure, right? So that it can, bring about a lot of damages from the back lane.
Yeah, and we've seen Comfey being played last week, and we're seeing it once again for the second time this time around here in PU ACL. But Elevate, they still need another damage dealer, and Zoroark coming into the mid and central area is something that would fit the Elevate's draft.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd have to say though, like Isen Celto here has more of like a tankier kind of like what do you call it? The composition. There you go. But in terms of like the damage, I would have to say I would have to give it to that of Elevate. But what they need to be wary of here is definitely not only the Blastoise but also the Gengar. Sure, Gengar, we haven't seen that quite a lot. Although you mentioned as well that they have been playing Gengar on the secondary qualifiers. We have to remember that this really has a huge boost. What do you call it? A huge damage, right? Burst of a damage. There we go. And basically, essentially off like deleting whoever's going to be, taken in by the Dream Eater into that of Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and this is really interesting, right? Because Ace and Celto, they have a little bit more towards the sustainable side, the defensive side, as you have mentioned, and Elevate is more of that balanced draft. And I think that will be something that Eastern Celta really has to conquer when it comes to these playstyles, especially considering you have the Umbreon to the side of Elevate and you also have Zoroark. So that level 4, level 5 coming into the early game will be something that Elevate will have the advantage of.
Oh yeah, and here we have it going into the game. This is going to be the first game of the match. We're not going to be going anywhere else here. Immediately into the game. Game number 1 of playoffs. Day 1.
Right, and right now, Elevate, they're going in for the invade immediately coming into these early phases of the matchup. They understand that, Gassy still needs to ramp up. Level 5, level 7, they're waiting for that opportunity for that burst damage as you've mentioned a while ago. And Eevee, for the side of Elevate, understands the assignment that, they have the better lead when it comes to their early game. So, Comfey has to funnel through, has to really just support Gassy all throughout these early phases.
And there you have it. As you can see as well, Elevate is using this opportunity so that they can put in their stacks, especially with that of the Buzzwole. And right now, Elevate has a bit of an advantage in terms of the pressure against East and Celtum.
Now, Elevate jumps through into the top path. That first KO already secured, and there's just so much points by the side of Elevate goaling from the early game.
Oh yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, right, all they're doing right now is just putting in their stacks, putting in their points so that they can, essentially stack out their stats so that they'll be ready when it comes to that of the team fights. But there you have it. Just right now, it is going to be the Clefable taken down.
Taken down, indeed, Eason Celto will be able to secure that knockdown. And this was one of the aspects that we've mentioned a while ago. Elevate coming into the early game has a massive lead, has a massive advantage. Also considering that you also have to wait for level 5, level 7 coming in for Squirtle's side for East Celto on their top path. So a very, very drastic lead by Elevate that they have secured.
Right, and you look at how much the prowess is of Elevate, especially with that of the Zoroark. Just making sure that they pressure up East Celto up to the top path and controlling it That's going to be their objective here. They just need to control this up until the mid game, and if they do that, then East and Celto will have a very hard time going against Elevate.
Yeah, and right now, with the amount of advantage that Elevate has secured already, look at the level lead that they were able to secure. Zoroark is already at level 8, level 7 across the board as well for Buzzwole, and coming near that level 7 for the remaining 3 members for the side of Elevate. So we're looking at massive burst damage for Zoroark from here on out.
And I mean, especially that we are now going to be, heading into that our first major objective as well. Having at level 8, maybe perhaps even level 9, having that Unite move even, being the first one in the match is a huge advantage in and of itself.
A good sustainer, while Patience game coming in from Isen Celto, but GGHA is very low already, and Miva has to go in for the defensive play, opting to go in for the defense, zones away the opposing side. You just have so much sustain coming from Buzzwole, and surviving that 3v1 pushes back Isen Celto.
Right, but as you can see as well, everyone else from Elevate is now going up top while the Zoroark is left to secure that Reggie bottom. But now right into that of the top hat, let's find out as well if they're going to be able to secure that of the Reggie Ilecki as well for themselves.
Yeah, they can't just do that, right? Elevate has Buzzwole on top hat. You also have Clefable, so they could just push them back. We've already stated a while ago that Elevate has the level lead in this early game, so Isen Celto is having a hard time to even have an access on Reggie Ilecki.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, at the same time, right? Like, Elevate already has access to their Unite moves. All of them have Unite moves, whereas Isen Celto doesn't.
Good knockback coming in from Buzzwole as well. That suppression gets them the number advantage, and now Isen Celto cannot go and fight them in a 4v5.
Oh yeah, and here we have it going into an extended team fight. Elevate wants to push in and put in a little bit of a time here so that they can destroy the first score goal before they take in that Reggie Ilecki for map pressure.
And Mia was able to single-handedly zone away the remaining crew for Isen Celto. It was a 3v1 on top hat, wherein Elevate's crew and Elevate's team was trying to go in for that goal. They were able to secure that tier 1 turret, and after that, the Reggie Ilecki was free for them to take.
Right. I mean, again, the thing here is, right, if they allow that Reggie Ilecki to destroy the first tier score goal, they wouldn't have been able to capitalize on that. That's why they destroyed the first tier score goal, and allowing that Reggie Ilecki to go down to the second tier, providing a lot of pressure and some breathing rooms for them to, get their XPs as well.
Yeah, definitely is. So Isen Celto is now playing on the defensive side. We've already mentioned this, that they really have to play it a little bit more late coming into the mid game as well. This is their time where they're looking in for those opportunities and finding those loopholes to have an access against Elevate. But the thing is, these massive leads, we're looking at level 11 for Zoroark, only level 10 for the opposing side when it comes to the same central role. So this will be a lot more difficult for them, but the question is, there's still that opportunity for them to come back when Rayquaza comes up.
Oh yeah, I mean, even there, right? Like, Isen Celto only needs to get a very beautiful pick off here, but it seems as if they're going to be forcing an issue here.
Gengar comes into the backside. You also have the Azure Spy Vision to get information. That's a triple knockout by the side of Elevate, and now Rox has to retreat, has to run away, and that will be a free dunk by Elevate.
Not only just one, but two, 40 and 49 respectively into the top half and the bottom.
Mia will be able to go in for the serve there, but Elevate is just going through these 3v1s. Clefable is isolated by AKJ. Will still survive for a bit with that Moonlight, buying a bit more time here. Umbreon comes through, but there's just no access, and Elevate just opted to back away.
That was actually quite beautiful of JR Absent here, just because of the fact that, just buying a little bit of time for their team so that they can disengage, right? Yeah, sure, you might be taken out, but at least what you'll get there is your, charge into that the Unite move and allowing your teammates to essentially go away.
Definitely is. Now Reggie Ilecki comes back up here, and Isen Celto, as we have mentioned a while ago, is still finding those opportunities, but Shua, very good macro, comes into the bottom path, and that will be a Shua. Will be able to use the Unite move into the bottom path to just zone away the position. Isen Celto once again will not be able to destroy the tier 1 onto the bottom lane.
That was actually quite good as well, coming from that Zoroark to use his Unite move, Nightfall Days, because it's, they have enough time for them to charge up their Unite move once again before their Rayquaza, and that's one of the rule of the thumb here
Yeah.
that you don't use it at the last 1 minute.
Getting so much damage in, but an Ace and Celta will be able to take him down. Elevate will now have the numbers disadvantage. But the thing is, Inteleon is still having that goal into the bottom path. So nevertheless, this macro plays coming from Elevate is spot on.
All right, and here we have it as well, Reggie, like to be getting into that first year score goal, allowing them to destroy that first year score goal, but it's still not enough. Look at the lead that Elevate has right now, not only in terms of the XP, but also in terms of the points. It's almost like half by 100%.
Yeah, Elevate is saying that, you know what, you can take the Reggie Aleki,
Sure.
but we're going to be able to dunk on top path with Shua and also Inteleon onto the bottom path. And Gengar follows through with that knockout coming in from Elevate. And thus far, Elevate is not giving any breathing room for the side of his Senselto.
And at the same time, you have to take note as well that, again, they have the lead, not only the points, but also the XP, and just allowing them to be taken out, I think is a good play as well coming from Celto, just because of the fact that they can still get their Ignite move charges in preparation for that Rayquaza, and now they are all up again, ready to fight down into the Rayquaza
Right
pit.
now, Elevate already has a good position. They are poised already in this brushes, just waiting for the right opportunity to pounce because they have the massive advantage when it comes to levels, when it comes to these damages right now in their level XP lead up against Isen Celto. And Isen is consistently being pushed back.
Right, and Elevate, that's everything that Elevate needs to do. They don't need to get the Rayquaza. They have the lead. They know that for themselves. And now all they need to do is just, push Isen Celto away. But the question is, would Isen Celto be able to, thrust in through the defenses of Elevate?
And that's the massive problem that Isen Celto has. They are now in the position to force out these fights. And in addition to that, Elevate was able to secure the tier 2 into the bottom path. In addition to their capabilities on zoning away the opposition.
Beautiful marking coming in from Elevate here as to not allowing them to do a split push. And now look at this. Elevate is now doing a sandwich against that of Isen Celto. I think they are forcing them to just back down. You can't get in here, and we can't score in even because we're marking you down.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of suppression as well coming in for the side of Elevate, right? You have the Umbreon, you also have the Buzzwole to be able to tank the front lines. You have so much sustainability. And now Isen Celto with the Lapras Express goes into the bottom path. Surf coming in from Blastoise as well. The Unite move coming in from Blastoise with the Hydro Typhoon will be able to take down Inteleon. It's a 1-for-1 knockout, but Elevate still has so much sustain. Tempest is not knocked out. Shua into the front lines, follows through with so much damage. And in the end, Isen Celto is pushed back. There's no opportunity for them to fight through that. And Elevate will win that fight. We'll be able to take 3 knockouts for them.
Right, and there you have it as well. Elevate did not need a Rayquaza. No one needed to take the Rayquaza for them to win this round. And I think that shows how much high level this game is right now for our day number 1. And I guess that's also, that's like a showing of their prowess as well. The prowess as, it just showed that they are one of the, players who played in the World Championship, and we saw their style, we saw their game plan, that it was quite calculated that Isen Celta wasn't able to do anything at all.
Yeah, it's very disciplined, and the macro level of the playstyle that they did in game number 1 was just impressive to watch. How they were able to not really just force out fights consistently, but they're able to take so much lead in the early game. They understood the assignment that, they have the early game to their bags, and they utilize and capitalize that.
And not only that, right? Like, they were in complete control of the match, right? If Isen Celto was wanting to force in an issue, Elevate will not give it to them, and if they want to have that team fight, then Isen Celto doesn't have anything to answer back and would just have to eat what Elevate is serving them.
100%. And there's not even that big chaotic fights that Elevate was able to force, because once again, from what we were saying, right, they are very disciplined and they understood that they have a massive lead already, and they could just push Isen Celto back, wait for them to pounce and retaliate right after, because they have the advantage. You have so much front lines and back damage.
Oh yeah, for sure. And look at this right now, Elevate. Really, it's quite one-sided, I'd say. Elevate taking control of the entire match here. Isen Celto, unfortunately, they would have to have a bit of a adjustment here going into game number 2. Elevate, though, as you have mentioned, they were able to get in that early lead in terms of the XP, and as I mentioned earlier, right, that all they need to do was control that, and they did. going into the mid game and into the late game doesn't even need, again, a Rayquaza.
Yeah, and at this point, there's a lot of adjustments and there's a lot of aspects where an Isen Salto could adapt coming into game number 2. They need something that could sustain them if they really want to double down when it comes to that late game prowess that they want to focus on. They need something that could adjust, that could really just change how these playstyles occur coming into the early phases and maybe change Comfey as well.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the key factors as well, right? Like Gengar is very squishy, you know, in terms of the HP. I mean, I guess that's one of the reasons why there's the Comfey as well, or maybe even into that of the Blastoise, right? So that, you know, it allows it to be like the wall into the front line. But Gengar though doesn't have that much of a damage, especially that it is mostly a single targeted Pokemon, especially with its what do you call it, Dream Eater into the Shadow Ball. But again, it wasn't enough for, you know, the defenses, the wall of that Elevate, especially with Zoroark. The moment it comes in, there's also, you know, the crowd control that is a Buzzwole, Inteleon from the back lane, Zoroark just rushing in to, you know, finish a job. We have the Clefable as well to ensure, right? JR absent with the Clefable, ensuring that they are sustained overall. Umbreon, beautiful play as well with its, you know, mean looks all over the place.
Yeah, and that is what we have stated during the draft, right? That, you know what, going into the side of Elevate, you have a very balanced composition wherein you have these frontliners that can tank for the team, given the fact that they have Clefable, they have what? So much frontliners for them. Inteleon for that back, Chua for that burst damage. But for the other side, it's a little bit more tunnel vision into Gengar, who will be dealing massive damage. So they need to adapt into that situation. They need to change something up to be able to alleviate that aspect that, you know what, we could still depend on our central area for that massive damage, but we need something else to alleviate that balance coming into the early game.
No, yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier as well, right? During the draft, right? I'm pretty sure that, you know, Isen Celto here would have been able to like survive a lot of the attacks coming in from that Elevate, but it's just that Elevate was able to get in their early lead and was able to capitalize on that even though they are on their composition is more on the squishy side, but the problem here is that their attack prowess, right? Their attack prowess really was just enough to overpower Isen Celto, despite them having a lot of like defenders, having a lot of like crowd control, sure, but it's still not enough to survive the attacks of Elevate.
Yeah, it's just too much damage. And a while ago we were talking about this during the pre-show, actually before the show even started, that, you know what, Zoroark at level 5 can already deal out so much damage, and those visits coming in from Shua was just the perfect moment for them. Coming out top pad, coming into the bottom pad, they were able to scare Regirock by leaving Shua alone.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't need Shua, right, into that on the top at the first objective, right? Just allowing everyone else to just go up and leaving Shua into that of the Regirock so that they can get as much advantage as they could. And that's what I'm talking about earlier. Early lead, maintain it up to the late game, you control the match.
Yeah, and there's no one that can stop Shua with a Zoroark, right? Because traditionally, what you want as a target onto Zoroark as a counter is Slowbro with the slow beam, single targeted CC that could bring them down. Because the thing is, Zoroark is a very squishy champion, right? And one burst could really just bring them down. But the thing is, there's no suppress, and Zoroark is one of the most mobile Pokemon in game.
Right, no, yeah, I mean, as we have mentioned, right, really huge damage, but very squishy on the side. But once it gets its lead,
there's no stopping.
There's no stopping it. And I like the fact that they actually went in for a feint attack as well. Although it does have a lower damage against that of Night Slash. You might see the problem with Night Slash is that if you whiff, you're left vulnerable, right?
Yeah.
But with comparison to that of feint attack, right? Feint attack, right? You can still continue it despite not hitting your opponents, and that's what happens with Zoroark. You know, with with feint attack, not only do you have the damage, but you also have the mobility.
So we'll see. How will Isen Salto adjust and adapt into game number 2, given the considerable advantage that Elevate was able to secure coming into that early game? And we've seen these patch changes come alive and come to fruition in game number 1. Mew is not already that priority that we've seen over the prior weeks.
Well, that is true, and then we also have the the nerf as well over that of the Mew, but we might be able to see it. But Elevate though, Elevate banning the slow brew, I think they were able to like know that, hey, you know what, we're gonna be choosing Zacian this time around, okay? We're gonna be choosing Zacian, we're gonna be choosing maybe the Zoroark again, and we need to remove those those crowd control against those Pokemon. But then East Celto banning Hoopa allowed them to get that Zacian.
Yeah, that's a massive thing, right? You know what? This is the big disadvantage coming into the orange side when it comes to these Pokemon selection. That, you know what? It forces you to ban away Zacian, considering that it's just so strong currently in the meta, and Elevate utilized that advantage going into the purple side. Get Zacian, and now they have secured frontliners. They could leave Zacian on top side alone to deal with East and Celto.
I mean, whatever Zacian is going to be doing is basically just the same thing as Zoroark from earlier. But into East and Celto, they were able to recognize the Zacian and immediately answer back with their own Mimikyu. You know, especially with its Unite move, Play With Me, bounding a Pokemon that's going to be hit. But there goes the Zoroark once again. It's it's gonna be huge, dude.
It's huge. It's massive. Because the thing is, they lock in onto Zacian, right? It's a very sustainable Pokemon innately because you have so much resets. You have pretty much a very sustainable Pokemon in and of itself. Inteleon has very long range distance when it comes to those fighting and what team fight prowess. So Comfey going into the side of Elevate, they could just funnel in onto Zacian or even Zoroark at that point if they want that sustained, because
that is true.
They already have a very self-sustaining draft, if you may.
And even then, right, they don't even really need to sustain themselves if they can like overcome them with damages. But that also comes to a point where East and Celto here now has the we have the what do you call it, like the Snorlax, right? We have the sustain coming from that Clefable, and of course we have a huge crowd control here that is a Pikachu. But here's the main thing though, they don't have a lot of damage. Sure, there is the glass cannon that is the Glaceon. We have Mimikyu, who recently got nerfed, though still quite powerful. Pikachu, though, being one of their main crowd control Pokemon here, is very squishy.
It indeed is, right? You want that distance when it comes to Pikachu, and you really want to utilize the Unite move quite considerably well when it comes to these team fights, especially going into that Rayquaza later on in the latter stages of that game. Very, very strong. But the question is, can they stack up and play hand-to-hand combat up against Elevate, considering they have the likes of the Zoroark, they have the likes of Zacian and even Eevee, which we've seen a while ago, to invade consistently up against East and Celto?
Well, that question is going to be answered now as we head over to game number 2 of Elevate versus East and Celto.
Yeah, and they're doing once again that invade, but now you have that knowledge already for the side of East and Celto that Tempest does this time and time again. So they pay a visit, they get information, but thus far, no contest coming in for the side of East and Celto because there's just so much capabilities coming from this.
I'm not sure if you caught that, but Umbreon Tempest actually was able to secure and steal away one Pokemon from that of the Glaceon.
Yeah, and that's just what Elevate wants. What it really just removes that breeding room coming into the early game for East and Celto to reach that point of power.
Oh yeah, and again, that's their game plan since on game number 1, and we might be able to see it once again going into game number 2. They were able to get in the first score as well, meaning that they were able to stack in first, and now we have the Comfey into Shua for sustain.
Shua already at level 5, piece of visit coming into the bottom path. Pikachu is removed!
Wow!
He was just erased, and that is the power of Zoroark that we've seen coming in from game number 1, already applied in game 2 as well.
Tempest, beautiful block as well. As we can see, we have the Ice Scale Spears as well. But, knowing the fact that Zoroark is still squishy right now, they just went in, blocked down the Ice Scale Spears so that Zoroark Tempest wouldn't be knocked out.
Clip was just visited by Umbreon on the central area, and there's just no escape. He was just deleted, and
dude, he got clipped.
He got clipped.
He got clipped.
The aggression coming in from Elevate is unheard of, and that's just the power of a team that went into the Worlds.
I mean, dude, like, I don't think that's it. I mean, sure, they went to Worlds, but like this is beyond that. They've evolved.
They definitely did, and right now, A two-man gank coming in from Elevate. The knockout coming in with Inteleon's power from the long-range distance. And now Issa and Celto hoping to pressure on top path. They have 4 members with that rotation. And Miva playing a little bit safe. Shua pays a visit. And 2 members immediately knocked out. Glacian stuck behind Zacian. And there's just no escape. It's a 4 KO by Elevate.
I am speechless right now. Dude, we were thinking like, maybe East and Celta would be able to, give a bit of like a pressure against Elevate, maybe changing things up, but instead it was Elevate who elevated their game from game number 1, and now East and Celta can't answer back at all.
And that's the power of Zoroark. In addition to like the burst damage, they have the Comfey addition.
Comfey as well for
right?
sustain.
So that gives you so much confidence to just enter onto these fights.
Look at that!
And right now, it's just Shua wrecking havoc in the stadium, in the arena, and now Issa and Salto is on the back foot. They have to look for opportunities, but if the Regieleki can be secured by them, this will give them a little bit more opportunity, but you have to remember that Zacian is still there, Umbreon is still there.
Right, and those duo up top is enough for them to defend that Regieleki, but going down, that is going to be the Snorlax going to be taken down from the side of Ethan Celto, and despite getting stolen here by Celto, that Regieleki did not provide them as much breathing room as they wanted against Elevate.
And Tempest now has a sights on the clip, hoping for the Altarias and Swablues in the central area. Miva comes through, this is 2v2, Shua comes in to the back, Glaceon is gone, and now with Clefable, the only one left, there's just nowhere to run.
Level 11 at 6-minute mark, level 10.
And now with a Shadow Sneak coming from Mimikyu, there's just nothing to do. How can you deal with a 3-level advantage for Zor, for Miva, and Inteleon already at level 10?
Level 11! Inteleon, Zacian, and Zoroark. It's like you're not... this is going to be really hard right now. East and Celto, they just need one very good pick off here so that they can get in some rubber banding in terms of the XP. But the question is, would they be able to get it?
And now with a 3-man visit coming from East and Celto, Shadow sneaks onto Miva, and now Tempest comes into the backside. The Unite move just really brought down East and Celto. Clefable, the only one left standing, but Elevate once again obliterates every single one.
My goodness, Midnight Prance into that of the Unite move of the Zacian is just a beautiful combination. And right now, 234 to 63 is the score.
And Elevate right now is on a mission. It's a mission on to making this a win for themselves. Issa and Celto once again on the back foot. They're stuck on the corner. They are on Mission Impossible.
Wow, that is actually quite a very beautiful thing, and really captured what's happening right now for Issa and Celto.
Definitely is, with that amount of XP advantage for the side of Elevate. And not even just that, the points as well. When it comes to these game number 2 is a massive drastic difference. And right now, Tempest has information that Snipe Shot almost secures it, but Issa and Celto, with that 5-man rotations, will be able to take that Regieleki for themselves. Tempest has sights on every single one, but has to run, has to hide. Shadow Sneak will not pursue it for Mimikyu for the side of Issa. Now Elevate will lose their tier 1 on top path.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is still the first tier score goal that's going to be taken down into the side of Elevate, but they still are in the lead, 234 to 83. And Elevate, very beautifully, quite controlled, leaving just 1 point threshold here into the Ethan Celto so that they can overcap it for later.
Yeah, 100%. And even considering as well that coming down into 2 minutes, if they waited that long, that will be an instant 99 overcap. If they brought down 50,
that is true.
Right?
Yeah. I was doing a little bit of math in my head, but that was quite the deal here for Elevate, and they're not even doing anything to the top path. As you can see, they're just minding their own business, getting their XPs right from the bottom path and into that of the middle area, the central area, and just defending their remaining score goals away from East and Celto.
Yeah, a very clever position, right? Tempest just hovering onto the central area. You have Inteleon, who is more towards the tier 1 score goal into the bottom path. Miva can be left alone standing coming into the top path. He can handle himself, but the thing is, these positions coming in from Elevate, they get so much information. And now Shua comes into the back, Pikachu is rooted, and that will be Issa and Celto, who loses loses 2 of their Pokemons immediately coming into that fight. And now with a play rough for Mimikyu, deals a little bit damage, but once again, the sustainability of Comfey onto Zoroark is too much.
It is too much again. That beautiful timing coming in from that of the Zoroark into putting a little bit of a score here. A little bit of a damage is just a lot for East and Celto to take. And now they're going to be heading into that of the 49 over cap here. Not the 100 points that we're going to that we were talking about earlier for the Rayquaza.
This is also really good, right? Regardless if they did not get the 99 over cap that we're talking about, that's definitely fine. But because the thing is, if East and Celto loses their tier 1 score goal, they will get pressure. They get the Regieleki for the side of Elevate. So extra pressure that we're talking about here. And when it comes to the brushes here, coming into the Rayquaza in 10 seconds, Elevate will pretty much have the control over the central area against East and Celto.
And that just allows Elevate to freely take in this Rayquaza as well, as they were able to put in that Regieleki up top and the Reggie down bottom.
Definitely is, and now Rayquaza is up. This is the game changer for East and Celto. But Elevate, once again, they just have to play patiently and push East and Celto back.
And now Clip here, putting a little bit of damage to the Rayquaza to initiate and bait them out. But the question is, would Elevate take the bait?
Shua comes into the back. There's just no more damage immediately. And now Thunderstorm. But the Unite move coming in from Tempest once again. Removes every single one. 3 members left coming from East and Celto, but they have to run away. There's no HP left. Elevate with that quad knockout with Jua trying to run away and hide. But Jua is catching up. Jua will be able to run away, but Rayquaza will be left open for Elevate to pick up a team wipe for them as they secure the Rayquaza.
That is a team wipe brought to you by Smart. As they put in the scores, they were able to get in from that Rayquaza, widening the gap that they already have against East and Celto.
And they want more. Shua just jumping around. Clip has to run, has to hide. But the question is, there's nowhere to hide. And Elevate will be able to win it all.
That was that was huge. Dude, there's nothing much else to say. I mean, Elevate was just elevating their game from 1 minute to another. I mean, they had the complete control of the game.
Yeah.
Even before the game even started. I mean, I think that's one thing, right? It adds up into the pressure as well, that knowing that you're gonna be fighting off the first game of the day. They're gonna be fighting off with the first runner-up of the recent World Championships. It's a lot of pressure, and despite that, Elevate, they are in here to win it, to represent the Philippines once again in the upcoming Asia Champions League. And we just saw the power of Elevate against East and Celto.
It's so strong. And right now, this is one of the disadvantages that we've talked about. As you mentioned, right? Elevate was already controlling the game before the game even started. They were having a very, very clever decision step by step in their draft in game number 2, right? Yes, you could take the orange side, we could take the purple side, but now you are forced to ban away either Zacian or Hoopa, because if one is left open, it's going to get picked up.
I mean, at the same time, if they ban out, the Zacian and the Hoopa, they still have a lot in their, arsenal. Again, earlier, game number 1, they were having, Zoroark, Buzzwole, Inteleon, Clefable, and Umbreon, which essentially is more or less like the same composition. All they changed was that of, the Buzzwole, which is now, the Zacian, and of course their support, which is the Clefable that was taken in by that of Celto, now being that of the Comfey.
But it doesn't matter, right? You can take the Clefable. We're gonna take Comfey. Because once again, we've already reiterated and emphasized these prowess of the draft. Right? They're very much self-sustaining. And Chua is pretty much a glass cannon that could jump in. So they just brought up the Comfey.
No, yeah, and I mean, I am just ready to see more. Actually, like, it was really fast. It was a really fast match, but what's more is that we're going to be having more of these action for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open Playoffs when we come back after this short break. Game number 1 was quite a quick match, but I think for the next series that we're going to be casting, I'm expecting this to be a much longer match here, for we are going to be having Night Fox versus Secret Rare Pearl.
Yeah, it will be interesting to say the least because Night Fox has definitely showed up big when it comes to the prior weeks. They were able to match up against a lot of teams and they performed really, really well.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, they were playing with a lot of teams as well, as you have mentioned, and I'm pretty sure you have like a lot of like favorite, moments of Night Fox as well from day number 2. Yeah.
Yeah, they were able to pretty much just adjust and come back in game number 3 up against Secret Rare Diamond, one of the sister teams of
Pearl.
Secret Rare Pearl, right?
right?
So I think this will be really a massive statement by Night Fox that, you know what, if they could win it all
Against all of Secret Rare,
against
right?
a Secret Rare, but it's just a really, really strong team coming in from week number 1 in the open qualifiers. And I think we have to really just put a focus on them because they have a very strong potential to landslide games.
Right, and speaking of potentials to landslide games, let's look at the landslide of the brackets. Here we have it. The first one, we have Elevate winning match number 1 of the day 1 of playoffs.
Yeah, Elevate was already moving into the upper bracket, waiting for the winner of Night Fox and the SR Pearl this time around. So that will be exciting. This is what we're looking forward to. But the next one will be Talon PH up against Secret Rare Diamond as well into the next series.
And then immediately followed by No Sympathy versus Lance and Fox, which is, it's really interesting for me as well. Like the two-seeded teams, right? We have Elevate and Talon PH. Isn't going to be looking, isn't going to be battling each other until the semifinals. So there's quite a chance that we might be able to see our semifinals of being that of Elevate and Talon PH, and whoever wins that first match is, going to be secure for the grand finals. And again, is whoever's going to be going down to the lower bracket is going to need to have a bit of a revenge here and gonna go through a lot of matches before going back up into the grand finals.
Oh yeah, and speaking of which, right, who will be able to adapt better? Who will be able to adjust, especially considering we had the recent patch over the past week rather. And now it's the time for Night Fox and SR Pearl. How can they rise to the occasion here in the series?
No, yeah, I mean, right now I'm still waiting for the Dragapult. We've been talking with a lot of pro teams here, Talon and Elevate, and as well as other pro players from around the world have been eyeing out that Dragapult. And when we talk to them as well, right? They when we asked them about like the patch, they said that they were really looking out for that other Dragapult, and that it might actually come up into that of our playoffs.
Yeah, we've seen it to be really strong because of the recent adjustments onto like the Shadow Ball, the Phantom Force, really strong prowess coming into these Pokemons. But we've also discussed, right, coming into the early game, Dragapult is pretty much useless coming in, right? Level 1, he has to scale up until level 7. And I think at that point, with the current meta that we have, how much aggression coming into the early game is, we haven't seen it as yet.
No, yeah, I mean, especially going against Elevate from earlier, I don't think you have the time to. I don't think you would have the time to level up in the early game. Maybe if Elevate gets that, right, then that's a different story.
Yeah, definitely is.
What is a different story right now is Night Fox versus Secret Rare. Now gunning aim for that of the Trevenant, Intillion, and that of the Blissey. And now for Secret Rare Pearl, though, it's a Mew, Umbreon, Lapras, and Clefable.
Yeah, and I'm liking it, right? Thus far, Secret Rare Pearl is bringing out the Mew for one of the very first few times that we've seen it with the nerfs coming into the recent patch. But right now, it's pretty much a very, very balanced draft that we have for the side of SR Pearl and even for the side of Night Fox as well.
Yeah, both of them, yeah. Night Fox here does have a bit of like a defender that is the Trevenant, and which could use a lot of like crowd control as well, lining up everyone from the side of Secret Rare Pearl, allowing Intillion to just use his snipe shots, and of course the amazing, ever so amazing Solar Blade coming in from that of the Leafeon. And of course we have the Bruiser that is the Venusaur. And now for Secret Rare Pearl, though, the main problem for them is Glaceon is going to be their main source of damage here, along with that of the Mew, which got, as you have mentioned, recently nerfed. But the thing here is they have a lot of frontliners. That is the Umbreon. We have the Lapras. And again, we have sustained that it is the Clefable. So I'm pretty sure they would be able to survive a lot of attacks coming in from that of the Night Fox.
Yeah, definitely is. And expectations are, for the side of Night Fox here, that Venusaur is going to be Bruiser, right?
Oh,
Going
yeah.
in for the Petal Dance along with the Giga Drain, because you already have the Leafeon, you already have the Inteleon.
And they don't have anyone to be on the front line.
Yeah, so they need someone to go in front. And as you mentioned, Trevenant as well, to be pretty much a suppress Pokemon going into the side of Night Fox. So a lot of expectations to that aspect of this team. But for the opposition there, they have two EVs. They have the Umbreon, they have the Glaceon. So they want that aggression.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just, taking note of that, it means that they would be able to get in a bit of a power spikes quite earlier than that of Night Fox. Now, the main quest here for Secret Rare Pearl is that they need to be able to get in the early lead, maintain it, and win against Night Fox.
Yeah, and once again, something of a change that was a very, very interesting and fresh breath of air coming in from last week in the Philippine Open, as did we see more of that water pulses onto Lapras
Yeah.
in comparison to the Perish Song that we have expected over other regions and even in the international stage.
Right. I mean, it deals so much damage, and it allows Lapras really to be into that of the front liners as well, which again is going to be the game plan here for Secret Rare Pearl. But they're still playing it a bit safe for both of the teams.
Yeah,
really.
and in addition to that, from what you've mentioned, I believe that you also have the strength to be that solo top hat for the side of Secret Rare Pearl, because traditionally, from what we have seen, Lapras is left alone onto the top side.
Right, and here we have, still nobody is getting their stacks, right? And, oh, never mind. There is the first stack right now. That is the Trevenant. The Tumpfund, still not a Trevenant here, going to get in their first score. Night Fox is one of the teams that is up and rising in the community into the levels and the likes of, Elevate and, of course, Talon. But there you have the first KO of the game.
Yeah, it definitely is. You know what? These early aggressions coming in for the side of SR Pearl, Night Fox has this mindset already that, we already know what you're gonna do. The aggression coming in from these EVs with that early evolutions for the early power spikes, we could understand that. So we're going to play it a little bit more safe. We know how to answer it back. And thus far, Night Fox already secures their 58 points. And now with a Venusaur already at level 7, the Bruiser in the front lines with Inteleon at the back. There's
There
just
you go.
2 immediate knockouts by Night Fox.
And, they don't need to chase down this Umbreon as well, because all they need to do is, push in a bit. Again, the Bruiser into that other front line. And, of course, just put in the scores, getting their stacks all day long, preparing for the first major set of objectives.
Now Clyde comes through. This is a 3-man rotation for SR Pearl. Snipe shots coming from Night Fox. A little bit more poke
there's a
damage.
Woodhammer.
But Trevenant into the front lines. Woodhammer, as you stated, just crowd control or well suppress SR Pearl's possibility to jump through. It's a battle of pretty much the lane birds at this stage.
That is true, and all of the Altaris as well was taken in by Night Fox. Nobody, nothing, no Pokemon went into the side of Secret Rare Pearl, meaning Night Fox had gotten all the XPs from that spawn.
And at the moment, a little bit more closer of a matchup that we've seen priorly. It will now be Night Fox who has control over the Registeel, with Blissey just zoning them away. Trevenant comes through as well.
Stage though!
And SR Pearl will be able to steal away the Registeel.
Right, but there you have it. Verdant Anger is going to be able to take down the Glaceon.
And right now, Trevenant coming into the back as well. That crowd control is massive and phenomenal, but Mew has to force to back away here. Night Fox already got the overcap into the tier 1 zone, into the bottom path. Now Clyde hopes to beat up frontliners by SR Pearl, but Solar Blade from the Leafeon, as we have mentioned,
my goodness,
has just too much damage. But Trevenant will be traded away by SR Pearl.
Oh, wow.
But still, it will be Hitari.
Bliss assistance for
Solar
survival.
Blade, a little bit more sustainable coming in from Blissey's assistance. The Leaf Blade will be able to get away with a little bit more distance. Snipe shots from far away, and Hitari won't be able to go back
Lapras
unscathed.
Express though.
And now, we'll be able to isolate Blissey. This is just a 4-man rotation by SR Pearl.
And
No
still
escape,
survive.
but Venusaur comes through, and that will be a good front line for Night Fox.
Wow, beautiful assistance coming in from MXI, ensuring that the Livian survives the team fight for another time. And of course, the Venusaur just ensuring coming in. Despite this Blissey, right? Despite this Blissey buying a bit of a time for them to get away, did not let the Blissey go down as well, not giving anything, denying the XP that they would have been able to get if they were able to take in that Blissey.
Yeah, and it was the hopes by SR Pearl that they want to get value out from that fight. They needed the trade. But once again,
the steal!
Steals another objective away from Night Fox.
Wow, Secret Rare Pearl, you are surprising. Sure, I mean, in terms of the macro, right? We're seeing that Night Fox definitely has the advantage here in terms of the team fight, but the objective takes, though. Secret Rare Pearl is proving that they have all it takes to answer back.
And now Unite move coming from Glaceon. A lot of damage comes through as well, but a counter Unite from Venusaur as well. Trevenant falls down. It's a 1-for-1. Yao is gone for SR Pearl, so they will lack in damage. Glaceon will be a huge dependency. Giga Grain from Venusaur, sustaining him a bit longer. Umbreon falls down, but Venusaur still comes up. Azure Spy Vision gets information, but this will be a 3v3 wherein Night Fox has the level advantage.
There is still the Trevenant coming back in and has access to its Unite move, Phantom Forest. And let's find out if they're going to be using it. No, not quite yet, because they're going to be disengaging, but preparing for another team fight into that other top path.
Yeah, and 4-inch, this is one of the frontliners for the side of Night Fox, and thus far, he's acting his role. And now going in for the Wood Hammer, suppresses Clefable, but a lot of sustain will be able to retreat.
Oh, this is looking like a very close match here. Night Fox, though, is still having a bit of an advantage here. Secret Rare Pearl is having a little bit of trouble into getting in on the score goals, but there you have it, Livian getting in that Reggie steal.
Two people suppressed already. 4-inch is already pinned down.
Yes,
SR
assistance!
But a Phantom Forest turn takes around, and Bliss Assistance had sustained Trevenant, and SR Pearl immediately loses two of their members.
The combination of moves coming in from Night Fox is just phenomenal at this point. The Secret Rare Pearl isn't able to do anything.
And Khalil can't do nothing, but right now it's Fable who wants to go and assist Khalil into defending their tier 1 zone, but there's just no escape. Trevenant wants that goal, and now Umbreon comes through. What the Unite move as well, suppresses every single one. Trevenant is now down low, and now will be the knockout by SR Pearl, but Khalil is already down 1 HP, and now Umbreon wants to zone away them. Venusaur cannot go for the goal, and with Clefable with a Moonlight sustain them back up. Night Fox has to force the retreat.
Alright, and I mean, MXI with a beautiful, decision, micro decision when to bring out the eggs for healing or for knockoffs is just an amazing addition into their team, ensuring that everyone survives while putting up so much damage.
And now with the advantage by Night Fox, they could start up the Regieleki for themselves. Umbreon is down low, so they lose one of their frontliners coming into this fight if they want to force the objective here. But thus far, Yao has been a really strong benefit here by SR Pearl, consistently getting those steals.
Oh, not this time, you!
But Night Fox was able to wait patiently for that Solar Beam to come out through first before they commit.
And here you have it. The Regieleki is in the side of Night Fox, allowing them to get a bit of a breathing room here to position themselves into the Rayquaza fight. The question is, though, would Yao as Mew be able to do it once again, seal the objective away from Night Fox?
The big problem is Night Fox has every single Unite move available from them, and they will take the initiative to really just push them back. They don't even have to start the Rayquaza.
They're just using it, attacking it a little bit to bait out Secret Rare Pearl. But the question is, would they be able to take the bait? Because if they do, man, Night Fox is going to eat them for breakfast.
The thing is, it's a 161 advantage or 170 point advantage by the side of Night Fox here. And Secret Rare Pearl is the one who has to force the issue.
That is true. And now Night Fox is controlling the Ray Pit here quite beautifully. What is Secret Rare going to be doing here?
Just a little bit more pokes. They need that advantage coming in to the back end, but you still have Blissey for the side of the Night Fox to have that extra sustain for the team. So it's not that easy for them to be able to poke and deal
Lapras,
damage
though,
from far away.
50 down bottom.
That's
but
good.
that means Secret Rare Pearl is now just 4 Pokemon into the middle part of the map.
And now going through this will force out the fight. This is a signal for the side of Night Fox because they have the numbers advantage. Now Leafeon goes in with the Emerald 2-step coming into the back, but Umbreon will be able to answer back with the mean look as well. 2 Pokemon already knocked out. Secret Rare Pearl will now have the advantage. It's 3v5 going to the side by SR Pearl.
Oh, here we have it though. Secret Rare Pearl is just using Rayquaza to bait out Night Fox as the Glaceon Prios is now going to be putting in another hundo into that of the top hat, and now they have the lead with 30 seconds left in the game.
And Night Fox is now the one who is on the back foot. SR Pearl single-handedly winning that team fight changes the storyline of this matchup, and Night Fox is already down. 20 seconds remaining for them to turn things around. And now Lapras will be able to secure the Inteleon coming in from that fight. Rayquaza will take it down. It will be
the Trevenant up top. The Trevenant up top though is going to be able to put in a score, but they don't have a lot of time here as Secret Rare Pearl is going to be able to put in more points with the Rayquaza. My goodness, that was a very close game. After getting that Rayquaza, man, it's quite accelerating, didn't it? We're setting up. I mean, like if and that was a huge if, right? That was a huge if. I like what Night Fox was doing, right, at the very last moment. What they did, right, was that, yeah, sure, we now know that we are on the back foot, right? Now we just need to buy as much time as possible so that Secret Rare Pearl wouldn't be able to take in the Rayquaza, so that 4-inch, right, could, catch up, put in some scores, and be able to still win the game. Unfortunately, though, they were all taken out, and Secret Rare Pearl was able to take in that Rayquaza at the nick of time, just enough time for them to score back up before they surrendered.
The storyline coming in from that, SR Pearl was basically on a massive disadvantage, but they were able to play the macro game up against Night Fox at the very last moment. It was the crucial moment for them to be able to take points. That was 100 points that they were able to secure. So pretty much it was a 70-point difference coming into that Rayquaza fight. And Night Fox was thinking, we could force out the fight. They have the numbers advantage, but once again, they lost it. And now it's SR Pearl who was just able to secure the Rayquaza, who was able to dump more points.
Man, Night Fox was in complete control from the early game into the mid game, and even going into the late game, right? But Secret Rare Pearl, I think that was like more of a premonition for us, right? From earlier that, Yao has been taking in a lot of the objectives, the bottom pad objective, the top pad objectives, and as we have mentioned, as we have, asked as well, would Yao be able to do it once again? And no, it wasn't Yao, but it was Secret Rare Pearl who was able to secure that Rayquaza for themselves and being that clutch moment to win the match.
And yeah, we're always asking this question, right? What will be something that could change the tides of the game? And thus far, that early mid, it was all Yao. Stealing a lot of objectives. Registeel going into their side. Regieleki going into their side by one perfect solar beam coming in from Yao. And then in the latter moments, it was that teamwork that led SR Pearl to success.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially starting off with Kalel, right? Kalel putting in some scores, and then immediately with Prius as well into the top path, putting them in on the lead was just beautiful. But what really initiated the the signal coming in from that of Night Fox was Kalel with that of the Lapras, scoring in 100 down bottom, right? That was a signal for them to finally catch up into that of Secret Rare Pearl. Knowing the fact that, okay, someone is scoring in down bottom, that means they are, well, they're not complete in their team, so they went in. But unfortunately, though, the position of Secret Rare Pearl was just enough for them to sandwich them into that of the Ray Pit.
Yeah, and one of the positional mistakes there by Night Fox is that Leafeon was overextending. Because
Right.
he was the one who went down. He was the one who pretty much gave SR Pearl the even level playing field. It became a 4v4 in that team fight where Night Fox started that engage. And remember, Leafeon to be pretty much the carry for Night Fox to deal damage, and they lost it.
Right, and I mean that was the start of the end for Night Fox, and again, beautiful. What do you call this? Like was the term here? Like beautiful effort as well coming in from that other Trevenant, right? Trying to put in a lot of the damage, a lot of like points into the top hat. Unfortunately, they were marked as well, ensuring that they won't be able to score in. And just like that, they were able to wipe down, Night Fox, and then get in the Rayquaza, winning them the game.
Yeah, it was amazing. And now it's not about the draft that they have to change.
No,
right?
no.
It's all about that execution. So I'm not gonna pry off the draft one by one coming into game number 2, but rather looking into that game number 1, what they have to adjust, right? Because coming through, they do not want to leave that opening for Yao and SR Pearl to consistently steal away these massive objectives. And yes, the argument is that, these are just Regis for now. It could be come back from the latter stages with the Rayquaza, but these early advantages really leads up to something that could give you that breathing room to lose a couple of points, to lose onto those double points accumulation by the side of SR Pearl.
Right, I mean, going into this game though, like I don't think Night Fox, as you have mentioned, and I agree with that as well, I don't think Night Fox has to adjust their draft. I don't think they have to adjust their game plan as well. What they need to do though is mark down Yao, maybe have a little bit of respect ban into that of the Mew, or maybe seal that for themselves and basically denying them the objective, because I think that's one of the things that actually stopped them from getting in that lead from Secret Rare Pearl, being denied those objectives.
It goes down to not leaving any opening for the side of SR Pearl. That's pretty much the statement here that Night Fox has to do. But a huge respects onto Mew. Very interesting. But this will leave away Hoopa and Mimikyu open for any of these two teams to secure coming into the draft.
And it seems as if, Secret Rare Pearl was the one who used the Mew, but they were the ones who banned it out, knowing the fact that, okay, we're not going to be using it this time around because it's probably going to get banned. And if we don't ban it ourselves, it's going to be stolen by Night Fox. And that's what it did. Now starting off with Hoopa with the priority pick.
Now with the Inteleon and Trevenant, these are pretty much the statement in the meta picks coming in for the side of Night Fox. So really, really good first few picks here. But this leaves the Umbreon open for SR Pearl. This leaves also the Lapras, the Blastoise. So this could be the first couple of picks that SR Pearl is doing. And they will hide their damage dealers on their 4th and 5th on their next rotation.
I mean, that's what's happening here right now, right? We have the Lapras and the Umbreon. Definitely the priority picks here. We have the support, we have the tags as well before heading over to their damage dealer. But Night Fox here, again, as we have mentioned earlier, they don't really need to change anything, and they're not changing anything at all so far not changing anything at all. Secret Rare Pearl though, they're gonna be changing up that Mew.
They have the Umbreon, right? They have the Umbreon, they have the Hoopa, and then Zoroark is the other addition along with Pikachu for SR Pearl.
This is quite huge, Sure, they might be they might be squishy Pikachu and that of the Zoroark, but we have the frontliner that is the Lapras and the Umbreon, and they have the sustain as well and mobility that comes in the form of Hoopa. But Night Fox though, Greninja? Okay, well, wow, Greninja, this is quite an amazing pick, just because of the fact that it's a Pokemon that we haven't seen in months. Okay, sure, it might have been buffed. It actually got recently buffed as well, with Water Shuriken and Double Team, right? Its cooldown got
changed up a bit, right?
Yeah, it got quickened, got hastened, right? But the damage output of Greninja though is not there yet, so it's quite interesting that they were going in for the Greninja.
And I want to echo your thoughts about that interesting pick, because traditionally from what we have seen over the past few games that we've had, and even in the prior weeks and international stage, or inter-regional stage in Southeast Asia, is that you have 2 frontliners, you have 2 pokes, and these will be the carries and 1 sustain. But the thing is, Night Fox changed things up. They went in for pretty much a glass cannon composition, which is very unorthodox.
Oh yeah, that is true. But at the same time, they still have the Leafeon, which could still be their, frontline damage here coming in. Alongside that is, of course, we have the Trevenant as well to line them all up. So we might be able to see here a Water Shuriken build here, which is going to be more of a mid-range kind of Greninja, and along with the Double Team as well is just going to allow them to put in a lot of damage here. But again, one of the cons here for Greninja, right, starting in with a Pro Key, is that it has the lowest HP in the game, 5,152, and that means it's very squishy. And once it get hits, it goes back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, this is the massive problem right now by Night Fox. We've mentioned that they don't really need to change anything. They don't have to change their draft. But the thing is, SR Pearl, with these amount of changes, right? They have Hoopa, they have Lapras, they have Umbreon coming into their draft. So when it comes to these drastic difference, it's pretty much light and day.
No, yeah, but MXI though was able to, steal away one, Pokemon from the side of Secret Rare Pearl, but that was answered back by the Hoopa, taking in the first KO of the game.
Yeah. And this was a really good invade coming from Night Fox. This is already the tradition that we've seen. Have that early game invade. They have that early phase invade because you want that pressure, especially considering that Zoroark is to the side of SR Pearl. So they need to buy time for that level 5 to be able to reach that final evolution for Zoroark before they come through. And now that will be the time. And Blissey once again falls down.
All right, I wonder what the moveset is for Greninja here. Frogadier at the moment oh, there we go. That is a double team here. Not going in for the smoke screen for blind. Double team, and I wonder what's the first move though. But despite that, going to the top path.
Yeah, Zoroark once again pays a visit. This is just too strong and already pretty much a synonymity onto Zoroark as a Pokemon because there's just so much burst potential and also the possibility on going mobile into these top and bottom paths.
Oh wow, that's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. The prowess of Zoroark, you cannot sleep on it.
And we're already reaching that level 7 as well. So if Zoroark reaches level 7, more damage, more mobility comes through, and that is what we're saying right now. Night Fox just has to let it go.
And now going in for the illusion with that of the Blissey, it actually can remove as well Mean Look if you actually time it pretty well. So that's quite an amazing thing to know. If you don't know yet, quite a nuanced interaction against that of the Mean Look. But this time around, Umbreon and the Zoroark are both in the same team, so they don't have to worry about that. Yeah. But here we have it, as expected, Greninja blank here, going in with the double team and the Water Shuriken, the buffed moves for Greninja this patch.
Yeah, and at the moment, Night Fox is already waiting patiently, coming into the sidelines for the Reggie that will come up at 10 seconds along with the Lane Birds, but it will be Zoroark that pushes them back. A lot of these back and forth damage.
Right, and now look at them. Night Fox is just waiting for them to get in. Gets the Mean Look as well.
Hammer
to burst down this Trevenant.
Zoroark has massive amounts of damage, but will proc out the passive of Trevenant. We'll get a little bit more sustained there. Now the resets come through for Umbreon.
There we have it. Now waiting to get in the position for that Reggie Ilecki, but Lapras is left up top to get in some XP.
Massive damage already to the side of Greninja, and this was the problem when we're talking about. This is a glass cannon composition that Night Fox has. Right now, Trevenant coming into the front lines. The suppression is there. Up against Hoopa. Followed through. That was a good try coming from Night Fox. Will not be able to secure the knockout. And right now, Trevenant coming into the back lines. Woodhammer suppresses every single one, and Leafeon falls through into the backside with a Leaf Blade, and then Emerald two-step. But Zoroark coming into the back as well will have access onto Inteleon, and the Leafeon and Zoroark is deleted.
Wow, that's what we're talking about. The damage prowess coming in from that of Night Fox is just immaculate, but Secret Rare Pearl here is still not backing down without a fight as they push away Night Fox from the second tier score goal.
Hyperspace Hole will go in for the reset, so that's very, very clever coming from SR Pearl. This is what we're talking about, right? The power of Hoopa is the possibility for those resets to occur, especially coming into those crucial moments on team fights.
Right, and as we have mentioned as well, Secret Rare Pearl here is a bit of the squishy side, but Night Fox though, once they got that lead, they can push out a lot of damage, especially the Inteleon and the Leafeon, with the secondary damage here with the AoE Unite move, Water Burst Shuriken coming in from that of the, Greninja. And look at that, secure the Regieleki as well.
And Night Fox with a massive amount of the advantage, we're able to secure the Regieleki for now. And I think that will be massive coming in from this team, and SR Pro really just has to zone away Night Fox and going in for those zones. Zoroark was deleted by Leafeon. He wanted to go in with a Unite move, and now there's Spy Vision coming in from Drem with Night Fox getting a massive amount of information. 2KO already. It's a 3v5, and Night Fox will win that fight.
Once again, Nine Fox was able to adjust quite beautifully as well, going into game number 2, ensuring that they have the lead, pressuring up Secret Rare Pearl, not allowing them to put out any damage. Sure, after taking in a bit of their, objectives, that's what happened right earlier. They weren't able to get in their objectives, and now they made sure that they take this, that it's not going to get taken out, it's not going to be stolen away from them, and now we can see what would have happened on game number 1 if Night Fox was able to, deliver and take the objectives for themselves.
And thus far, this glass cannon composition from Night Fox has been doing wonders for them. They were able to secure already that 164-point advantage coming into 4 minutes, but they still have to be respectful coming in from SR Pearl because that Rayquaza fight a while ago changed everything, and it can happen again.
Oh yeah, for sure. But here we have it though. Blank. That was Water Shuriken to check the tall grass as well. Beautiful game sense here that's being shown. But in just 20 seconds, we are going to be seeing the final Regieleki onto that on the top path. And whoever's going to be taking it would have a huge advantage moving forward.
Definitely have 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game already. You have SR Pearl who's just currently looking for those opportunities to go for dunks because they need it. But right now, Zoroark is seeing they have information from side of Night Fox, but the Unite move already missed out. Night Fox will survive that, but Zoroark, this is the importance. They have to retreat there, but they lost a Unite move.
Well, that's okay. That's fine because it's still not the last 1 minute of the match. Again, the rule of thumb here is that you don't use your Unite move at the last minute before the Rayquaza, so that you have your Unite moves ready for that Ray fight. But it was quite early, and they'll still be able to charge up its Unite move, ensuring that they would be able to have their arsenal fully equipped for that upcoming major objective.
Yeah, now Night Fox once again starts up the Regieleki. SR Pearl gets information, but there's no contest. Umbreon and Zoroark is down low, so Night Fox gets a free objective.
Now, I feel like Secret Rare Pearl would need to allow that Regieleki to go up top because Night Fox is not anywhere near anyway. But it's not near anyway, and if they decide to, attack down the Regieleki before positioning into that of Rayquaza, it's just going to give up a lot of breathing room into that of the Night Fox.
And they have a lot of time to get that Regi Ice for the side of Night Fox here. And remember, Rayquaza will come out really soon, so this will be a massive advantage for the team with the buff.
That is true, and that's what I just said. They were, too focused into that of Regieleki that Night Fox was able to freely take in that Regi Ice and now has a position advantage into that of the Rayquaza. Now let's find out how Secret Rare is going to thrust through against Night Fox.
Now SR Pearl has understood that there are a couple of members for the side of Night Fox already in the Rayquaza pit. So this will be something that they really have to get. This was what changed game number 1 to win it for SR Pearl.
And we have, as you can see as well, Leafeon is just staying into the base, waiting for anyone to go for a split push to jump onto them as well. And they don't need everyone into the Ray pit just because of the fact that they have the macro lead here against that of Secret Rare Pearl.
And look at the positioning, right? For the side of SR Pearl, Zoroark is left alone coming into the top path. You also have Lapras into the bottom path. So if ever
the Zoroark is going to be putting in 100 points here, but still not enough for them to catch up against Night Fox.
And that's what we're saying, right? If Night Fox focuses on one path or the other, they're able to secure a lot of points. So they have to force a member coming into the top path to be able to secure that zone away from Zoroark. But Trevenant forces out that fight with a Wood Hammer. It is SR Pearl who is on a massive disadvantage.
Right, they have to remember that they still have their Unite moves here and they're buying as much time as possible and get their Rayquaza at the last possible moment. But the question is, would Secret Rare Pearl be able to do it?
30 seconds left for this game to end, and SR Pearl is on a timer. Night Fox already has a massive advantage. Zoroark hopes to go through, but misses out the opportunity. And now, with the Greninja having massive lead, Trevenant coming into the center. Iron Rates and Bound already. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Secret Rare Pearl gets it through, but they were able to secure that Pikachu for the side of Night Fox in 20 seconds. 10 seconds left with Rings and Battle already for Hoopa. And with a massive lead, there's just no escape. There's just no opportunity. And Night Fox brings this to game number 3.
That was a beautiful wall coming in from Night Fox, not allowing a secret rare pearl to do anything against them, nor put in a bit of a points, especially with that of the Leafeon just being at the base, right? Being at the base there, and waiting for anyone to what we call is like split push and just jump into them. But unfortunately, nobody went in there. But Hitori was able to mark down Prius as well, not allowing it to put in 100 points. But the thing is, though, like even if Prius was able to put in down that 100 points, it still wasn't enough for them to catch up against that of Night Fox, which would then just allow Night Fox here to just outnumber essentially Secret Rare Pearl here for that of the Ray fight.
That was a good attempt for SR Pearl.
That's true.
They want to repeat the strategy that they've done coming into game number 1, but unfortunately it was Night Fox who was pretty much aware coming into that latter stage of the game that Hitori was able to deny that dunk away. And yes, it will give a lot of opportunity for them because they still have that final zone that they could dunk away. But it was just Night Fox who was playing that macro game from here on forward when the Rayquaza came up.
I also like to give mention into that as well. Blank, despite Greninja still not buffed as much. Sure, it got buffed, but the attack prowess is like currently on the level where there are a lot more Pokemon that is more viable than that of Greninja. Still made it work and is actually the MVP of the match, according to our match right there. So huge props to Blank for showing us quite an amazing Greninja, and the good timings of those Unite moves, Water Burst Shuriken as well, immediately into those Water Shurikens, and the double team is just phenomenal.
Yeah, we saw it a couple of times coming into the bottom path when he was trying to really erase Zoroark as well into those engages. It was outright really, really nice to see these changes coming into the draft as well, and thus far it's pretty close between these two teams.
It is pretty close, and I mean that's why we're going into game number 3, because if it wasn't close, then
we're not gonna go to game 3.
We're not gonna go to game 3. Yeah,
100%. But I'm tipping my hats onto Night Fox, right? Because from what we have seen thus far, coming in that game number 1, they're consistently looking for a lot of these early game advantages. And yes, they lost game 1. But all throughout that matchup, they got one 17-point lead, and that was mirrored to game number 2. So I feel like Night Fox is
has the momentum
coming into game 3, and it will be SR Pearl who has to change something up, who has to execute a better strategy moving forward.
Oh yeah, for sure. I totally agree. And as we have mentioned, right, like SR Pearl, their game number 1 composition was already fine. It was quite like a poking heavy kind of composition, but it worked out pretty well for them. Beautiful timing, beautiful callouts as well. But they changed it up a little bit too much for game number 2. They had the Zoroark, they had the the Pikachu as well. Quite a squishy pick. Sure, they have a lot of crowd control and the damage, but it did not work out well for them. And Night Fox recognizing this allowed them to just take this as an advantage and take over Secret Rare Pearl.
Yeah, they definitely did. And I mean, it was also a drastic change for the side of Night Fox. And we cannot overlook that change because they went in for Glass Cannon composition, brought in the Greninja, pretty much changed the whole draft towards that game. But it was just them being able to capitalize once again on what they did in game number 1 and game number 2. Get that early game lead, get that objectives that really just changes things up. They did not allow for SR Pearl to have that openings for another steal. And once again, we've mentioned this, that it is very important to really secure that massive lead in the early game so that you can just have a lot more breathing room when the Rayquaza comes through.
Oh yeah, and I mean at the same time, we're like, what I like about Night Fox is that what they did in game number 1, right? They just adjusted it a bit, made it better, made it more optimized. Going into game number 2, ensuring that again, getting in those objectives, not allowing it to get taken out by Secret Rare Pearl here is just an amazing feat of adjustment coming from that of Night Fox. In game number 3, I think we might be able to see here, and I'm predicting a much more optimized gameplay here, maybe perhaps controlling the game from the start.
Yeah, overall, these two teams have to put their best foot forward because they are pretty much one game away to move forward to battle elevate later on, or well, in the upper brackets, right? So that will be very important for any of these two teams to be able to achieve. But the changes when it comes to the bans though, Inteleon will be banned instead of the Mew, or even the Clefable or the Slowbro that we've seen thus far.
That is true. I mean, so far nobody's using the Slowbro, which is quite interesting, really. We haven't seen the Slowbro quite yet in the day. But Nighthawk, though, is going to be starting off with the Mew, and Secret Rare Pearl, though, is going to be heading with that of the Leafeon, sealing it away from Nightfox and the Hoopa.
Yeah, and thus far, I feel like the Philippine region as a whole has a little bit more different pacing and a different strategy from what we've seen thus far in inter-regionals from the prior weeks, right? They're not going in for those single target. With a Slowbro, Mr. Mime comes through.
We were shocked at the same time, but like Mr. Mime.
It's really interesting.
I mean, you know, Mr. Mime here is one of the Pokemon as well who got a bit of like a change, right? We got a bit of a change during that of what do you call this, the recent patch, but I didn't see it as someone who would be coming back in this regionals in the tournament stage, but sure, you know, special attack stat buff plus the confusion, again, as I mentioned before, right, it can stun down opponents if it hits a wall. So that is going to be quite a quite a detriment here into the side of Secret Rare Pearl if that ever hits. And I guess that is a bit of like a what do you call this, like a semi-support build here coming in from that of Mr. Mime. Of course, we have the Trevenant, which aligns everyone. Crowd Control. Bruiser, that is the what do you call this? That is the Venusaur. We have the Sustain, that is the Blissey, of course, with Bliss Assistance, and its Egg Bombs, and Soft Boiled, and of course we have the backlane damage, that is the Mew. So quite beautiful composition here from Nightfox.
It is beautiful, but I have another look into SR Pearls as well, which is beautiful when we're looking at this composition, because we've seen these triple EVs come in even in the prior week. And the thing about EVs, that level 4 power spike that they have, so these early aggressions could be expected. And remember, they also have the Hoopa, so when it comes to those fights, they could just come back into the base and reset.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, that is quite a really good point here as well. Whereas, you know, Nightfox, they need to get in a bit of their levels up before they can actually do something against that of Secret Rare Pearl. So if Secret Rare Pearl would be able to take advantage of this in the early game, I think there's quite a good chance here for Secret Rare Pearl to get over Nightfox, maybe even seal the win away from them, especially with the Solar Blade from the Leafeon, and we have the Glacial Stage and Icicle Spear from the Glaceon.
Because that's also what they're losing coming into game number 1 and game number 2. Their early game was always towards the side of Nightfox, so having the EVX to their side will change things up. And the big question is, can they fill in the foot on being aggressive early game?
That is true, and that is the question that we will be getting the answer of as we head over to game number 3 of Nightfox versus Secret Rare Pearl.
And there we go. We have the EVs come through. Pretty much a double central area that SR Pearl is doing, with having the Glaceon come in. You have another EV coming through as well. This is one of the traditions, and you can leave the Lapras onto the top side of the map. It will pretty much be the Mr. Mime who will come through to contest it, but Lapras is just so self-sustaining.
Right, and that's what we're talking about here. We have the semi-support, pseudo-support attacker kind of build here coming in from that of the Mr. Mime. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to be seeing barriers here for its upgraded move, but definitely Confusion is up in the air.
Yeah, definitely is. So I feel like it will be Nightfox who will be testing things out. It will be Mr. Mime who could produce a little bit more damage coming through, and the suppression, as you mentioned a while ago. So if utilized right, they could hold off these early aggression by SR Pearl if they could reach onto that point. Because thus far, level 4 already onto Glaceon and the Leafeon, so they have achieved that power to really go aggressive. And that will be the opportunity by SR Pearl that they have to capitalize.
And here we have it though. Nightfox was able to get in the first stacks of the game here with 16 points as the lead. And in terms of the XP though, you know, both of them are kind of like in the same foot right now.
Yeah, pretty much even across the board, right? Level 5s for their damage dealers, but Hoopa getting stuck will not be able to go to the hyperspace hole, and that will be Mew getting the first knockout.
And he's going to be able to steal away that orange buff as well, the Excavalier, the Axel Gore.
That would be pretty good, because that will lose a lot of these bit power by SR Pearls onto their central area Pokemon. And as far as Night Fox, once again, showing their prowess coming into the early game, 28 points already.
And we can see here that Night Fox and Secret Rare Pearl are taking a bit of their time as well. They're not being too aggressive right now, as we haven't seen a huge team fight thus far into that early match. And look at that Magician to steal away some Citrus Berry.
Getting suppressed. Night Fox gets it. And that will bring them a numbers advantage here into the bottom path to be able to go in for those points. But now Leafeon and Glaceon with the EV duo, they go in with massive damage. And Winifred goes down. And Trevenant, already down low, will not be able to catch up. And SR Pearl will just push them back.
Wow, that is quite an amazing. And what's another thing that is interesting here is that this Glaceon is actually running Freeze Dry instead of Ice Shard.
And that is very interesting, as you mentioned, because from what we've seen, even in the last week, even in the regionals, it's the Icicle Shards that we're seeing.
Yeah,
it was
Icicle Spear and the Ice Shard.
Ice Spear as well. So a change of pace here. SR Pearl is also adding something new to their side of things. Not just Night Fox, just can't give the light of the show here. But Registeel now being started, Leafeon being pushed back, Emerald 2-step into the back. Glaceon also puts up the Ignite move to deal massive amounts of damage, and that's just a lot of poke. Trevenant is down low already. Hyperspace Hole goes in for the reset, and SR Pearl will have the HP advantage.
Registeel is going to go in for its own reset because it actually went a little bit too far from its original position.
And now it will be Night Fox again who starts the Registeel. SR Pearl will get information. Mr. Mime into the backside. Wants to just push them back. And that will be Mr. Mime securing Leafeon. 4v5 brought it down, and Night Fox will get the massive lead.
Now that's one of the good things here coming from Mr. Mime. It's Unite move, but it's not going to be stopping here.
Hittery wants that dunk onto the goal zone. That's 40 points. But SR Pearl is now being on break set here. Night Fox pushes them back. Lapras and Umbreon falls down. And a free dunk for Night Fox.
As I've been mentioning, that's one of the good things here coming from that of the Mr. Mime. It's Unite move. It's showtime. Putting him up a lot of knockoffs, but here go another team fight.
Incapacitated, Hoopa is just deleted. Now SR Pearl loses two of their Pokemons right out of the get-go, and Night Fox once again breaks loose onto the tier 2 goal zone in the bottom pad, which nets them a 160-point advantage.
Wow, Mr. Mime with a beautifully placed barrier and allowing that Lapras to get away, ensure that Night Fox is going to be able to push it down, pick them off, and take down the the XP, the points, and everyone shared across the team because everyone was there as well.
And now Regieleki is open for both Night Fox and SR Pearl. The positioning here by Night Fox though has a better lead coming into the top side, but Trevenant is being pinned down. It's a 2v1 down low. SR Pearl just going in, playing for pokes here. Lapras is already
Showtime again!
Showtime! And now Mr. Mime coming through into the back here. Night Fox wants to go in for those dunks before they start up the Regieleki, and that they do.
And MXI as well, really beautiful aggression, ensuring that everyone's going to be able to put in their scores and buying time for their teammates as well. And now they have secured that Regieleki to buy them a little bit of a time of a breathing room here to get their XP.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure onto the top path here. And SR Pearl has to bring in a couple of Pokemons onto the top side of the map, and that will bring in free reign for the Reggie down low into the bottom path.
That is true. But with that being said, though, Night Fox is securing that Reggie bottom as well. As Secret Rare Pearls, they are quite occupied by that of the Regieleki.
Yeah, and that just gives them a lot of these macro plays. This is what we have commended Night Fox to be able to do in game number 1 and game number 2. It's just a very clean and disciplined playstyle that they have done thus far.
Oh, showtime!
Mr. Mime once again shows time, pushes SR Pearl back. Yao is really low already, and Hoopa hopes to knock Mr. Mime back, but there's just no more escape.
Oh man, that was a beautiful trap coming in from that of the Mr. Mime, taking down the Hoopa. But they need to do it again during the Ray fight because, again, that is the main source of sustain here for Secret Rare Pearl.
This is the only hope here by SR Pearl. They could do, once again, their strategy in game number 1 and game number 2, wherein they leave one open into the side paths to be able to go in for those dunks and get 100 points. But Night Fox is already aware of the strategy that SR Pearl is constantly doing.
Right, and here we have it, the last minute before the Rayquaza comes in. What is Secret Rare going to be doing here? They are just getting in a bit of their XP, getting ready for the Ray fight, but the Hoopa once again is going to get picked off here by Night Fox.
And this is a crucial moment for both SR Pearl and Night Fox, and having that numbers lead will give them a bit more advantage here, because Regia, like, he comes up in 6 seconds. If it's left open, Night Fox can utilize this to once again put pressure on top Pat.
And here you have it. Night Fox has the position advantage into that of Regieleki. Nobody from Secret Rare Pearl is going up top to, deny that Regieleki and wants to destroy the first tier score goal instead. But sure, all they doing here, the Trevenant and the Blaze is doing, is just buying a bit of a time here as they take in
Trevenant?
that Regieleki up top.
Woodhammer already coming into 2. They want to force out the reset. But Night Fox is going in for the chase here. It's 2 minutes, a very crucial moment for them. Rayquaza comes up in 3 seconds and is now available. That pressure coming from Night Fox is massive.
And now they have the position advantage again into that of the Rayquaza. With that of the Regieleki still not taken out.
Definitely is. SR Pearl once again has to force out the issue, has to force out an opening for themselves. And the thing is, they were able to utilize these AS energies already into the bottom path. Yes, they secured the tier 1, but they lose a lot of that possibility for the double point accumulation.
Right, here we go though, like Night Fox still in control of the Ray pet. Nobody's doing any points here at all. Secret Rare Pearl needs to get in and put in a score here.
They definitely do. But Night Fox just playing the goalkeepers at this stage of the game, a minute in before the game ends. And SR Pearl now has to start thinking about something.
And here we have it. This might be the start of the end of the team fight.
Khalil into the back line, but the Phantom Forest just pushes it back here for Night Fox, and that will lose them the Umbreon. Showtime from Hittery catches up with the eject button, but Glaceon's too far away, too mobile, and now Khalil wants to go in for that dunk, but Solar Beam just denies him off it, and Khalil is now stuck. But Trevenant going in with a Woodhammer suppresses him down.
What happened in game number 1 is not going to happen once again against Night Fox, because they already know what you're planning. They already have read your moves and what are you going to be doing here right now, Secret Rare Pearl. What is the game plan here? Khalil still forcing in the score up top.
But Trevenant is here to deny him off it. Woodhammer suppresses once again. Hoopa into the bottom pad as well. Rings and bound coming through into the bottom pad.
15 seconds left though.
And 15 seconds, 187 points already secured. But Night Fox is fast to act. They go into the bottom path, deny them of points, and Night Fox will win it in the end.
My goodness, that was the game plan of Secret Rare Pearl all this time. To have a split push, have the Hoopa down bottom, use this Unite move, rings and bound, teleport everyone and put in the score. But unfortunately though, that was very well timed. That was very well timed of them. The last 15 seconds before they, do that and just, jump in. The main problem is that they popped in their rings unbound at the, within the vicinity of that of the other team. What it calls like Secret Rare Pearl, right? That they were seen using that.
And the thing is, we've mentioned this already, right? Night Fox is already aware. Because this happened 2 times already by SR Pearl. Game number 1, that changes things up. SR Pearl won in the game.
Right.
And Night Fox is already aware of the strategy coming in for the side of SR Pearl. Denied them of that split push potential in game 2. And game number 3, they were just split apart. Trevenant was on top, and the rest of the crew was on the bottom path with just vision onto the Rayquaza as well. So pretty much it was the macro play that led Night Fox into a better lead in that latter 2 minutes, 1 minute into the game.
No, yeah, but again, we have to commend Secret Rare Pearl here for doing quite a valiant effort into trying to use the time against that of Night Fox. Last moment, 15 seconds, rings unbound from the Hoopa, allowing everyone to just jump in, teleport, and put in some scores. Unfortunately, they were only able to put in 1 point and nothing else, putting Night Fox in a 90-point lead still against Secret Rare Pearl.
Yeah, it was a good attempt definitely for the side of Secret Rare Pearl, but once again, commendations all around for Night Fox. Those macro, those disciplined plays, they do not force out fights because they don't have to.
No, yeah, that is true. And again, that is the reason why, right? Like Secret Rare Pearl was the one who was forcing the issue, or maybe, or well, not really forcing the issue, but rather, looking for opportunities, looking for openings, really, so that they can play the game, as I say, play the game against that of the other team. But unfortunately, still, it did not work on. But this time around, though, that has just been our second match of the day. We're going to be seeing more action, more Pokemon Unite only here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open Playoffs when we come back after this short break. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open Playoffs. My name still is JJ, and with me is Infinity. I mean, I think
We're the same. We're the same casters.
yeah, we're the same casters.
We're the same casters. We
No.
have the same name. You haven't changed.
No, what I was going to say was that you're kind of refreshed right now.
Oh, yeah.
And it was quite well. It was a longer break than the last two, but still, we're back here, and this time around though, we're gonna be joined by one of the teams that has been invited and is gonna be joining us for the playoffs as well. So that is Talon PH going against that of Secret Rare Diamond.
Yeah, and speaking of these match schedules, let's jump into what we have for the day. Elevate and Night Fox won their respective series and is now waiting for their battle in the upper bracket. And what we're waiting for, Talon and SR Diamond will be up next.
Right, then immediately followed by that of No Sympathy versus Lass and Fox. Now, I want to talk about a little bit into like the first teams on that of the quarterfinals. That is Elevate and Night Fox. It's quite going to be a tall order here for Night Fox. Sure, they are really strong, but we've seen the prowess of Elevate as well. It's gonna be a tough bridge to cross to.
Exactly. It's a very methodical and very disciplined of a playstyle that they've done. They're not forcing out unnecessary fights, and they know how to hold off.
Oh yeah, for sure. But again, that's why we have Talon as well here as well. One of the teams that actually got in on the World Championship stage as well. 9 to 12 place tie, and they're definitely going to be showing us a lot of world championship levels kinds of gameplay. So the question here is, how would Secret Rare Diamond going to be able to answer fair against that of Talon PH?
Yeah, and this will also as well start at the draft, right? We've mentioned a while ago that Elevate was already up ahead, was playing the A game up against their respective series, up against their respective opponents, even when the game was not even starting, and that is throughout the draft. Station and Hoopa is removed here, and Talon just prioritized the Umbreon.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, Mean Look really puts up a lot of crowd control for the team that's going to be getting in, and we have to consider as well its Unite move, Midnight Prance, which essentially sucks off the shield that you have towards itself and making itself, sustain and survive more team fights.
Yeah, the follow through by SR Diamond though is also spot on here. This is one of the expectations that we've had. A very, very sustainable Pokemon. Thus far, Lapras and Clefable locked in, but this opens up Mr. Mime and Enteleon for Talon's side.
It's quite funny because we were talking to Birdie, the manager here for Talon PH, right? They were talking about the Dragapult and how it's buff and all that. But one of the Pokemon that we never really looked onto a lot is Mr. Mime. But we are seeing the prowess of Mr. Mime right now, and he's even going to be picked here for the second time onto that of the broadcast. Into the side of Talon PH, which is going to be answered by Secret Rare Diamonds, Pikachu, and Trevenant.
Yeah, and thus far, this is what is traditional to Talon, right? They want these untraditional picks. They want the untraditional draft. And thus so far, we are seeing it happen. You have the Mr. Mime come through, Mimikyu along with Umbreon and Blastoise. So not necessarily having any support Pokemon this time.
Well, that is why there is the there's the Mr. Mime as well. That is a pseudo support here.
Yeah.
Again, buffed on the cooldown and its special attack stat. Which again, still we have to remember that there are still two different moves, which are, I mean, I think you have the moves as well here. We have the links here, towards their teammates. So that could be a pseudo support here for Talon PH. And again, we have the frontliners as well. That is, the Blastoise and the Umbreon. Backlane damage, of course, Inteleon and the ever so strong Mimikyu despite the nerfs.
Yeah, despite the nerfs. Because what makes Mimikyu strong is pretty much the capability of itself to really just suppress one Pokemon with no possibility of escape.
Right. And here we have it. Power swapping from that of the Talon PH. Secret Rare, though, now into that of the Glaceon, Trevenant, Pikachu. As we've seen, huge damage, huge crowd control, very squishy. Clefable and the Lapras, which essentially as you have mentioned and use, elevate these these weaknesses that these Pokemon had to ensure that they would balance out their composition.
Yeah, it definitely is a balanced composition. To the other side, you have that Clefable for that extra sustain. You have Lapras to go into the front lines. It's pretty much a well drafted build, but we're talking about Talon on the other side, on the opposition, who has drafted something brand new. And I'm really looking forward on how these two teams will battle it out with this types of composition that we've had.
Right, and as you can see here as well, it is going to be the Mimikyu into that of the central area, getting that much needed boost that it needs so that they can essentially control the early game immediately. But look at here right now, it seems as if Talon wants to control the bottom path as well, ensuring that they can get their stacks as much as possible. LeBron here, however, now to the top hat with the Squirtle.
Yeah, LeBron is here as well. As you have mentioned, it will need a little bit more time for that level 5, level 7 to be able to reach that final form and also unlock capabilities into going all throughout that fight. So thus far, a very expected playstyle. We want to play it a bit more safe. We want to reach the power spike without any unintentional fights that takes up a lot of risk with little to no value.
Right, Rubik's here now has the access into the confusion, the attacker side here, the attacking member here into that of Talon PH, and definitely going to be seeing their power here as well. But Kai, though, into that of the Umbreon, going to be able to push down SR Diamond and Icy. It's going to be picked up here.
Yeah, and another look that forces them back, but you still have the Clefable for the Moonlight. Mr. Mime comes through into the top side of the map, and that will be the Glaceon who comes through at the right moment to knock out Umbreon. Right now, Talon, bit more on the back foot, and this is what we're saying, right? They still need a bit more time to be able to reach that point, and SR Diamond utilized Glaceon's visit quite well.
And again, we have to take note here that we cannot dismiss that the one controlling Glaceon here is Mike Ross, the one who stole away the win, right, from Nightfox.
Yeah, that was pretty much the highlight by SR Diamond coming into the prior week. And once again, SR Diamond was able to bring down Umbreon.
Right, here we have it though. Secret Rare Diamond is the one leading the action right now against that of Talon PH.
Has access into the backside, incapacitated. Clefable has to run away, but you still have the Moonlight. And a Shadow Snake comes through along with a Play Rough. And Mike Ross will be next.
Ninja Doll, okay, buying a little bit of time here to get that Shadow Sneak up. Again, here we go. Gets a KO, gets a reset again.
Glaceon goes in with a Unite move, has access into the back. Mr. Mime falls down, and that will be a numbers advantage by SR Diamond. And once again, with a Fell Stinger, we'll be able to retreat that. But SR Diamond is poised to go in for those dunks and accumulate much more points.
Have it. Secret Rare really on the lead right now. You would expect the Talon PH would be the one on the lead, but no, it is the opposite on all fronts.
And SR Diamond improved infinity well, and one of the underdogs that we've talked about over the past few weeks has now been really showing their prowess this time around against one of the World Championship teams. Right now, though, Shadow Snake comes through against Lapras with a Play Rough, and the Unite move locks him down.
There we go. They're going to be able to take in that Lapras as well. Shadow Sneak not going to proc it in just yet because they are going to get outnumbered right there. Beautiful decision here from from Sync 1. Which is, by the way, actually played for the Philippine teams as well for a different game.
Yeah. And at this point, Talon, it's still near the game. Only, what, a 57-point advantage for the side of SR Diamond. It's not as much when we're talking about these early games, because the thing is, you still have a lot more opportunity with the Regieleki if ever Talon will be able to take it down, and also the Rayquaza later on. But thus far, SR Diamond capitalizing once again their advantage and bringing in much more. Glaceon has to force out the Unite move to have that extra mobility, be able to go out the grasp of Talon. And now, Mimikyu falls down. SR Diamond will be able to get down 2 members of Talon, and Glaceon goes for the eject. Catches up and going in for the chase as Inteleon falls down once more. Secret Rare Diamond is now on the lead. Mr. Mime, no escape. And once again, another advantage by SR Diamond is secured.
33 to 203. That's 170-point lead here for Secret Rare Diamond. And Talon PH is looking pretty bleak right now. We are currently at the 5-minute mark, and they need to do something. They need to do it now if they want to catch up into Secret Rare. As you can see here, Secret Rare has the lead in terms of their macro plays and the team fights. And Talon PH needs to force in the issue here if they want to catch up.
And you mentioned it, you've called it. Talon is now the one who has to do something. But the thing is, they've already reached their level 9s. So
Just
the night
now.
move is already unlocked. If ever it comes down into a situation and into a moment wherein they need to force out something, now is the right time.
That is true. And now Showtime is now going to be up as well. And just as I said it, it's got popped up.
Showtime into the backside. Hydro Typhoon to follow up. And Trevenant comes in as well. It is Talon who comes in at the perfect moment. And that will be 3 members down for SR Diamond. But it's still a fight that SR Diamond wants. Snipe shot falls down. One more member. It's a lone wolf left. It's Lapras, the last man standing. And as we've mentioned, Talon with the Unite moves available pounces.
And they're really making us quite surprised, putting in some surprises here to the viewers, putting in a show. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. Talon PH here is having their anime moment here, I'd say, where they are getting beaten up at the early stage of the game. But now is answering back. And again, that one team fight is all they need. As Bernie has mentioned, the manager of Talon PH here, if you are on the losing end, you really need to force in the issue. And that is what Talon just did. They did what they told us, and it showed how much they were able to catch up against Secret Rare Diamond with just one team fight.
Right now, Clefable falls down once again. Shadow Sneak connects into the back. Showtime once more into the backside. Glaceon is getting pinned down. CC Hydro Typhoon. And that will be the knockup that they need. But the thing is, you still have Lapras who's running around, who's zoning them away. Lapras Express could be there. Brings in Glaceon into the back. And that will be Blastoise who falls down.
All right, there you go. A little bit of a team fight here. There's a Mimikyu. Sangwan going to be taken down as well. And Kai trying to get away, but to no avail. That's going to be 3 down into the side of Talon PH in favor of Secret Rare Diamond.
And now the Regieleki will be opened by SR Diamond. They will start it up. No contest by Talon. It's just too far away. No snipe shots as well that could make it through. The Regieleki will be taken for free by SR Diamond.
Right, and here we have it as well. Secret Rare Diamond still has the lead, has the pressure up top with that Regieleki, has the breathing room for them to get ready for the Rayquaza fight. Get the XP, get as much power spots, get their upgrade as well, so that they can eat up Talon PH when Rayquaza comes up.
Yeah, and this is one of the loopholes up against these late game scaling Pokemons and compositions. And that is what SR Diamond is utilizing at the moment.
Right.
They know that they have advantage with the Glaceon into their composition with a lot of these strengths in their composition to go aggressive, and thus far netting them so much lead with around 80-90 points advantage.
Oh, here you go. LeBron is now going to be able to see Icy here though.
Stuck with the Spin Toys, a lot of damage provided, but there's a lot of shield as well. Clefable is in there with a Moonlight for extra sustain. Rayquaza is now up.
Right, and look at that. Talon PH really forcing the issue. Going to be able to focus down that Lapras.
There's just no escape. He was stuck onto the brush, and if he goes forward,
Oh,
he
1
will
point!
just go down, and that will be a massive.
Beautiful deny from Rubik's with the barrier though.
The overcap coming from Talon as well. Turn things around. They now have a massive lead up against SR Diamond. And now Showtime into the backside. And Moonlight will sustain SR Diamond with a Wood Hammer though. That will be the suppression that Talon needs.
Hydro
And the Hydro Typhoon knocks up the back line.
Azure Spy Vision.
Azure Spy Vision gets information that no one there is in the vicinity.
Wow. That's going to be Sync 1 though, going down. That's 1 down. That is the Mimikyu, one of the key Pokemon inside of Talon PH. They need to buy time for, Mimikyu to get back up once again if they want to stop Secret Rare Diamond from taking in this Rayquaza.
And the thing is, they don't need to force out the Rayquaza. It is SR Diamond who has to do it. Now Icy is stuck, incapacitated. He's stuck, but will still be able to live with the Moonlight. Lapras Express with her extra mobility. But now LeBron is now being targeted by Glaceon as Glaceon brings him down. It's a 4v5 right
man.
now. And SR Diamond has the opportunity to start up their Rayquaza. Now Trevenant into the front lines. Though Mr. Mime being targeted by Glaceon, but Ice Shard. That's just so much damage. And Kai is stuck. Rayquaza will be able to help SR Diamond out. And this will be a 4v4 who will take it down in 20 seconds left.
Secret Rare
Diamond takes the Rayquaza for their own.
And that's going to be a team wipe as well against that of Talon PH, as Secret Rare Diamond showed us their prowess, that they are ready, that we have studied you, that you might be one of the teams for the World Championship stage, but that was a few months ago, and we have now evolved.
That is an unexpected turn of events, bringing down one of the favorites here in the PU ACL Philippine Open, and what a performance being shown by SR Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, right from the early game, right? Like, we were expecting that, Talon PH might have the advantage here, having, more experience, more, pressure experience, tournament experience than that of Secret Rare Diamond, but they showed nothing of a weakness here. They were able to win the early game, as you have mentioned, getting in those Glaceons as well. A Micros even with the Glaceon, right? Really amazing. And IC rather, buying so much time for them, who as well with a sustain, ensuring that their frontliners, the Lapras and the Trevenant, is surviving in all team fights. And Secret Rare Diamond, that was quite a beautiful game plan, a perfect game plan, a counter plan against that of Talon.
Yeah, and in addition to that one as well, it was Secret Rare who was able to pretty much use the early game to suffocate the experience that LeBron needs, to suffocate the experience across the board for each and every single one. And Talon, yes, they were able to win on a team fight into the bottom path, wherein they already unlocked their Unite moves and their level 9s, but that is not enough. And the huge dependency on Unite moves is something that will be really hard to execute every single fight.
No, yeah, I mean, again, having that Unite move, even just the power spikes ready before the first set of objective, a 7-minute mark, right, is already quite huge for a team. But even more so if they have their Unite moves and the other team doesn't. And that's what happened in the early game here for Secret Rare Diamond, and they just capitalized on that, controlled the entire game. Sure, there was Talon PH was able to answer back in one team fight. They were able to catch up against them, but overall, getting those Reggie Ilecki for themselves, Secret Rare Diamond just enabled them, gave them a bit of a time here, get their XPs up, and made sure that they are still ahead of Talon PH. And from there on out, just, use it to their advantage.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the storyline when it comes to these games, right? When you have the early game lead, you should not leave any openings for the opposition to get any values. And that is in the form of objectives. That is in the form of the lane birds, the wild Pokemons in the central area. And thus far, SR Diamond executed that pretty well.
That is true. Now, the edge is on the side of Talon PH. Again, one of the teams that got in on and qualified for the World Championships last August in Yokohama, Japan. They might just be going down if Secret Rare Diamond goes and wins game number 2. Again, if you lose at this stage, round number 1 of the playoffs, you'll have to scour through and dig yourself up, right? Crawl yourself back up into the grand finals, and that means playing more games.
Definitely is, and that will be a very difficult time, and actually just a gruesome time if ever it comes down to it. So it is now on Talon's hand to turn things around, and Secret Rare Diamond is already in match point.
And here you have it, the draft of game. I'm excited.
I am
excited.
I mean, this was not of any of our expectations.
This
was
true.
Not part of our storyline, and SR Diamond just showed up big here today.
And that was quite smart of Secret Rare Diamond to show us. Speaking of which, though, we have Smart as well as our official telco partner, Smart, the official telco partner of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open 2024, and it's still the best in mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data for speed and coverage in the quarter 1st and 2nd of 2023.
Thank you very much once again, Smart, for powering Pokemon Unite Philippine Open 2023. But jumping into the draft, Tearization and Leafeon already moved, and SR Diamond understood the assignment. And you know what? Fable was something that really just pushed us to the top.
Yeah.
And they're locking it once again.
And I mean, it was the as you have mentioned, right? I just have to bank on that as well. That one of the key Pokemon here for Secret Rare Diamond in game number 1 was that Fable. Sure, the Lapras and the Trevenant was able to dish in a lot of damage, taking a lot of damage for the team, but it wasn't. It wasn't because of them that they were able to survive. It was because of the Clefable ensuring that they would be there up until the end of time.
Yeah, and this is really good coming from SR Diamond. They take away the Lapras, they take away the Blastoise. So now they just have to focus on damage. And the thing is, there's still a lot of options. Yeah, Inteleon, Leafeon, Glaceon. Oh, well, Leafeon was banned away. So that will bring down Glaceon, but Talon
is going to be taken in by Talon. And here's the thing. Here's one more thing, right? Talon PH has Kai. Kai here is, I would say, arguably one of the best supports in the game, and their main Pokemon thus far has been Hoopa, and that Pokemon is not what you want to be given away to Kai. And Talon PH securing the Hoopa is really huge here. But finally, for the first time for the day, we're gonna be seeing the Dragapult again. Really strong Pokemon, but here's the problem though. Talon PH is kinda. They're not squishy this time around. They have the Crustle as well. A very interesting pick. We haven't seen Crustle in any of the days, even in day number 1.
Yeah, we haven't.
Amazingly, we have the stats here.
Yeah. This is the very first time that we're seeing Crustle. Probably even in day 2. We haven't seen it thus far.
No.
And that's just something that Talon really wants, right? Because Crustle has the capabilities on, tanking out damage, and on top of that, having access into the back.
And at the same time, it can secure out secure objectives as well, especially with its Rock Tomb and with what do you call the X Scissor to put in a lot of crowd control. But here we have it. Secret Rare Diamond, beautiful composition here. Really excited to see how Dragapult is going to be played out here for this match. Talon PH as well. Quite unorthodox kind of, unorthodox kind of like composition here. But otherwise, I'm excited to see this one as well. But man, game number 2.
But this is the massive problem. Coming into this draft composition, yes, it's new, it's brand new. We're seeing something of an unorthodox pick, but we have mentioned this a while ago already. Dragapult needs time to be able to reach that point wherein he's going to be really strong, and that's level 7, right? But the thing is, Talon has 3 EVs in their composition, and this is what they lacked a while ago. When it comes to their composition, they lacked that early game prowess, and now 3 of their members have early game power spikes.
Well, that's the thing, though. They actually, Talon PH recognizes this and acknowledges this as well. That is why they are invading to ensure that Micross here, without the Dragapult, is not going to be able to get its XP as early as possible as the Dreepy. But here we have it, though. Kai, as I have mentioned, now in on the Hoopa.
Yeah, now in on the Hoopa, so a lot more capabilities to go in for those resets, especially how Talon wants to play a little bit more aggressively here in this early game. And Lapras, untraditionally, is brought down into the bottom path.
Hoopa takes down the Clefable. Sorry, the Clefairy. There you go. Hasn't evolved yet.
Yeah, definitely yes. These early game prowess, those visits coming in from Talon. Really one of the expectations here, and SR Diamond is now on the foot wherein they have to play it a bit more safe, but they're going aggressive here in the bottom path.
Right, and here we have it as well. Rubik's going to be trying to get away, and they would as well. Beautifully timed here with that of the mean look, but it's still not going to be, kind of enough against that of the Dragapult because it is a ranged attacker.
Yeah, and the prowess of these 3 EVs is now being highlighted. Now, SR Diamond wants to burst down the Umbreon, but doesn't have any capabilities to do so. Just a lot of power now being brought in by Talon. And now SR Diamond hopes to look at those points accumulation into the bottom path. Glaceon comes up on top. Icicle Shards brings down the Clefairy.
So now we are going to be going back to the roots here. LeBron going back to the original playstyle. I like this. Quite a callback in the early stages, in the early days of the Pokemon Unite Philippine community. Going instead of the Talonflame, goes in for the Crustle to do their job. Just score in, get away, and play the game and win by points.
How the stories have changed. Right now, it will be Talon who has the massive lead with 80 points.
Shell Smash.
An advantage up against SR Diamond.
Yes, sirree, and that's again that is a huge thing here coming in from that of LeBron up top. As you can see, went in for the X attack for crowd control, and then also went in for that shell smash for additional movement speed, so that they can just score in and get away as early as possible.
Now Glaceon pays a visit once again here into the top pot. Will be able to go in with those fruits. Will be able to sustain themselves, but they lose their tier 1 with Talon taking it down.
I'm just quite mesmerized with LeBron right now. A huge callback from the early days of the Unite community in the Philippines. But with that being said, though, the first set of the major objectives is now up as well. Reggie is going to be taken down in less than 9 seconds for Talon PH.
And right now, Talon with the hyperspace hole will not go through with that. Teleport here into the bottom path, but thus far, SR Diamond is not forcing out the Reggie.
Yeah, see, the Dracloak, as we have mentioned, the Dragapult is really strong, sure, but it is very squishy. That is, like, the cons here for the Dragapult. Still a Dracloak, though.
Rubix, 2v2, highs down low, will be able to go in for the eject button. That will buy time. Glaceon, though, goes in with a Unite move, has access onto
the 3 down!
And that won't be the 1-for-1.
4!
Lapras falls down, sync 1.
And this is what we're looking for. Talon PH's aggression against that of Secret Rare Diamond. As you have mentioned, really one of the huge helps here is that going in for the triple EV composition here, right? Allows them to get their power specs quite early and get the lead as well. Unfortunately, though, for the Sidowai, the Shadow Sneak here only gets in, a bit of a vision here. But in comparison to the Mimikyu, which you can teleport to the target, the Sidowai doesn't do that.
Yeah. Especially coming into a long-range Pokemon, you don't really want to go in.
And you don't want to eat even,
right? It's already to be expected, but right now Talon is on a different evolution, if you may. 150-point advantage coming into 5 minutes.
That's not quick match, though. But going back into the game, though, here comes Reap and
Umbreon.
Destroy. Not going to be enough to take down Rubik's, though. But the knock-knock, though, is going to be taking out Rubik's.
The Sidowai, good long-range damage from that pokes, and Talon will lose one of their frontliners, and thus far, they don't have to force any fights here. 10 seconds before the Regieleki comes up.
That is a huge lead, yes, as was calculated here. 150 exactly. And with that being said, though, Kai being alone here, Phantom Force just to get away with the eject button, and Talon PH has the advantage and positional advantage that are already securing it for themselves as well, putting in a lot of pressure against Secret Rare Diamond.
Yeah, but from here on forward, Talon has to be wary up against SR Diamond because now they have access into their Unite moves, and Dragapult already is at level 11.
Yes, here we have it. The Lapras Express is going to be used here with the Hydro Typhoon.
Hydro Typhoon with a knock up on the Espeon goes in, access, spin toys.
But the Unite rings on bound though, down bottom.
Down bottom, as you have mentioned, will be able to get access onto the tier 2 goal zone, but will follow through by SR Diamond be enough here as they jump in
Rumble Rouser
into the bottom pad. And now Talon wants access. They want to go in and goal in some points, and that will be a 3 knockout by Talon.
Talon PH here has really studied Dragapult. As I can see, they were already expecting the Dragapult to come up, and that's why they actually prepared in this Crustle, which I am seeing is a very, very heavy counter to that of the Dragapult. Not only is it very mobile, but it can, with the help of the X Scissor, it cannot do anything, and it's getting knocked back as well. Crustle is, I would have to say, observing the games right now is the counter to that of the Dragapult.
Yes, thus far it's been acting wondrously for Talon Philippines here in this game number 2. This is what we mentioned, right? They have to put their best foot forward in this game because SR Diamond, if they win it, they will beat one of the teams that qualified for World Championships.
And again, Talon PH is still on the edge here because they still don't have a point. Secret Rare Diamond, has a single point here, so they have, a bit of I'd say room for errors, but Talonflame here, just one error is all it takes for Secret Rare Diamond to win against them.
Gains access onto Blastoise, has to use up the Rapid Spin along with the Water Spout to be able to go back out.
Regieleki up again, and everyone from Talon PH is heading towards it. But would Spirit Shackle be able to steal away this Reggie?
And this is really good coming from Talon, right? They bring every single one up above into the top path. Because the thing is, Rings and Bound is available. So
That
if
is true.
SR Diamond...
Doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, if SR Diamond forces out the issue into the bottom path, Rings and Bound could come in and everyone could come through for a response.
But here's the thing, though. They're not... I don't think they're going to be using it just yet because, again, the Rayquaza are going to be popular. And if they do that now...
It's situational. It's situational.
It is very situational. That's true. That is true.
And right now, Rayquaza will come up at 8 seconds. And Talon, once again, the strategy here is to not force away Secret Rare Diamond and
Applor's gonna be
access
taken out,
onto
though.
Rayquaza.
On the Ray fight, that's 4!
Yeah,
4 left from Secret Rare Diamond. Talon has the huge lead.
This will be massive coming from Talon. They remove a member coming from SR Diamond that will gain them so much advantage into this objective fight.
Oh, let's find out, though. Talon PH getting in a bit of a damage into the Rayquaza, using it as a bait against Secret Rare Diamond.
And this is why goes in for those long-range pokes, but they did not, or they need not to be able to go in and overextend. Because the thing is, Umbreon is waiting into the bottom path. You also have Glaceon coming in, and this is what we're saying. This is the mistake that they could not commit. Because one overstep that will lead to Talon into taking them down. And now the Hydro Typhoon, a check button, will gain access onto tree. Now the Rings and Bound comes in, and that will gain them a lot of capabilities. But across into the back lines, that will be that's the one who will gain access.
Team wipe
by Talon.
My goodness, Talon PH, beautiful play here. And of course, with that of Rubik's as well, coming back up from the hyperspace hole, right? Immediately popping off, I believe it's the full heal. That's why they didn't get knocked off by the Hydro Typhoon. Beautiful timing coming in from them and then immediately, answering back against Secret Rare Diamond.
The Rings Unbound as well was able to just go in as well. If ever someone wants to come through onto those fights, immediately can come in. And this is the power of Hoopa, right? You can allocate your positions very, very far away and could come through into a single team fight and get the numbers into an even level playing field.
Again, I cannot reiterate this enough. Do not give Kai the Hoopa. It has worked in the previous Unite Championship Series last year. It's working towards the regional stage of the World Unite Championship Series as well, and it is still working now as we have seen.
Yeah, one of the best, if not the best supports thus far that we've seen in the entire Philippines in the region. So giving it the Hoopa gives it so much more flexibility, gives it so much power for the whole team. And we've mentioned this time and time again. Dragapult needs so much time to be able to scale. And with Talon's draft, there's no opportunity for them to do so.
And they don't even need, right? Like everyone else don't really need to get in onto the Dragonfall. All they need is LeBron with a Crustle, right? Just come in, what it calls like Shell Smash, gets his mobility, gets his attacks up as well. Head straight to a Micross with a Dragapult, use X Scissor, and that's it.
Yeah, and it's always LeBron who gains access onto Steam as well. And that is one of the perspectives coming into the latter fights onto the Rayquaza, wherein it was LeBron who went into the back, the Sidaway was pinned out, and just seconds after, he was gone.
That's gone. Yeah, exactly.
There's no more damage left coming into the side for the opposition for SR Diamond. And remember, Dragapult did not have a great time coming into the early mid-game, so not looking into that aspect, losing the Sidaway just loses you a huge chunk of your damage overall.
Now, see, here's the thing though. Like, I want to see what the game plan was of Secret Rare Diamond in game number 1, and I want it back on game number 3 because definitely the huge adjustment coming in from that of game number 2, from that of the Talon, really made them control the entire match. And Secret Rare Diamond, if they want to win this, move over to the quarterfinals of the tournament, they would have to win this time around.
Yeah, they will have to, right? And in this stage of the series that we've had, it is already game 3. Both these teams are already match point, and none can leave any stones unturned. And that will be something that SR Diamond has to think of. Because the thing is, yes, if they beat Talon, this will be such a statement to make here in Philippines Open. The thing, if Talon wins, it's just
it's a regular day, right?
World Championship team qualified coming through for the Philippines Open.
Right, but again, just to reiterate what you said, right? If Secret Rare Diamond wins this match, right, it is a huge statement. Yes, I agree with that they were able to, drop down a team from the World Championships down to the lower bracket, right? And at the same time, that is going to be such a huge morale boost for them as well, moving forward to the tournament. That, hey, we're able to drop them down. So I think we have, the mindset would be like, hey, we actually have the chance to win this. If we were able to take down Thailand, then we might be able to take down and get the spot as well for Thailand. And I think that is quite a positive mindset if they decide to do so.
Yeah, and it does speak volume on how SR Diamond was able to really improve all throughout the Philippines Open. And even way back before then, they were able to really just get their adaptations, get their chemistry spot on. And thus far, it's showing them a lot of benefit. And thus far, game number 3, it's all eggs in one basket from here on forward. Talent has to really put in the effort coming here in this game.
Both of them, though.
Both of them
doesn't and cannot have any rooms for error because, again, one mistake is all it takes for you to drop down to the lower bracket. Now, Town PH is going to be the first pick here, going to have the bans as well. But let's find out what Pokemon will they be prioritizing.
Yeah, it's a big question, right? And
Umbreon's gonna be banned out with Talon.
I like this Umbreon ban because the thing is, Talon could now go in with a Hoopa because they are going to be prioritized. Right, as expected.
Oh, there we go, Hoopa.
As expected, it was one of the game changers coming in from game number 3. Game number 2 rather. That Talon just showed up big time. It was Kai who really just changed things up for the side of Talon on game number 2. And now Secret Rare Diamond could prioritize Lapras, could have the availability of the Clefable as well coming into game 3. But Trevenant is also a good thing for them. They lock in onto their frontliners already coming into the very first few picks.
And I mean, I guess that is quite a good pick as well to start it off because, again, we have a lot of attacking Pokemon. We have a lot of carry Pokemon here. But in terms of the defending Pokemon, your supports, it's quite limited, right? And even if we have a lot of supporters in the category, as we have mentioned behind the scenes, right? They don't really do as much, and we are quite limited to like the Hoopa. We have the Clefable, the Blissey, right? And when we don't see, Comfy for some situations, but we don't see a lot more being used as a support. Even Mr. Mime, a supporter, is being used as an attacker, right?
Yeah,
so it's quite a limited roster for that. A limited roster for that category. That's why they really need to prioritize it.
And now with Leafeon and Pikachu picked up by Secret Rare Diamond, Intreon is still open for Talon, and Crystal will also be their frontliner. So this is really good coming from this team. But once again, 2 EVs coming into the same composition. So a well-drafted composition. They have a little bit more of that mid-game, late-game, and they have that early-game aggression.
I'm not just quite sure, though, because, Talon PH here, they pick off the Crustle, right? They pick off the Crustle as an answer to that other Dragapult. While I believe, LeBron's still going to be getting this, still going to be doing its job, putting in as much score as possible. We have to remember as well that we still have some team clashes to think about as well, right? That plus Secret Rare Diamond, sure, they might have Squishy Pikachu, Squishy Leafeon, but they have the Clefable, they have the Trevenant at the front lines, and we have the Lapras as well, which could prove a lot of distractions into that of Talon PH, especially with Lapras Express and some of its moves. We didn't see Bubble Beam, but we did see Ice Beam slowing down opponents into the side of Talon PH.
Yeah, we'll see if these expectations can come into reality as we are jumping into game number 3. We're in it. It's all down to this, the final game that will put these teams into the upper bracket.
That is true, and I am just excited to see which one is going into the quarterfinals, dude. Again, a very crucial moment for both of the teams here, Secret Rare Diamond and Talon PH. Just putting them into one game more, for Secret Rare Diamond is already quite a huge feat. And here we have it, game number 3, Talon PH and Secret Rare Diamond. Let's have a champion time.
Absolutely. And this is one of the characteristics by Secret Rare Diamond. They are calm under pressure. This is what they did in their match up against Night Fox. So that is something that they could do once again. They are on a huge pressure game up against Talon. If one thing's for sure, it is Secret Rare Diamond who can work this around, who can find an opportunity for them to be able to turn things and turn the tables coming into the final moments of the game.
Look at that, though. LeBron wasn't able to get their first stack here and was stopped here by that of the Lapras and, of course, the Clefairy as well. Icy into that of the Lapras. Back again, like game number 1.
Yeah, I see. There are two Pokemons that I see always utilizes. It's either the Lapras or the Blastoise, and that's already one of the expectations that you want. This is one of the players by Secret Rare Diamond that they just leave on top path alone and do whatever you want, defend our goal. The rest of the crew goes into objectives, goes into these fights, look for opportunities.
Just do whatever you want, right? Just do whatever you want here. But here we go. The first team fight here is going to be forced here by Secret Rare Diamond with 4 Pokemon up top.
Yeah, and that is massive amounts of points here. Hyperspace Hole, that will be 2-3 members coming up on top here. But SR Diamond will be able to secure 24 points, a knockout in trade for Talon. And now Lapras is down low. Icy has to remove, has to retreat here. But a lot of sustain built into their composition. Hyperspace Hole will not be enough to save Crystal's life.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. They weren't able to place it quite timely, perfectly timed here for that for LeBron to be able to survive. But Rubik's here, they're having a bit of a quite a side switch, because earlier on it was the Warp Turtle, the Squirtle, the Blastoise that was left up top, but this time it's left down bottom.
Yeah, it's just because you have the Crustle already, right? It's Crustle that could deal with the Lapras, the Blastoise. The Warp Turtle could just go into the bottom path and pretty much wait for that opportunity for the level 7 to come through, for that Spin Twice action, and also the possibility for that Unite move. Because Blastoise is what they need onto those team fights if Hydro Typhoon is available. But good knockout coming from Talon.
Right, and it's still not available though, currently at level 5, but the knockdown into that the Espeon is a beautiful poke here coming in from that Secret Rare Diamond.
Yeah, it was just what? Leaf Blade comes through and then immediate Solar Blade that comes in for the Leafeon. A good poke that we'll be able to trade in when it comes to that knockout, but 20 seconds left before the Reggies come out.
Here we go, beautiful eject button, anticipating that
Emerald
Solar Blade though.
Solar Blade, per sound damage. Crustle is already very low at this stage of the game, and right now Hoopa comes in with a Hyperspace Soul. A good response, and Talon answers back.
Micros though, they, LeBron and Micros here are just predicting each other or on where they're gonna be placed here, but look at this.
It's Sync 1, who is down very low, who has to use the eject button to go out and gain distance. It's Rubik's who still doesn't have any Unite move, and Leafeon once again, a Solar Blade that brought him down.
Registeel is going to have a bit of a reset here.
And now Espeon goes into the backside, goes for the Unite move as well. A lot of damage already
the
secured.
glacial stage!
And single-handedly, he was just able to really bring down SR Diamond, and that will be gold secured.
Dylan here was taken out as an Espeon, but they were able to answer back once again. Sure, you might be able to take me out, but it doesn't mean that once I got back, I'm not going to be able to, get my revenge.
Yeah. And as far as those utilizations of the advantage, we've mentioned this already, that coming into those team fights, Blastoise will be such an importance. But you know what? On top of Glaceon, Espeon, pretty much Hoopa, Crustle can be just left alone standing coming into the top hat. But this is the importance, right? Those team fights prowess, those team fight, this is what Talon wanted to do. And as far they have gained so much advantage right now.
With the crowd control coming in from that of the Crustle and of course the Blastoise, right? It just essentially enables this Glaceon and the Espeon to put out as much damage as possible. But Icy though was able to seal away the Regieleki up top.
Leaf Blade along with Solar Blade will not connect onto Blastoise, and as you mentioned, the Regieleki will go up on top, so that's a lot of points. Well, rather, a couple of points for the side of SR Diamond. But right now, Emerald two-step into the backside, Hydro Typhoon to knock him up, and that will be just so much poke coming in from Glaceon to secure the knockout.
Just enough to take it out, and that's going to be 2-for-1 trade here in favor of Talon.
And
not
now,
enough.
Surf coming from Blastoise, along with that attack. We'll be able to push them back, and Glaceon will be able to secure another knockout for the team.
Wow. Talon PH here is now slowly but surely conquering Secret Rare Diamond into that of the mid-game. And if this continues, if Secret Rare Diamonds wouldn't be more aggressive, I mean, they can answer back into Talon PH. One of the biggest threat, though, is that Crustle. But after than that, Secret Rare Diamond can just go toe to toe against Talon PH, and if they don't become more aggressive now, then they will have a hard time going into the Rayquaza.
Rubik's just waiting behind the brush, just waiting for the opportunity to pounce here. Could be a pincer maneuver for Talon. Now moving through, Rubik's has sights, goes for the Hydro Pump along with Surf there, and that will pin down SR Diamond into the wall. And now the Phantom Force is used, but the Ring Set down brings down every single one. The teammates come through, and SR Diamond will lose 3 of their Pokemon. And Leafeon into the backside with a Leaf Blade and Solar Brain. Not enough to bring down Talon, and that will be the unofficial wipe.
That is the unofficial wipe indeed, and Talon PH was making sure that they can sustain themselves into the team fights, ensuring that they have a perfectly placed positions, right, so that they can survive. Rebel Rouser is going to be used here by LeBron.
And now Moonlight to just sustain themselves, as Crustle has just so much sustainability along with damage, and that can be SR Diamond who can take him down with just 3 members. And now Talon with that free zone from the Crustle into the central area will take the Regieleki uncontested.
There we have it. Regieleki giving up a bit of a time here for Talon PH, and if they can push this in, especially with the help of X Scissor or the Surf, they are going to be able to destroy this second tier score goal off top.
Along with a basic attack coming through from Blastoise, pushes them back, but you have SR Diamond who really will be able to defend their tier 2 goal zone.
Emerald
on top of the Emerald 2-step, immediate delete, Glaceon falls. See the combination there?
It was like a fraction of a second, and Glaceon just went back to Antarctica.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure. he's ice cold going into Antarctica. Wants to go in for the reset from now. Maybe there's Pokemon centers up in Antarctica, you know?
Maybe.
Yeah,
we'll never know. I
we'll
mean,
never know.
I haven't been there, so I mean.
Oh yeah. I mean, same with me. But coming back into the game, right? Talon still has a massive amount of lead. It's pretty much like what, 159, 169
or something like that.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of complicated math, but that's the thing, right? Talon has just a massive lead from here on forward, and they can do the same thing over and over again. When Rayquaza comes up, just push SR Diamond back. They just have to buy time. And now if they get Regice, that's an additional buff for the team to get advantage onto that objective later on.
And will they get it? Yes, they will. It's a nick of time before the 2-minute mark. But that means Secret Rare Diamond is up to push in their Unite moves as well.
Perfect Hydro Typhoon to knock them back, but that's not enough. SR Diamond just has so much damage, and now this will be Crustle who has been down.
Oh,
but there's no one to bring them down.
The trap!
Turn things around, and that will be a 1-for-3 trade. Talon has so much
Hyperspace
lead.
Fury!
And now Aspeon will be the only one going into the backside.
Team wipe!
By Talon once more, and Rayquaza will be left open for them to take.
Oh, well, Secret Rare Diamond wouldn't be able to answer back here anymore, I didn't think. And there we have it, Rayquaza going into the side of Talon, brought to you by Smart.
And that will be SR Diamond who just opts to break down those shields, but that will not be enough. Talon shows a qualified team here in the World Championship performance here today, and SR Diamond can't do nothing, as that will be what we had looked out for. Talon putting their best foot forward in Game 3.
Man, it's quite a huge lead. They were able to maintain it, 150 something points of a lead. Did not allow Secret Rare Diamond to score in anymore, and that beautifully played. So I understand what Secret Rare Diamond at the very last moment, ensuring that, okay, yeah, we saw at the very last second that Talon PH was able to get in, that Reggie down bottom is the go signal for Secret Rare to actually get in, go there. Outnumber, maybe, I think that's the mindset here. Outnumber Talon PH, whoever's down bottom, because they were able to mark in whoever's onto that of the Rayquaza pit. And Secret Rare Diamond, thinking that they can outnumber Talon PH, was eaten up and used their own game plan here against them. A reverse Uno card coming in from Talon PH.
That's the thing. We always have to remember that Kai has the Hoopa. And that Talon has the massive lead when it comes to that early game. So coming into that perspective and coming into that fight, yes, SR Diamond could had hope into looking and bringing them down when it was the right moment, because Talon had focused on Regice just moments few. But it was just not enough. It was still Talon who has a massive lead from then on forward. And once again, the Regice buff as well in addition to that.
That is true. Again, cannot reiterate enough. You cannot give Kai the Hoopa, because whichever team Kai is in, and he gets access to the Hoopa, he just enables everyone.
Yeah, he just enables every single one. But you know what? More exciting stuff is up ahead. The day is not over because we have more games later on. But before then, we're just gonna take a short break, so don't go away.
And here we have it, the fourth set of this day. We're still our casters. My name is JJ. With me is Infinity. You know, earlier on we have had Elevate versus Easton Celto, Night Fox versus Secret Rare Pearl, and then Talon PH just, you know, earlier going against Secret Rare Diamond, winning 2-1. And this time around, we're going to be headed towards No Sympathy and Last on Fox.
Yeah, and today we had 2-3 games already, so are we gonna have more?
I think we're going to have more game number 3
You
here.
think so?
But you know, I would like to look over the brackets here, a bit of an update on our brackets. Again, whoever's gonna be, you know, heading over to our quarterfinals for the upper bracket. Again, it is Elevate and Night Fox now going to be the next match after this one, and then, you know, for now it's going to be No Sympathy and Last on Fox, and then whoever's going to be winning that will be heading off against Talon PH for the penultimate match of the
Yeah, it's more on the
today.
quarterfinals, semifinals, and more around those lines, right? They will come through into the upper bracket, and that will be such a benefit for them because now they don't have to creep themselves coming into the lower bracket to go through to the grand finals.
Right, and here's the thing though, like I just have to point out as well that while we were talking with Elevate and Talon, right? One of the teams that they actually mentioned that they were really surprised of is No Sympathy.
Yeah.
That they were really surprised how they played, that they were, shocked how much they have evolved. And, you know, they are really giving them the respect that they deserve, right? And now, what it goes like No Sympathy, if they do win this, right, would have to go through Talon PH. And Talon specifically are looking over No Sympathy as well as one of the biggest threats in the tournament thus far. But here we have it though, focusing into the game at hand, Last on Fox versus No Sympathy. Let's find out if Last on Fox would be able to last on No Sympathy, or No Sympathy answering without any sympathy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Last on Fox became one of the synonymous to their name, quote-unquote last on, or being one of the teams that really changed things up back in week number 1. So that could be one of the expectations here. That, you know what, No Sympathy has huge aspects. Is one of the favorites coming into the series, but definitely cannot overlook Last on Fox here today, right now. Clefable and Glaceon locked in by No Sympathy, but Mimikyu, Embassy, and Trevenant to follow through for Last on Fox.
Oh yeah, and I mean, you know, Last on Fox, as I have mentioned, just have to reiterate here, being one of the crowd favorites in terms of the tournament play, has been, you know, exceeding expectations all day, all night long. And Last on Fox is definitely one of the teams, one of the forces that you cannot reckon with. And again, No Sympathy, while it is has surprised a lot of the teams that were invited, we again cannot dismiss Last on Fox.
Yeah, we definitely cannot. But right now, No Sympathy locks in onto Umbreon and Lapras. So now what they are lacking is one more damage. But Last on Fox just brings in an untraditional pink once more.
A traditional pick thus far in the tournament. We have, of course, what we call this, the Delphox, which is going to be able to provide not only damage but also a lot of crowd control, especially if it goes for its fire spin, its homing. It chases you, and once it gets you, everyone inside the circle will just swirl around.
A9 locked in by No Sympathy though.
That is one of the Pokemon that we are looking out for as well. With the current patch as well, it is buffed a bit, and it's now quite a viable pick. Can be an auto attacker here, especially with the help of Aurora Veil, which also, by the way, had an increase in terms of like its defensive prowess. And of course, as mentioned, more damage coming in from that of the Alola Ninetales, and of course, all of its boosted attack under Aurora Veil, healing prowess has been increased as well.
Yeah, definitely is. So that is something that No Sympathy has adjusted into and has accustomed this new patch and adapted. Now we'll see if they could execute this draft they have. Because looking back at it, it's really strong on paper, right? They have Umbreon, they have Glaceon. So the early game prowess is there already when it comes to security. Lapras can be left alone on top side, and A9 will be another dependency when it comes to damage. As for Last on Fox, they have a lot of
crowd control.
Exactly. A lot of suppression, right? Trevenant, Blastoise, Delphox, Mimikyu is there. So that is the threats that the opposition should be wary about.
But see, that's the thing, right? Like as we have mentioned, day number 1 and day number 2, one of the key things in the current meta is how much the compositions are heavily reliant on crowd controls, and Last on Fox's composition right now is the definition of that. And having like a second, maybe even 2 minimum of not being able to move around is such a huge thing in Pokemon Unite.
And that will be the first goal being locked in by No Sympathy as traditional, right? Lapras is just very much sustainable champion. You also have the Clefable coming on the top part of the map.
It's Pokemon,
right? Having more sustain overall. So those first on engages, those aggression could be expected. And once again, Last on Fox has to buy time for those level 7. Because that will be one of the perspective that Mimikyu will already have that single target lockdown. You'll also have Squirtle already evolving into War Turtle and Blastoise. So those are something that Last on Fox has to wait for. And pretty much on a timer.
Oh yeah, but here's the thing though, like No Sympathy has was able to get in their like early XPs here, but still Last on Fox has the advantage in terms of like their levels. So definitely they have a bit of advantage here. But again, it's still just like the first minute and a half here, and it's still not it still doesn't say a lot here. At this point of the game.
Blissey comes up, War Turtle fights it up. It's a 2v2, but overall with just so much sustain. This is the traditional top path that we see. There's a couple of engages from here on forward, but not that all in that you could just burst down these very sustainable Pokemons.
Right. So we have, I believe Nami, there we go, into that of the Blissey. War Turtle as well, still not level 7, still not a Blastoise for it to actually help out as much. But here comes the take here.
Shadow Sneak comes into Umbreon, goes into the backside with War Turtle, slowing them down. With a powered up attack, but this far, they will not go in for the full-on engage. There's no value into getting that fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they disengage immediately. And again, they really cannot chase down yet because again, the War Turtle is still not a Blastoise, and the Delphox still doesn't have Fire Spin.
Now Glaceon, a little bit of a late response there coming from No Sympathy. It's just so much suppression out that we've talked about during the draft here by Last on Fox that was just able to access Lapras on top hat.
There you go, the Fire Spin is now up as well, including that of the Fire Blast, and that's what the crowd control that I'm talking about. Wood Hammer is going to be able to finally finish down the job as well into the side of Last on Fox.
Good synergy coming for the side of No Sympathy. And now that will open up the score, that will open up the goal for Last on Fox to just dunk on.
See, that is quite a beautiful crowd control here. Again, if you are caught there, especially if you are all together, everyone's going to get taken in the swirl.
And now Woodhammer connects onto Tree, Umbreon into the front lines. We'll see so much damage, but once again, you still have the Clefable with a Moonlight.
3 of them got taken in on the Fire Spin.
And that is just the game plan here by Last on Fox. You know what? We could connect these suppressions towards you. And now, not
again.
It's just so much with a Shadow Sneak onto Umbreon. There's just no escape. No Sympathy loses one of their frontliners coming into this fight. And that will be once again a free zone for Last on Fox.
See, I like the combination here of the Trevenant and that of the Delphox because after Fire Spin, there comes the Wood Hammer. Or it could actually be the other way around. Wood Hammer, line them all up, get the Fire Spin, swirl them around and around and around.
Yeah, it's just so much suppression that you could really look into. A lot of possibilities as well. Because on top of the Fire Spin, on top of the Wood Hammer, you still have the possibility for Hydro Typhoon to come in. Maybe you could go in and target these backliners that was not connected.
And there goes the Egg Bomb as well.
Right. So it definitely so much prowess built into the composition for Last on Fox. Right here, like now being started though.
There you go. Fire Spin's gonna be popped up as well. Last on Fox has the advantage position into and out of the Regieleki, but No Sympathy gets it away.
Yeah, Clefable will be able to steal the Regieleki for themselves. No Sympathy takes it down. Wood Hammer though will secure the Clefable, and now A9 comes through with a Unite move into the back lines, and Trevenant is pinned down, isolated from the rest of the crew. But good utilization of move 2 to be able to go back into his teammates, but Regieleki will be able to secure the tier 1 on top.
There goes a Unite move. The fireworks coming in from that of the Delphux wasn't able to do as much as we have expected. But Ragin coming in from that of the amazing, beautifully timed Aurora Veil just to be able to push in the damage is the definition of why you have to look out for that after the current patch.
Yeah, you really definitely do have to look out for A9, especially coming into the backside, because right now, I believe he has just a little bit more capabilities to dish out damage.
No, yeah, for sure. And right now, you really have to mark down this Eloro Ninetales because having it do really hitting you is going to do a lot of damage.
Ooh, it's just so much suppression going into Umbreon. Regirock will be started by Glaceon to the side of No Sympathy. Thus far, no all-ins as of yet. And now Trevenant just goes in with a jackpot and Woodhammer into the back lines. And now Fable Sock and Hydro Typhoon to follow up. But a Moonlight sustains himself. And now into the backside, that will be Glaceon as well, who uses up the Unite move. But Lassen Fox locks in onto the Regirock. And that will be Lapras who falls.
Right, Fanciful Fireworks is going to be able to secure that Reggie down bottom for the side of Lassen Fox and going to be able to finish it off with that of the Clefable as well. And now, as we can see, they are now moving up top in preparation for the second Regieleki.
The suppression team, the team suppression for Lassen Fox has been hugely beneficial for this team, especially when it comes to those team fights. And I love how Trevenant just comes always into the backside and gives an opening for the team to be able to come through and follow up with a Fire Spin, with a Hydro Typhoon. This is what we've mentioned when it comes to those team fights, and thus far, Lassen Fox doing it greatly.
And look at that, split pushing in, coming in from that of Lassen Fox as well. 80 points off top now.
Regieleki secured by No Sympathy, but Lassen Fox has an numbers disadvantage considering that you have two members down into the bottom path. So No Sympathy outright has the advantage.
That is true. Yeah, they were able to get in that Regieleki. Sure, you might have the points down bottom, but now we have the macro advantage. Now trying to catch up into that of Lassen Fox, but still, we cannot dismiss the fact that Lassen Fox still has the lead in terms of levels.
It definitely is, and also on points. You have massive point lead here, around 59 points advantage going into the side for Lassen Fox. And No Sympathy has to crawl themselves back a bit, but they still have 40 seconds. Rayquaza comes up, and that will be the game changer once again.
For sure. And here we have it. I think there is still a chance for either team to be able to burst down the Reggie bottom. 10 seconds is quite a lot. Well, make that 11 seconds is quite enough for any team to burst down the Reggie bottom before they actually go in on the first, the Rayquaza. And again, they're just preparing themselves down bottom as well because the first year score goal down bottom from that of the Lassen Fox is still up to this time.
Yeah, and I like this patience. You know, Lassen Fox is not going for that Reggie into the bottom path, especially considering they have that 59 points lead.
That is true.
This is what we have mentioned, that you know what, Lassen Fox, if they have a lead, actually generally, if a team has that lead, they don't need to force on these fights. It will be the opposing side who has to do something.
That is true, and that's what we're looking at right now. No Sympathy is being very careful right now, waiting for the right moment to strike.
And that will be something that No Sympathy
Fire
will do.
Spin as the initiation!
Fire Spin starts up onto Umbreon, but no Engage to follow suit.
Oh, wow.
Fire Spin once again, Woodhammer to follow through. That won't be the engage. The Lassen Fox won.
Hydro Typhoon with the jackpot. Fanciful Fireworks.
It's the perfect setup. And now No Sympathy is now on the back foot. A9 is down into the back end. Won't be able to get access by Trevenant to hit a Woodhammer. It's a 2-for-3 trade. Lassen Fox has a numbers advantage, but now they are stuck. It's Lassen Fox who goes in with a Shadow Sneak as well. And now with a player
Baby,
up,
where are you going?
Lapras, the only one left for No Sympathy. Woodhammers with a Shadow Sneak. Player up will finish it up with a team wipe.
That is it, though. The Umbreon is going to be up here waiting for that right moment. And this is quite beautiful of a decision coming from Lassen Fox. Just because they were able to wipe down No Sympathy doesn't mean they have to start the Rayquaza. They have to position themselves once again in preparation for the second team fight here in the Ray Pit.
There's just so much more time to be able to go through for No Sympathy to catch up on the Rayquaza. And remember, Lassen Fox also lost 3 members coming in from that team fight. So that is something that No Sympathy wants to utilize here. Umbreon still starting onto the Rayquaza, but going into the backside, that will be Miku, who wants to have an access into the back. Main look locks down onto Mimikyu. Shadow Sneak comes in.
Ice
We'll be
Beam.
able to have a look onto Clefable as well. Trevenant into the backside, pushes down Lapras. Now with a Wood Hammer will not connect onto any, but Blissey will be able to catch up. Umbreon will be able to go into the zone, but a Fire Spin with a perfect
There's
time
100
will push them
points.
back. No Sympathy locks in 42 points, but Trevenant will counter it out with 100 points dunk into the tier 1 bot path.
That was close. That was really close. You know, again, as you had mentioned, at the very last moment, locking in 42 points, that would have been enough for them to, well, is that enough? No, I don't think that's
I don't
enough.
think it's enough.
No, they had like a 90, 50, 58 something.
50
like
something points
50 something
different,
points,
60 points.
differential. And there's another hundo points here coming in from that of the Trevenant Kiawe at the very last moment, securing themselves as well. So here we have it. The first match, very close. Would have been either one's games, really.
Yeah, it could be anyone coming in from that Rayquaza pit, but Last and Fox. Synonymous to their name. This suppression team, this team suppression has been such an annoying team composition to fight up against.
Oh yeah, for sure. And at the same time, you know, I really have to commend Mari Baby here for buying so much time, tanking in so much damage as well for the team, especially at the first team fight of the Rayquaza fight, ensuring that, you know, at least one of the team members are going to be coming back up into the game. That is Picao with the Umbreon. But unfortunately, while that is all good, it still wasn't enough for them to come back against Last and Fox.
Yeah, and we still have to remember though that when it comes to this matchup, yes, it is No Somebody who lost game number 1, but last week in day 2, they were able to reverse sweep their opposition. It was S or Pearl who they were fighting up against, and Humbled by God was the one who changed things up coming into that game 3 in that series. So definitely have a look on the Humbled by God, what he can do for the next following games. Even if it goes into 3 games, it is a series. Maybe we'd go into that long distance, but
we might actually be able to see that in this game because I mean, game number 1 was already too close to tell.
Yeah, it definitely was too close for comfort for any of these two teams to really just stay put and chill and just watch the Rayquaza. But that was just an overall really smart
I mean,
composition by Last and Fox.
and that was good. That was good. But you know, again, even if they do win this, they still cannot have any conflict because again, whoever's gonna win here would have to face off against Talent PH.
Thailand, yeah.
So still not the time for you to have a bit of a comfort. But again, what's comforting is a very fast and reliable internet. With our official telco partner, Smart, being the best mobile network, you know, fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data for speed and coverage in the first and second quarter of 2023.
Yeah, and that was just magnificent plays overall that we've seen. The series of events, not just even in the series, but over the past few series that we've had, a very, very drastic team composition because last week it was pretty much linear, right? We're expecting very, very standard picks. Like, you know what, Mew coming in, it's Leafeon to follow through with these poke compositions. There's a very standard amount of Pokemons for a single role, but this time around, a lot has changed.
And at the same time, you know, we have to consider as well that there is a bit of a change in terms of like the tournament structure, the tournament format here in comparison to like day number 1, where we're playing just a single eliminations, but day number 2 and day number 3, especially the playoffs, we're going to be playing off in a double elimination. So even if they do lose here, they're still going to be they still have a chance to get back up into that of the grand finals, you know, if they're going to be able to crawl back up from the lower bracket.
So yeah, we'll see if that will be something that we could really expect from any of these two teams and utilize the bracket, have a better positioning into the bracket here today, because Last and Fox, 1 game away for proceeding into the upper bracket.
That is true. Now here we have it. First set of bans. We have Hoopa and the Zacian. Very understandable, very reasonable bans as well, but no sympathy. They really want to sustain here, prioritizing the Clefable.
Because that will force Last and Fox to pick something else. Who's the other supports that can do? Mr. Mime? Maybe. Blissey is still open for Last and Fox to pick up. Comfey is still open, but at the end of the day, it's Clefable who just has a massive sustain
AoE
with the AoE with the Moonlight. So that's something that No Sympathy wants to utilize. Now, into the following occasions here, when it comes to the picks, Lapras could be picked up along with Glaceon because Glaceon has been so good by Humbled by God, but Umbreon would be the priority instead.
And here you have it as well. They now have the what it calls. They now have the crowd control. That is the Umbreon. We have a single targeted burst, glass cannon rather. That is the Glaceon. Now it's going to be answered back here by that what it calls, the Blissey. There we go for sustain. And Last Fox still not giving out that prowess that the Delphox is giving them, especially with the crowd control capabilities, alongside the combination of that of the Wood Hammer from that of the Trevenant.
Delphox for Last Fox. You know what? Okay. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
But you know what? Don't fix what's not broken, right? And Delphox definitely made it work, but No Sympathy acts up on a different path here. Locks in onto Scissor or Cider and Mr. Mime.
This still doesn't know.
Yeah,
not quite yet.
Still don't know.
Right, and the Mr. Mime. This is quite a very unconventional pick. Sure, could be a DPS, could be a burst here, depending on which Pokemon is going to be coming up, either Scizor or what do you call it, like the Scyther. There we go. So it could still go either way, but we have to take note here of the Mr. Mime, which is going to be the secondary damage here with the confusion and the barrier.
Yeah, and expectedly though, for Scissor or Scyther option. Thus far, it has been a Scyther priority, even way back, even in past week. So that could be one of the expectations here by No Sympathy, that, you know what, they want to double down onto the Scyther. They want that burst amount of damage, or they want that massive backline access.
That's true.
And they could get a hold of the likes of Delphox or Blissey.
And if that is going to be the case here, though, we have to discuss it as well, that the team here of No Sympathy is going to be heavily relying into that of the Scyther, or Scissor for that matter, to be able to properly flank out Last Fox. Because again, we have the Lapras, we have the Trevenant, we have the the crowd control Delphox, we have Sustain, that is the Blissey, we also have the Mimikyu, which can essentially mark down the entire map, especially with this Shadow Sneak, which increases its range if it passes through a wall, right? So it's going to be quite a heavy burden here. Placed into Humbled by God, into that of the Scyther or Scissor for that matter, and if they can do their jobs properly, and if they do, then it's going to be a huge day for No Sympathy.
Yeah, there's just a lot of damage output that No Sympathy has in their draft, especially considering they brought in the Mr. Mime as well. But Mr. Mime has been, as you stated, like the pseudo support, pseudo attacker, because of its capability to just really lock in with the utilization of the barriers. So that is one of the things that we could expect from No Sympathy. Maybe they want to have an outlook coming onto those team fights, lock in and isolate a member from Last Fox, and come through and pounce. That will be the perspective that No Sympathy could do.
Right, and as we have mentioned as well, Last Fox is now trying to put in as much stacks as possible, and Scyther, Humbled by God, is going to be the pick.
Expectedly, right? Expectedly, it will be Scyther because it just gives you so much more capabilities to access the back lines. And with just that, they're able to go in with the first knockout of the game.
There you go. The dual wing beat is a really huge attack here, really huge move, quite a menace. Really, if you get hit, that's already a huge damage, and then immediately you can follow it up with another burst of a damage here. So you really have to put a mark here into that of the Scyther.
Yeah. So at the moment, No Sympathy and Last Fox, they would just play it back and forth, right? Last Fox, Trevenant already secured. They probably could wait for Delphox, but at this point in time, Secondary Evolution still has that capability onto fighting onto those engages. But right now, No Sympathy, a little bit of an overextension, but they still have the Clefable for that Moonlight, self-sustaining. But once again, back and forth. There's not big fights that we could expect.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I mean, I think we're going to be seeing that into that of the central birds here, Altarius and the Swablues, and here we go.
Nice screen, already used up. Cider comes into the back, dual wing beat, but Last Fox will be able to answer back, but a 1-for-1 trade is secured.
They're not stopping anytime soon because the Lapras is going to be taken out here as well. Good confusion to stun it out into that of the light screen.
Very incapacitated now. Well, Blissey wants to run away, but Mr. Mime is just waiting.
The barrier now, it's no longer the light screen. My correction, it's now the barrier.
Yeah, and this is really good. This is what we've talked about, during the first few seconds of the game.
Oh, that's it.
Barrier
Holy cow.
could be utilized, but the Wood
That's
Hammer,
two.
along with a Shadow Sneak, gets them too.
Wow, the combination coming in from that of the Trevenant is just immaculate, dude. Like, doesn't matter which one is gonna do it first. Might be the the Shadow Sneak, might be the the Fire Spin, but always on point when they do their follow-ups.
And right now, No Sympathy uses up the Ignite move for Scyther, and everyone just got erased with a blink of an eye. They are
That's
gone.
4.
That's a quad knockout by No Sympathy from that fight. Now Reggie Ice will be left open.
Wow, as we have mentioned, right, that is a time that Humbled by God needs to get in on, and just surprising everyone into the side of Last One Fox will, put them in the map as what just happened, taking down 4 in the process as well against that of the Last One Fox.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, it's a little bit more of a different storyline that we have here for game number 2. It's really close. Only a 5-point difference in advantage for No Sympathy. And it just speaks volume that, No Sympathy is not holding their power back coming into the series today. But Last and Fox, now with that advantage though, will start up the Regieleki, but No Sympathy is not letting this go.
Stage, not hitting anyone.
Move already there, and Last and Fox will be still securing the Regieleki for themselves. And now it's Umbreon
assistance
into the backside. Has to really just use the eject button, but Delphox with a fire spin locks him down.
Umbreon just, sacrificed itself.
Goes in, Mimikyu will be the target, but Trevenant at the perfect time will be able to use the Ignite move as well. The knockups are there, and Last and Fox will get a security.
Oh wow,
onto
beautiful! Beautiful Wood Hammer coming in from that, coming in from Kiabi as well, making sure that everyone goes in on the Fire Spin.
Yeah, it was just perfect. You've mentioned this already a while ago, the Trevenant and the Delphox combo. Wood Hammer and the Fire Spin. These are the suppression chain that just stacks up really well.
Dude, that is the Mechas of the game here. Here we go.
Wait, what? You mix those impressions.
You mix those impressions. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Fair enough. But coming down into this, Last One Fox already has secured a massive lead. It's around 80-90 points into their favor this time around. 89 points to be more specific, as the Reggie down into the bottom path is now up. Regirock will now be started by No Sympathy. They want this objective. They are on a massive disadvantage. If they take this down,
Festival Fireworks though
will be able to secure an advantage. But once again, No Sympathy loses the tier 2 path into the top zone, and Mimikyu will gain access onto Clefable as it is brought down.
Shadow Sneak again to take down the Glaceon.
And right now, Last One Fox once again will secure the Regirock for themselves. It's a wipe by Last One Fox that will give them such a massive lead once again.
My goodness, Last One Fox, though they were on a bit of a disadvantage earlier, this time around, they are now leading and making sure that they maintain this going into the Rayquaza fight. And as you can see here as well, Last One Fox has the advantage, positional advantage into that of the Regieleki.
And now Regieleki being started by Last One Fox, considering that No Sympathy is now on the back foot. In addition to that, tier 1 gold zones are non-existent into the top path and bottom path, so just a good option and a good opportunity for Last One Fox to take that objective for themselves.
And here we have it. Regieleki into the side of Last One Fox, essentially making this a 6v5. But the question is, would they push this in? Festival Fireworks up again.
Locks in onto Cider, but will gain access into the back. Unite move! Deletes Delphox and Clefable. And now Last One Fox loses 2 of their members, so it's a 3v5 situation at the moment. Shadow Sneak will not connect. No Sympathy has to retreat, but a barrier coming from Mr. Mime was just perfect.
Lapras Express to get away.
And a Wood Hammer onto Scyther was a turnaround that Last One Fox need.
That was an amazing disengage coming from the Lapras. Unfortunately, though, they were forced to go in with their Unite moves, and they're going to have quite a hard time here into getting their charges once again in preparation for the Rayquaza fight. But in terms of like the Delphox, at least it's having its energy amplifier, ensuring that it gets Unite move as fast as possible. And there you have it, just like that. Akura now has their Unite move.
Yeah, Last One Fox once again. This team suppression composition is such is such a headache for the side of No Sympathy. Like, what can you do from here on forward? Because Delphox has a long-range distance when it comes to the CC, and it's homing as well. So Trevenant just has a much more easier time to follow through with a Wood Hammer. Right now, a 3-man rotation coming from No Sympathy. It's a target onto Lapras. There's just no escape. There's no teammates to help him out. But perfect timing coming in with Clefable. Lapras Express brings on one and gains a lot of sustain. Wood Hammer collects onto every single one. And now Mr. Mime is down along with Scyther.
This has been the early Rayquaza team fight, but unfortunately for Last and Fox, they aren't going to be able to commit as No Sympathy was able to disengage quite well, but there's 2 down for them.
Bicycle shards were
Massive,
baby, but No Sympathy. If they lock this in, it's still Last and Fox who has the advantage, but that will be massive amount of points for the side of No Sympathy.
There we have it. 215 to 264 is going to be the play of the game here. Now heading over to the Rayquaza. Glacial Six is going to pop up with a Fire Spin as well.
Hammer.
Showtime!
Fire Spin. Now Showtime coming from Mr. Mime. Scyther, but a Unite move into the back lines. Lapras is gone, and that will be the numbers advantage for the side of No Sympathy. But the answer
3
is
down!
3 people
4
are down. Last and Fox is now only dependent on to Delphox. And this could go into game 3. Mr. Mime with a barrier will be able to zone away Delphox into an axis onto Rayquaza.
No! It might be able to steal it!
Jump in!
Yes, they did! They did steal the Rayquaza! Brought to you by Smart! Beautiful play from that of Korra! And making sure that they still have the lead. They now just need to stop No Sympathy!
Last and Fox! The miracle play from Delphox, that was what they needed, and No Sympathy lost it, and now Last and Fox is on advantage from this point forward. Every single one will hope to go for the dunk, but will not have an opportunity to do so. Now Trevenant is moving forward.
What is happening?
22 points.
No Sympathy can still do this. They need to defend.
30 points. Who has the advantage?
There's still 20 more seconds.
Fox. 20 seconds left.
Manny baby
to turn things around.
Midnight Press is gonna get cancelled.
And now Mr. Mime jumps in with the eject button. Will hope to go through for the dunk once again. And the Phantom Forest will knock him off. And Trevenant zoning him away. And Last and Fox once again will win it here today in game 2.
Sheesh. Sheesh. Man.
That steal changed
that was everything.
It all.
That was everything.
That was pretty much a do or die for the side of Last and Fox, and single-handedly,
we were already
secured the game.
We were already going to game number 3, and then Korra, as you have mentioned, with a miracle play, right, was able to take down the Pokemon that you were 1-1 in. And then immediately, with the Fire Blast, steals away the Rayquaza. Bought in enough time. Not only have bought in enough time for the team to spawn back up to get ready for another team fight or defend, but they were able to steal away the Rayquaza as well, denying No Sympathy of their win. And now Last and Fox has lasted their way in on the quarterfinals.
Definitely did. I mean, it was a good mindset. It was a good mindset coming from No Sympathy, right? Pikal was the one who was using the barrier to really just zone away Korra into an axis onto the Rayquaza pit. It was humbled by God who followed through, but I think that was one of the minor mistakes that occurred. They did not go all in onto Rayquaza. Instead, to really just dish out damage and Korra just find the right opportunity to use up his move 1, and that was just a steal of a lifetime for the side of Last and Fox to secure the series.
Dude, I can only imagine what they're feeling right now, especially the help coming in from that Akura, now with 100k damage as well, and that seal of the lifetime. Fabulous.
Yeah, it was just
fabulous. Fanciful.
It was just outright out of this world. Last and Fox has won that series and is now proceeding into the upper bracket where currently Talon is waiting.
Right, so now we have our entire set of teams going in on our quarterfinals. So we have Elevate going against Night Fox. Wow, I just realized both of the Fox teams are still in the game.
Yeah.
So Elevate versus Night Fox, and then Talon PH versus Last and Fox, and whoever's gonna be, winning those matches will be heading into our semifinals.
They will be heading into the semifinals, but for now, we are going to take a short break. That's it for now. Last and Fox outright was able to win that. But before we proceed into the next series, we are just gonna take a short break.
And we are now at the final moments of the day. We are now on our last three sets, our quarterfinals and then the semifinals, starting off with Elevate versus Night Fox.
Yeah, that will be really exciting, right? Because Night Fox has showed a lot of improvements and basically became a beast here in the Philippines Open. And this time around, they're battling one of the teams that qualified for Worlds. And that is just something that they really have to conquer if they want to represent the Philippines in the international stage.
Right, that is true. And speaking of international stage, of course, we will have some international prize pools as well. Not peso, but dollars at 20K.
Yeah, it's massive amounts of at stakes. It's massive stakes on the line here for every single team here today. With first
we have
team
6K.
will get 6,000 USD. Second having 4,000. The follow up is 3 to 1.5 and 1K for 7th and 8th place.
You know, at this point on, right, like the prize pool, I think, and this is something I always say, right, like the prize pool is just like secondary. I mean, sure, it's big, right? It's big,
massive, it's massive.
big, but the main prize here is the prestige, right? The honor for you to represent your region going into the finals, which is, you know, again, next year in Bangkok, Thailand in February.
And
so
it's just amazing, right?
It is.
It's also the stake we're in. You will have the achievement of becoming the best in the Philippines as well.
right. And
a lot.
you know, we just have to go through our brackets again to find out, you know, the layout of whoever's going to be getting into that semifinals. So again, still the favorites here. Elevate Talon is, you know, has been predicted to are going to be matching up into that of the semifinals. But again, Night Fox, as you have mentioned, have evolved since day number 1, day number 2, and now to day number 3 has been showing us so much right now that they might be a problem for Elevate.
They definitely is, right? But Elevate's performance coming into their respective series a while ago up against Isen Salto was one of the definitions of power.
That is
here
true.
In Pokemon
Just that,
Unite
right?
Asia
Just power.
Champions League. Yeah, just power. And I feel like Night Fox will have a little bit more of a harder time to be able to take them down. Yes, it could go the distance, but that's just a very difficult task to do.
That is true. And again, it all starts with the draft. You know, in any games that we have, there's always two kinds of games that they're playing. First being the draft, and second being the execution. And the draft already says a lot, right, between both of these teams. And Night Fox is going to be the first one to take in the the first pick. And banning both of them actually is Asian.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Night Fox also removes Asian. It just speaks onto what priorities they have. They have something else in mind because they want to first pick something else and they don't want to leave the Asian open if ever it is not removed by the side of Elevate. And Hoopa will be taken out by Night Fox.
And that is going to be the priority pick here. Again, sustain, sure, nerfs, lesser movement speed reduction, longer cooldown by a second. Doesn't matter. Still useful.
It's just really strong. The capabilities of resetting into the base to go back into those team fights and also the Unite move, the Rings and Bound is such a very, very massive utility to have for a team. And that is what Night Fox wants. Mew, Trevenant to follow through for the side of Night Fox, but Umbreon and Buzzwole secured by Elevate.
Quite interesting here, you know, Buzzwole, again, really strong Pokemon here and could really dominate the top lane, the top path as well. But it's going to be answered back here by the Trevenant. Really huge. We've seen, you know, especially with the Wood Hammer, Horn Leech, Wood Hammer, really huge crowd control. Just drops all positions, all formations that you might have. Mew, backlane damage. But here is the answer by Elevate, though. Intillion, backlane damage, and sustain that comes in the form of the Clefable.
Yeah, and Lapras to follow up as well. This is a really strong frontliners, but they still need one more damage. Leafeon in the past has been one of the dependencies, but Talonflame instead will be locked in.
And now, here comes
Zoroark once
the
again.
Zoroark again. We've seen the prowess of Zoroark into the hands of Shua, and it's everything, you know. There's not much. There's nothing you can say about Elevate having the Zoroark that almost essentially means the end.
Yeah, it is. It's just one of the Pokemons that has one of the strongest mobilities and has that possibility of that combo burst damage, and that is what we have to look at, especially coming at level 5 and even level 7, wherein you unlock the upgraded of move 1 and move 2. But no, make no mistakes. Night Fox also has that prowess in their draft. They have Talonflame as well that could use up the fly to go in and off fights, and also the Ignite move that has just massive initial engage power.
Oh yeah, and at the same time, Flame Sweep coming in from that of the Talonflame essentially sweeps everyone in, crowd controls, pushes them back as well, which could, prove quite a problem into the side of Elevate here, especially when it comes to pushing in the score goals. But speaking of which though, this is it. Game number 1 of Elevate and Night Fox. Let's find out if Elevate would still be able to upgrade and elevate their matches, or would Night Fox send them good night.
Yeah, but one of the characteristics that we have to take note of from the playstyle of Elevate a while ago, that they're very methodical, that they're very disciplined. They know when to take fights and when they know when to avoid fights. That's something that we could expect later on for Elevate, especially considering that mid-game wherein everything will boil down into, and also that late game stage of the game.
That is true. And now we have the Cliff Fairy just, trying to get its stacks, but gonna be helped up here by the Buzzwole. Gonna be getting that first 9 points as well for both Miva and JR Absent here as well, but they're gonna get taken out. No, well, not quite yet here though, but Miva is gonna be left up top as well to get as much points as they can, and to finally back again stack up on points. A beautiful play here from JR Absent, just getting in their getting in their diversion, getting them as a diversion. There you go.
Yeah. This is one of the expectations already, given the fact that they have this draft for the side of Elevate. Buzzwole could be left up on top. The Fable could be the rotating Pokemon for the team. And then you have the Zoroark that has performed out of their minds in Series 1.
There we go, again!
Coming into the backside, Blank just lost a huge chunk of his HP, and now Lapras is stuck. Buzzwole secures the finishing blow, and Talonflame wants to answer back.
Oh, wow.
But now with a Moonlight, gets that extra sustainability, and once again, Shua, along with the rest of the crew, enables them to secure 30 points, 55 points in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
And that's what we're talking about, right? Like, super power is just so strong of a crowd control move, reposition, that it just allows Shua to, put down the damage.
Definitely is, and right now, especially considering that we're already at level 7 for the side of Shua, for the central area Pokemon for the side of Elevate, this will be such a massive Pokemon for the team to have that extra amount of damage. And right now, Elevate secures another knockdown. That will be Trevenant, who falls down. And now Shua wants another piece of that fight as Hoopa will be removed. But Talonflame answers back with a knockout of their own, but that will just be enough for Elevate to just win that team fight.
Again, yeah. And Drizzile, Lewis is going to be able to get those buffs as well away from that of the Talonflame. Again, huge burst damage coming in from the Talonflame with the fly from Blank, but still, there is a lot of problem into the side of Night Fox here. Elevate with 140 points, and Night Fox only having 1% of that 140.
Fly targets onto Clefable, Hyperspace Hole, a resets comes through for the Trevenant, comes back into this fight. Lapras, it's Night Fox who needs to buy time here, wherein Lapras can come back into those fights and have a security of defensive capabilities onto the top path. But for now, Elevate will start up the Regieleki for themselves for that extra pressure.
And they're going to be able to take it as well freely, mind you. And now going down bottom, they don't need their attackers. They don't need the Zoroark. They don't need the Buzzwole. All they need are their sustains and Lewis alone doing in the damage for the side of Elevate. But unfortunately, it's not enough for them to steal that one.
The one hammer coming from Trevenant was just perfect. That brought down the Umbreon. And now Elevate will have the number 6 advantage, and Night Fox will be able to go in for those dunks and get a couple of goals.
Here comes Follow Me as well, trying to get in as much of the attacks as possible. Dreamt, though, going to be able to put in 30. But is that going to be enough, though? Here comes, you know, the Umbreon again.
Unite move coming from Talonflame along with the Fly as well. Will secure the Clefable. And now Elevate. The rest of the crew comes down into the bottom
Mystical
pad.
Mirage.
The target onto Mew, but the Unite move was just phenomenal to just escape that adversity from Elevate.
Beautiful Mystical Mirage into the Solar Beam. Take here coming from Drent and steal away, you know, that NDD from Elevate.
The big problem that Night Fox was doing there, they tunnel vision back into the bottom pad. Yes, they got a couple of points, but Elevate, look at the top pad. No more tier 1 or tier 2 zones left.
And again, it's just mid-game. It's just like 5.5 minutes left here, and there's no more score goals up top.
And what did we mention a while ago? That Elevate knows when to initiate fights and know when to avoid fights. And that is exactly what happened. They need not to engage onto Regirock. Yes, that's an additional objective, but it is not mandatory. And Elevate did that macro so well coming in from the latter or earlier part of this game.
Man, it's just Elevate never ceases to amaze me with their game plan. And again, quite calculative play here from them as well. I'm just going to be repeating what you're saying.
It was just so good. It was so good coming from the side of Elevate. Very disciplined, very much patient, but the Fly coming from Talonflame once access the Flame Vision gets the information, but the Hyperspace Soul will be able to go in with the resets for Talonflame, and now Fly once again goes access into the back lines. Clefable was the target, but just so much sustain, and now it's Elevate who will be able to defend their zone despite having Hoopa with the rings unbound, already down very low. Could go in with a Superpower as well. Superpower coming in from Buzzwole, and now it's Hoopa who is isolated, and into Leon will secure the finishing blow, but Chua once more. And Lapras once again will be targeted out by Zoroark.
It's not gonna be enough for them, you know, for Dramp here to stop Elevate from destroying the first tier score goal down bottom. And now, as we are saying, they're gonna be able to, you know, take this Registeel for themselves as well. And the Regieleki is still getting pushed back here up top by that of the Lapras and the Trevenant.
Yeah, they don't have to force any more fights, right? They don't have to force on these risky plays.
Yeah.
And that is pretty much what you do for the side of Elevate, right? This is one of the characteristics that is so good that brought them to be the runner-ups in the former World Championship. And it's just, look at their stature, look at their placements, look at their performance. It's speaking.
It's magnificent, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. Elevate has the complete control of the game thus far, and now Night Fox needs to get in that little opportunity, needs to widen it up if they want to win against Elevate. And I guess that's why Blank here went in for the Talonflame as well to burst down the damage coming from the Elevate, given that their attackers have a very low HP.
The thing is, there's no opportunity, right?
That is true.
When we're looking at the current state of the map here, Elevate already secured tier 1, tier 2 on top side of the map, right? And the thing is, Buzzwole could just stay on the tier 1 zone, not have a care in the world what happens towards the end of the top map, because once again, they already have secured tier 1 and tier 2. So what they have to just focus on is the bottom path and even these objectives available into the map.
And here you have it. Regieleki is going to be popped up here. Elevate going to be able to secure it, giving them a lot of time here for the Rayquaza. But the question is, would Night Fox just let Regieleki go to the last year's score goal, or would they stop it? Because if they do stop it, this is what's going to happen. They now have, they don't have the advantage, they don't have the positioning into the Rayquaza, which allows Elevate to put up their walls.
Yeah, and once again, Elevate securing that Regieleki as well. Extra pressure on top side of the map gives an extra positional advantage for the side of Elevate on top of their map control.
Here we have it. The Ray fight here of Night Fox and Elevate. Let's find out how they're going to be able to answer back here.
Hyperspace Hole resets for Trevenant, comes it back into this position for the Rayquaza pit. The fact is, Elevate has two Pokemons position themselves on top side of the map here, while Inteleon, Umbreon, and Clefable position themselves towards the Rayquaza. So very good 3-2 split that they're doing.
Yeah, Shua here got hit by the slower beam as well, putting in a lot of damage. But here comes the initiation coming in from that of Night Fox.
Fly coming in from Talonflame was massive. Brought down the HP bars of Inteleon, and that will be the option for Lapras to come back in into the backside. Stinger to go in for the retreat as our Spy Vision gets information, but Chua just got pushed back by Talonflame, and now Elevate loses Buzzwole along with Inteleon, so a massive chunk of their team composition that was removed. And now Talonflame comes in to the right moment that MBX, who was trying to escape onto the grasp of Elevate. Now Umbreon, a really tanky Pokemon, will be brought down by Night Fox.
Yeah, you know, MXI here really trying to do their best to survive, but unfortunately though, yes, they are surviving, but they can't put in the damage. Shua now though, still getting sustained here by the Clefable.
Right now, Rayquaza being started once again. Chua is down low already. That will be Moonlight sustaining himself back up here. Rayquaza still being targeted by the rest of the crew by Night Fox, but receiving a tons of damage. But once again, they have Hyperspace Hole to go in for the reset.
Oh, Night Fox got it!
Securing the Rayquaza.
Are they going to be able to score in enough though? Elevate, they need this. Sierra Absent coming in, but here comes the stop coming in from Blank.
Denies them off the dunk. Night Fox will be able to dunk into the bottom path. That will be an extra 100 points, but is that enough? Elevate will be able to really just lose it because 80 points going into the side for Night Fox. So a very close matchup.
I don't know who won.
We don't know.
I don't know who won.
It's 180 points that they were able to dunk just because of their Rayquaza.
No, yeah, that's true. And again, they were able to take it at the very, last second as well, ensuring that they just need to run away. But again, is it enough though?
No!
It is enough!
No, it's not enough for Elevate, and it will be the win for Night Fox.
Night Fox! Surprising us again! My goodness, they were able to win in, Secret Rare, and this is one of the things, right, that was told to us by the community as well, that Night Fox has been that team that has been showing us promising works, and it just showed here. Night Fox winning against Elevate the first match. This is such a huge morale boost for the team.
Yeah. Both of us were pretty much star-studded. Well, what happened there? Like, 100 points coming in for Dreamt into the bottom path on tier 2. And then right after, you also had 4-inch who got 80 points onto the top path as well. So was that enough? And the answer was yes, it was Night Fox who was able to secure the point advantage. And thus far, Elevate is on the back foot. And you know what was the coin flip? It was Talonflame.
It was Talonflame.
That fly that burst damage into the back lines was just the perfect and right amount of damage to push back Elevate on their advantage on the Rayquaza pit.
That was clutch. They didn't even need, right? A Blank didn't even need the damage. All they need to do is just, go up, fly down, get the AoE burst damage down, and they just need to hit them one time. But since it's an AoE attack, right? The fly, it hit everyone who was trying to score in and just stopped them from scoring in, and essentially denying Elevate taking that to take that game.
Yeah, it wasn't not just about denying that points as well for the side of Elevate into the bottom path. Yes, that was very crucial for them to be able to really just secure that win, but coming into the Rayquaza fight, it was also Talonflame who did miracle plays.
Damages.
Massive damages onto Shua more specifically as well, because that was one of the dependencies for the side of Elevate to burst down the squishies for the side of Night Fox.
At least, Night Fox was watching and studying and has been studying Elevate as well, not, throughout the tournament and maybe even the broadcast earlier in game number 1 of the day, making sure that they did their homework, knowing their targets, and into this case, right, like Shua being one of the the Pokemon, the player that is the team that's heavily relying on, and without Shua, right, like the damage is gone. Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, there's still more, right, but like most of the damage coming in from Shua, and removing Shua out of the equation means that it opens up a lot of opportunity. This is what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, sure, Elevate was closing in the opportunities, the gaps that they have, but that one moment taking out Shua, that was the opportunity that Night Fox has been waiting for, and taking it out is just the follow-up was just beautiful.
It was indeed. It was glamorous to watch. It was stunning coming in from Night Fox. The big question is, once again, could Night Fox bring this to a 2-0 win in the series? Or
That is true.
once again, especially considering how Elevate has been performing thus far throughout the day. And yes, they lost in game number 1, but they had a massive lead down to the last minute into the game wherein they lost. So
You're right.
that's something we still have to take note of.
Again, it was still pretty close. It would have been anyone's game, really. And as you have mentioned, Elevate had control of the of the match up until that of the Rayquaza fight. So Elevate, we cannot dismiss again. This is the power that we're seeing right now. The power of the team that got the first runner-up in the World Championships. So really, Elevate would adjust their game style here against Night Fox. But if Night Fox wins again, it's a huge statement.
Yeah, it's pretty much as well, looking at it, more of a double-edged sword on their discipline and also their patience, right? Because they do not want to force fights. They do not want to take a little bit those high-risk team fights. And that is a bit of a double-edged sword because, yes, they could secure these massive leads, but they cannot secure more, right? We're talking about massive, massive amounts wherein we've seen 300, 400 points up against like 80 points onto the opposition. That's not going to happen. It is Elevate who really just keeps it still, who keeps it calm, looks for those plays that they want to pounce on, and that just nets them like a couple of hundred points, 260. And I think that is something that we also have to really just dive deep into when it comes to these games coming from Elevate. But overall, this has netted them so much benefits thus far throughout their series a while ago and even in game number 1, but just lost that objective to change the whole game.
This is this is quite a huge morale boost here now for Night Fox. Just knowing the fact, it's already a statement, right? Like just getting in one game off of Elevate is already huge. And I think they are just going to continue this momentum going into game number 2. Now the edge is on the side of Elevate. How are they going to adjust against that of Night Fox when Night Fox could just steal away that momentum, that shift away from that of Elevate at the very last moment.
Especially considering now that Elevate is on a switch inside selection. They're now on the first pick. So they have a better priority onto picking up these massive, massive Pokemons for this team. The question is, what will be the bans? Because that will dictate how these drafts will come through.
That is true. So let's find out which Pokemon are they going to ban out first. I think this is going to be a respect ban. I don't think Opposition.
I feel like it's still Hoopazation because the thing is, yes, Night Fox had a huge dependency onto that top
Yeah,
lane, but
yeah.
Hoopa was also giving so much work for the team.
Right, and I don't think we're gonna be seeing. Oh, there we go. It is
Trevenant.
the Trevenant ban here. Just a huge respect ban here coming in from that of Elevate, but still, just not wanting it to be taken by Night Fox, is a huge thing. And again, Night Fox. Zacian is going to get banned here for their side and still going to prioritize the Hoopa as it is still open. Elevate, though, going to be prioritizing the Umbreon.
Yeah, it's already the expectation, right? Because you leave the Hoopa open, Night Fox still going to pick that up once again. It had brought them so much power when it comes to these back and forths, especially on the latter stage of the game, wherein they were able to reset time and time again, especially towards the Trevenant on Talonflame that pretty much bought them huge HP advantage. And now Elevate follows through though with Clefable and Buzzwole, traditional to what they have done over the past game and the past series.
Yeah, that is true. And again, it's been working out pretty well for them. Anyway, they don't really need to change as much. It's just that they really need to, put some markings into some of the very mobile Pokemon into the side of Night Fox, to, I guess, prevent Blank from doing blank things.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we saw. Yeah, it was blank. With the Talonflame.
Yeah, 100%.
It's the IGN, dude. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know. I get the point. I get the joke. But going to the side for Elevate, they need damage and they secured it. They have Inteleon, they have Glaceon for their 4th and 5th pick. Now the question is, Night Fox, they still need one more frontliners, and Blastoise and Lapras could be that option.
That is true. And at the same time, oh wow,
they're doing it again.
They are doing it again. But the Slowbro though, this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing the Slowbro today in the playoffs. So this is going to be quite a surprise for us to see. But the Greninja though, leaving them very squishy. We have the Leafeon, which is a bit of like a mid-range damage, Solar Blade, but is it going to be enough? That is the question.
That's the thing, right? I like your thought process because that is what I was about to say as well. Because the thing is, Night Fox, they have a chink in their armor, and that thing is Slowbro. Yes, the Slowbro is really good. Don't get me wrong. You have the slow beam, you have the telekinesis or the amnesia, depending on what you want to go. Expectedly, amnesia.
Surf for the crowd control as well.
Expectedly, it will be amnesia because they want that front line, but. Coming into this draft, they don't have that massive suppression. They don't have that massive crowd control for those 5v5 team fights. And that will be the problem that they will have later on.
See, this is the thing, like, I would have to say, like, Night Fox actually has more of, like, a AoE crowd control, especially with that of the Slowbro. We have, what do you call this? We have Surf or Scald even slowing down opponents and, you know, debuffing them into their attacks. But into the side of Elevate, that's when they don't have a lot of, like, AoE crowd controls because most of their crowd controls are single targeted. But here's the thing, though. See, they still have the early game prowess, especially with the double EVs here, as we have mentioned from earlier. So it all boils down to how much they're going to be able to stop down this Greninja, the Mew, and the Leafeon.
Yeah, it makes total sense, right? It makes total sense on what you have stated there, but yeah, it's just right now, what are the expectations that we have to really think about on Night Fox? What can they do up against Elevate? Especially how Elevate right now is on the losing end. One more game, Night Fox could just secure the whole series for themselves.
And this is what we're talking about earlier. You know, this, I believe, is the Elevate that we saw on the first series of the day where they are just pressuring up the other side of the team. And just like that, you know, Buzzwole and the Clefairy was able to put in their stacks, their first stacks of the game.
He is, but right now level 4 already coming through for the likes of Glaceon. We're waiting for their Umbreon to be able to reach that point.
There we go.
Sorry, they will be able to reach it, and Night Fox at this stage can now go in for those visits because they're now at level 5 for Greninja. They're now at that point wherein they could really just go in with those damage and play for a better position, a better advantage coming into the early game.
Right. Still, you know, Blank going in for the Frogadier into the double team again. With the bubble, still not at level 7, so still doesn't have access to that of what do you call it, like Water Shuriken. But we'll see it, you know, in just quite a bit, and let's find out how much it's going to help down into the side of Elevate. There goes the Smackdown. Sorry, no, Superpower rather, to get in that isolation to take down the Leafeon.
Glaceon will be able to go in for those dunks as well. 50 points already secured by Elevate, make it 60. Night Fox once again. This is the power of Elevate. Already one of the expectations that we've had. This is what they did in the prior series. This is what they did in game number 1. They had massive leads in a couple of minutes starting off onto those fights. It's this rotations that they do that's really annoying to deal with, and thus far securing a 38-point advantage up against Night Fox.
But here's the thing though. This is what happened in game number 1 as well. So we're still at that possibility,
We're not, right? We're speaking too soon, definitely.
Too soon, definitely. Still the early game, but
still Rayquaza.
That is true. We still have the first set of objectives.
Yeah, 100%. But this is one of the characteristics that we have to look at for Elevate, definitely. Right? Securing these early advantages, they want those points in as soon as possible.
And you know, as we can see here as well, most of the points there, most of the birds actually went into the side of Night Fox, which allows you to get in as much XP. But beautiful eject button out, not to get affected here by Elevate.
And now Hyperspace Hole will be able to go in for the resets for Slowbro. Now comes back
Telekinesis though.
Reggie Ice will be started off by Night Fox, and now Glaceon
Follow
goes through so much damage, and then Inteleon will bring him down. And Night Fox will lose one of their frontliners. There's just no more time to be able to go away, but Night Fox will steal the Reggie Ice.
Wow, I just realized as well that there is a bit of the crowd control AoE into the side of Elevate that goes into the form of the Clefable, you know, with Follow Me, ensuring that every attack goes towards that of the Clefable. But still, Night Fox was able to seal away the Reggie Eyes from Elevate, and I think we're seeing a bit of what happened from the earlier match as well, where, you know, Night Fox is just getting in all these objectives away from Elevate.
Down very low, Emerald 2-step already used, but there's just so much more of an HP advantage for Glaceon, and one Ice Skill Short just brought him down, and Elevate had a couple of advantage to secure the central birds here available for themselves.
Miva, now at level 9, has access to its Unite move, Ultra Swole Swarm. But the question is, where will they target it? I think most logical one would be the target into that of the Greninja so that they can easily take it out immediately and then goes in for the Smackdown. And of course, we have a Superpower just to, you know, well, isolate someone else into the side of Night Fox. So that's still a huge prowess into the side of Elevate against Night Fox.
Yeah, and Elevate, looking towards their bottom path, a good utilization of the Hyperspace Hole, considering you already have sight on the Tempest from Elevate. Is there Spy Vision as well to really just get information from any single one from Night Fox that comes through. Thus far, Night Fox will just be successful in pushing them back. No point secured by Elevate into the bottom path.
And now, I like the fact that, you know, the game right now, game number 2, Elevate Night Fox, is a bit of a slow-paced game in comparison to like game number 1, where Elevate is really just pressuring up Night Fox and making it a very fast-paced game, you know, forcing into issues. But this time around, both of them are playing, in your own words, methodically.
Yeah, definitely, right? The patience game from both these sides are very much prevalent coming into this game number 2, but Umbreon, as soon as
rings him down,
already used up. Snowball just got deleted by Inteleon's massive burst damage, and Greninja is down low with 1 HP as well. And now Umbreon comes into the backside as well, incapacitated.
Oh wow, beautiful eject button!
Greninja has to use the eject button to return back to safety here. Now with the rings unbound, already out. Mew has eyes on the Registeel, but Elevate will secure the Registeel for themselves. Buzzwole into the backside has access onto Mew, but a good back away has to trade Greninja, dealing massive free hits, but Inteleon knocks down 2 members from Night Fox.
Spy Vision is going to be popped up again, but here comes the Superpower and the Smackdown to take down the Greninja.
And now, Buzzwole, once again, has access into the back lanes. It will be Hoopa, who is down low, and Elevate will just pressure themselves and going in for those dunks instead. That will be a couple of points for themselves.
Get the Skull as well, Telekinesis to push them up.
Has access onto Mew. That was just a perfect time for Umbreon to go into that, and now Slowbro became an additional knockout by Elevate.
Wow. I am left speechless, but I do have to comment as well. Night Fox adjustments here. Sure, they are now getting, you know, pounded down into down at the bottom path, but they made sure that they are now immediately going up top, you know, immediately moving on to the next objective, and now has secured that Regieleki.
Now Night Fox will be able to secure the Regieleki for themselves, as you have already stated here. And this will be a massive advantage for themselves, but we still have to not discount the advantage that Elevate was able to secure in 7 minutes into the matchup here. It is 115-point advantage for the side of Elevate in game number 2. And once again, Night Fox always turn things around at the final moment onto the Rayquaza fight. They did it in game number 1, and expectedly, they could do it once again.
Right, no, of course. As we are now, you know, proceeding into that of the Rayquaza fight as well, they might be under disadvantage, but we still have to remember what happened on game number 1. Now, Elevate needs to change their game plan into this point of the match. So now Elevate going to be trying to get their positions up into that of the bottom path for that Reggie buff down bottom.
Yeah, I like this. Elevate is starting up the Reggie for themselves. They want this, but Clefable now uses up the Follow Me. Will be able to get a lot of sustainability, and Night Fox is pushed back, but Reggie Ice will be secured by Elevate. A massive buff into the following objective, Rayquaza.
And here we have it. Just the waiting game here for the initiation for the Rayquaza. Here it is.
Here definitely is Elevate now positioning themselves onto the left brush, onto the Rayquaza pit, starting it up a bit. Night Fox has information though. They have Hoopa, they have Mew. Remember, we still have Rings Unbound, so they could make up displays that we have seen in the prior series on having one of their members goes for the
Slow Beam!
But the Slow Beam connects, and that will be Clefable. That's gone. That's massive.
That's a skull. One more Shuriken.
Now Elevate goes through there. And now it's Mew who goes in with a Unite move into the back lines.
Emerald 2 steps.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's Greninja who was gone. Leafeon will be traded out by Elevate, and Buzzwole will follow through. Slowbro goes down. And brings them down coming from Hoopa. Still deals a massive amount of damage, but Umbreon has sights onto Mew as well. Solar Beam will not be enough. Hyperspace Hole will go in for the reset.
Is that going to be
what
enough
can
for them?
you do with 3 members knocked out? Elevate will secure the Rayquaza for themselves.
Oh my goodness. Elevate. Change up their game from game number 1 into that Rayquaza. Ensure that they're no longer going to, play it safely. They want to be aggressive. And just like that, after taking out Night Fox, immediately took out the Rayquaza, removing any more possibilities of Night Fox stealing the game away from them.
And this is what we mentioned, right? It was a double-edged sword when you want to play it patiently. And yes, playing aggressively, it's still a double-edged sword.
Right.
Whatever you look at it, there's pros and cons when it comes to these aspects. But when we're looking at Elevate, it's constantly the advantage coming into the game. They just have to balloon it to a much further lead, and that they did in game 2.
That is true. Although we have to commend as well, Night Fox here having a beautiful initiation, taking out, having it with a slow beam, taking out the Clefable immediately. But unfortunately, the follow-up wasn't there, and Elevate was able to capitalize on this, right, and took out Night Fox.
Yeah, and also tipping my hat onto Inteleon. He was consistently playing in a safe distance, just putting out those snipe shots and massive burst damage every single time, especially coming into the latter stage of that fight on Rayquaza.
Oh yeah, and again, Elevate putting in themselves on the board. Again, 1-on-1 points right now. And look at JR Absent here with the recovery of 87k, 87.5, making sure that everyone is sustained. Lewis, though, the one that you took note of, has 83k in terms of damage.
Yeah, it was just so good coming from Lewis. Like every single time, those team fights, it was Night Fox who cannot access Inteleon. And if they can't access Inteleon, there's always that risk. If we go all in, Inteleon's just gonna shoot his shot. Those snipe shots are going to be deadly.
See, that's the thing, right? Like, that's the objective that they needed to do, but unfortunately with Greninja, it's not quite enough. Surely you might be able to take down that Inteleon, but since you are very squishy, there's the other problem here is that they still have their teammates. If it were a 1v1, sure, maybe, right? But again, it is a team game, and there's still a lot of problems, for a lot of walls for you to climb through before you can get in on the Inteleon.
Yeah, it definitely was a big question that we had coming into game number 2 here, but Elevate showed up big time from that series. Really definitely changed the game up and changed its series in advantage for themselves. I'm just doing like a theory making coming into that game 2 when it comes to their draft. I mean, overall, you've mentioned this already. They have the Scout, they had the telekinesis for that extra amount of crowd control, but the question is, what if they had Blastoise instead?
That is true. One of the things here, though, right? They went in for the Blastoise. They went in for this Slowbro, right? And I understand their decision to go in for Scald and Telekinesis instead, just because of the fact that Telekinesis, again, it hooks out opponents, knocks up, and then hook when pressed again. And then of course we have Scald as well, which by the way, again, debuffs your opponents, making sure that the damage output coming in from the Elevate would be lowered down.
Makes sense.
But the problem here, though, with their composition is that was the only crowd control
that they had
option that they would have had, but it's still not enough for them to, stop down the debuffs. Stop down with the debuffs into the side of Elevate.
Yeah, because the thing is, right, just imagine, Slowbro being deleted from those team fights.
Everything's gone, right?
Everything's gone. Greninja will be easily accessed by Inteleon with those snipe shots. It will be pretty much every single one of them. Mew as well going into their side. It's just a lot of difficulties for them. And I think the reason from what I've been seeing so far throughout the day, that Greninja can be showed up if they have the Hoopa, because of the resets. You have that capabilities onto going in and out of fights, because that is what you need typically when it comes to these glass cannon compositions.
That's true.
But it is just a very much a coin flip compositions that is very hard to execute.
And they would only be able to highlight the Greninja as well if they are on the lead. Unfortunately, though, using the Greninja against that of Elevate, a team that is very whatever comes next here. That's everything.
Very knowledgeable.
Yeah, I mean, every description, right, fits the bill, right, into that of Elevate. And it's one of the Pokemon where only works when you're in the lead, but since it's against Elevate, it's going to be a huge wall to climb. And that's what happened. Elevate was able to capitalize on that. Yeah, sure, you might have the damage from the mid range, but we have a lot of options to go in on you, take down the Greninja, and by then, essentially wipe out the entire team as well. As you have mentioned, taking out the Slowbro alone removes the wall from that of Nightfox.
Yeah, and that is the reason why we typically have this sort
Double
of traditional
defender, right?
standard of the double defender, because you want that safety net, and also it gives you a lot of opportunity and a lot of space to leave one defender on the top path. Traditionally, it will be Lapras. It is the Blastoise as well
Blastoise,
that we typically see onto the top side of the map. We're in 4 other members looks into the center area, go in for the invite, go for these objectives, and that is what we have seen a huge success of. But these glass cannon compositions, once again, it could work because we've seen it work a while ago.
Yeah,
we've seen Greninja, we've seen Mew come to the life and come into fruition, but it's a very much coin flip composition to have.
Oh yeah, and again, cannot reiterate enough, against Elevate, it's something that you don't want to, you don't want to, I wouldn't say play. I don't think Nightfox was playing around. I would have to say you cannot have a very risky kind of composition against that of Elevate, because every opportunity that comes along Elevate, they just, go through, make sure that small opportunity is going to get widened up, go through it, and capitalize on that. And now I think a Nightfox, if they want to go against Elevate, they have to play in a bit more of a safer kind of composition. Maybe game 1 composition for Nightfox was a bit of a quite a risky kind of composition, but it worked, right? It actually surprised Elevate, I'd have to say. But the thing is, again, that game number 1's very close as well. That it would have been able to Elevate was. It was very close for Elevate to actually have been taken that game as well. So the changes here would be very detrimental for the side of a Nightfox, starting off with a Trevenant.
Yeah, and I love this coming from Nightfox. Trevenant has been one of that success Pokemon for this team. And Trevenant having that lock-in gives them a lot of crowd control already right at the get-go. They have that Wood Hammer for that AoE. They have the Phantom Forest as well. They also have the move 2 that gives you extra sustainability. So now they could put out their options of Mew, of Blissey, to now explore sustainability and damage.
That is true, and there you go as well, right? The Mew, we have the Blissey in terms of the sustain, and of course crowd control with the Egg Bombs as well. Elevate though gonna be answering up with their own Clefable, and of course backlane damage Centillion, and Buzzwole still up into the side of Elevate.
Yeah, and Nightfox could now look into the perspective that they need one more frontliner. They could go for a Leafeon, and if they want to even out the playing field when it comes to that aggression into the early game. Blastoise, Lapras is still open for them. This is what Nightfox has utilized way back in game number 1 into the prior series. But Mew!
Sorry, Mr. Mime! Wow.
Mr. Mime! We said that perfectly in sync, and we corrected ourselves perfectly in sync. That was just amazing to watch. But once again, utilization of Greninja available. But I think this works out better for them, because the thing is, Mr. Mime, that barrier is something that will be very, very annoying, that could zone away Elevate, and that is something that Nightfox lacked.
Yeah,
they have another extra layer of wall now, not just their frontliner with Trevenant.
Right, and I mean, Nightfox now, this is the kind of composition where they can make Greninja work, as you have mentioned. We have the walls, we have the barrier, we have the crowd control coming in from the Blissey, and the sustain as well. And we can also go in with the Bliss assistance towards that Greninja, ensuring that it survives longer. And of course, we have the lane, the lining up with the Wood Hammer, right? Wood Hammer. Why am I doing Wood Hammer?
You're actually doing the action,
and which would allow the Mew and that of the Greninja to freely do some damage. Now, the question here, though, is that would they be able to do that? See, here's the thing, even if there's the Umbreon, right? There's the Umbreon mean look, but the thing here is Wood Hammer has a huge range of its Wood Hammer. At the same time, Egg Bomb is something that you throw. And at the same time, there is also Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime pushing out the barriers at the very mid to long range as well, allowing them to put up their crowd controls even when mean looked.
Yeah, and on top of that, we still also have to consider that Nightfox's damage dealers, their carries per se, in today's game are also quote-unquote sustaining or self-sustainable when it comes to the mobility that they have, right? Because Mew has light screen to push back opposing opponents into possible suppression from Elevate, and you also have Greninja that has the double team and has huge amounts of mobility as well into those fights.
And we have to remember as well, Water Shuriken into the side of Greninja actually heals a bit of a bit of the HP of Greninja here if it hits.
Definitely is. So now it makes a lot more sense to have Night Fox's composition. And another thing is, we now have the availability of those massive AoE Unite moves and suppression built into Trevenant, which, yes, Slowbro has been skulled, but not in comparison to Trevenant.
That is true. I mean, yeah, sure, you might be able to debuff, again, Elevate, but again, what you need here is the crowd control. Just debuffing them is not enough because the prowess that Elevate had, especially that they are leading in terms of XP and levels, is just going to, well, remove just a little bit of the damage coming in from them.
Yeah, and now for the side of Elevate, they could just do the same thing that they've done in game number 2 and even in game number 1, right? Very, very traditional, very linear strategy that they have done in game number 1 and game number 2. Play a bit more patiently, play a little bit more disciplined. Look at those fights wherein they could pounce and they have more chances of winning rather than losing.
And look at this. Like Night Fox and Elevate now playing even more careful, even more safer than the last 2 games.
Yeah, because the thing is, Elevate, when it comes to these composition, yes, they have advantage when it comes to the game.
Night Fox was able to get all of it.
Yeah, given the fact that they have EVs, right? So very, very strong when it comes to that early game. But the thing is, we have to wait for it.
Oh, there we go!
On Greninja!
2KO!
Brings down 2 members from Elevate right out of the gate coming into this game.
That's what we're talking about. The prowess of the Trevenant helping out and enabling this Greninja going to be able to put in some scores. Once again, 30 points now into the score goal.
Glaceon comes in though, so that will be a trade back coming for the side of Elevate, and now they are on a chase. A good knock up. Greninja is now stuck, but thing is, Blissey is there with a little bit more assistance and heal. Greninja's coming back up in full HP.
Wow, here we have it. Now this is the composition that Night Fox wanted on game number 2. Okay, never mind. We're back in the game.
No, we just went to the skies for a bit, but we're back. But that's the thing, right? We have explained it during the draft already why Night Fox could make Greninja much better work into game number 3. They have barriers, they have light screen, they have these damage dealers and carries that have so much mobility built into their composition.
And there we go!
Moveset!
Stealing that Registeel again.
That's just very, very strong. And now they could make a lot of better moves.
That is true. And at the same time, Hitori with the Mr. Mime alone up top is stopping the Buzzwole. 1v1ing the Buzzwole, especially with the Helmet Barrier into the confusion, just essentially stunning them away. And look at that. Here comes Superpower and the Smackdown as well. Are they going to be able to take down Hitori? Not quite yet. Pushing them away with the confusion and restoring their HP with Citrus Berry and the Soft Boil.
The barrier was pretty much a game changer. There, the Night move coming in from Greninja. Just erased and melted the HP of Clefable, and now another chance for them to go in for a lot more points. An energy dunk onto the tier 1 goal of Elevate.
Wow, beautiful coaching coming in from Dremp into that of the Greninja to ensure that they survive, and at the same time, even if there's like some pokings, they would still be able to sustain. And there you have it, Mew, Dremp, going to be able to take down Reggie like Showtime's going to be popped up as well.
Into the backside. And that will be Umbreon going into the backlines of Night Fox as well, but that will not be enough. Into Leon, that snipe shot deletes Mr. Mime.
And here we have it. Follow Me is going to be popped here by Jared Abson. Bliss assistance into that of Greninja. Going to be able to allow it to survive. Going to be able to take on 3 in the process. Get the Regieleki up as well. And destroy the first skull goal as Amoeba is trying their best to take down this Mew. Was able to successfully do it so, but it's not stopping anytime soon.
There's just so much damage, and now Greninja once again wants to go in!
There you go!
Mr. Mime! Barrier perfect placement, and Night Fox wins that fight.
Wow. The statement that Night Fox is doing here is huge.
And look at the utilization of the barriers, right? Thus far, Mr. Mime's barrier was consistently on point, on spot. And that is what Night Fox needs, especially considering that they are on a glass cannon composition.
Wow, and again, just Mr. Mime doing so much work right now is quite a beautiful victory. There goes the Phantom Forest as well.
Goes in with the AoE, crowd
Water Burst
control, and Water Burst Shuriken will connect onto one. And Glacian just got the lead, and Clefable wants to chase down Greninja, but too much mobility. And now Trevenant into the back lines was able to zone away Umbreon and Inteleon. And once again, that is the power that Night Fox has innately built into their composition. We've mentioned this already a while ago, and now it's being emphasized in the game.
Now see, if there was no team names or player names, right? One would think that Elevate is on the one on the left side. But we are seeing quite the opposite of what happened in game number 2. Night Fox has the control right now of the game. Elevate currently still at 29 points.
They are in complete control, and Elevate is now on the timer here because Night Fox, once again, you have mentioned this a while ago that if Night Fox consistently gets a lot of these opportunities and Greninja scales really well and get a lot of experiences, this will be detrimental for the side of Elevate. And now Trevenant goes in with a hammer, zones away the tier 1 zone into the bottom path, and Elevate has to force the retreat.
Here we have a beautiful disengage coming from Elevate, knowing that they cannot force that issue because they are going to be on the losing end and just ensuring that they survive, especially in this very crucial time where it's only a minute left before the Rayquaza comes up.
Yeah, now Hituri, this is on top path here, wants to aid the Regieleki, but at this point in time, it doesn't really matter. The Elevate will be able to bring down the Regieleki onto the top path, but what we have to look out for is the Regi into the bottom path. If Night Fox secures this, will be an additional buff for them to go into Rayquaza later on.
Here we have it though. JR Absent trying to get in some split push, but unfortunately, we have Vittori here just, marking down the first score goal, but here comes the isolation. Beautiful soft-boiled from that of MXI.
That will be really good. Elevate now looking for the opportunity to lock onto the tier 1 zone into the top path. Barrier once again. A perfect placement coming from Mr. Mime. Just buys time for them and locks them in.
Beautiful stop and block on the scores.
And that will just be time bought by Night Fox, as Night Fox will secure the Registeel for themselves.
Wow, look at the timing. The time bought here by the Blissey and, of course, Mr. Mime Hittori, just to prevent them from scoring in. And look at this. Elevate still hasn't destroyed a single score goal.
Now Rayquaza is back up. Night Fox could just play it safe. Remember, they still have the light screen coming from you. They have the barriers coming in from Mr. Mime, and Trevenant is still available coming from Night Fox.
Elevate has
a lot of pushback coming in to this matchup. They just have to utilize that. Mew is down low.
Oh, wow. Again, Elevate has a lead in terms of XP. They need to play it safe. But there we go. The Trevenant's down. That is a signal for Elevate to go into the team fight.
Into the arm with a good snipe shot. Now gives them a numbers advantage coming from this fight. Puzzle isolates one. And that will be Mr. Mime. Showtime into the backside. There's Eye Vision as well. Gets a lot of information up against Elevation. But Mew and Greninja is the only one left. Coming into the side of Night Fox. And Elevate is a massive advantage.
That's a team
fight. Rayquaza is now open for Elevate to go in. And Trevenant slowly healing themselves
still here.
Could possibly take it down. Has the Unite move still. Phantom Forest has to be wary of that. Elevate is now pushing them. But Buzzwole.
Beautiful crowd control. My goodness. Elevate calculated that move and just, man. Miva at the right timing of the Smackdown and Superpower, just stopping them from scoring in. But here's the thing though, there's still 40 more seconds they need to get in. 3 more points.
Blissey,
3 more points.
Blissey's on the run, going into the bottom pad. Hopes to go in for a little bit more of those dunk as well. But into the with a good reset, knocks him back out. No more opportunities for them to do that. Elevate already with a 3-point disadvantage. They still have to go to.
Oh my goodness! Oh, there's still a Rayquaza up. They're not going to be able to stop this. 20 more seconds. It's going to be up left here. 347. Elevate is now on the lead.
Massive point lead here for the side of Elevate. And Night Fox is now on a better end. And they just have to look for more opportunities. But no opportunities are given.
Oh,
and Elevate will win it through and through with a massive comeback in Game 3.
Oh, no. Elevate surprised us so much. Nighthawks was in control of the game, early game to mid game, but Elevate was able to readjust immediately by that of the Ray fight, taking down the Trevenant and making sure, right? The moment that Trevenant was taken out 4-inch, that was again the signal for them to go in. They don't have the crowd control, they don't have the defender. Sure, they still have the Blissey, but what it's going to do? Throw me some eggs? Sure, show me the eggs. I still have my entire complete team and have my sustain that comes in the form of the Clefable.
Yeah, it was a good mind process that Night Fox was doing. Ultra, they got the advantage. You just have to bot time. But the thing is, the big problem about what they have done, they forced out the fight. It was Mr. Mime who went in with a showtime into the backlines of Elevate. And Elevate pretty much isolated every single one of Night Fox. And their composition is heavily dependent on 4-inch to be their frontliners, with the rest of the crew just staying at the back line, just waiting for the right opportunity to go in for the support onto 4-inch into the front end of those team fights. But that did not happen. It was Night Fox who overextended, who went overboard, and Rayquaza was pretty much free to be taken down by Elevate.
Yeah, so here's the thing though. The first one to reach our semi-final matches would have to be Elevate, and we still have to wait for the next match. For either it's going to be Talon PH or Last on Fox that's going to be headed into our semifinals. But again, we cannot dismiss the power of Night Fox. It was a beautiful game, and I think they have what it takes to still go back into the grand finals.
Yeah.
But speaking of that though, going back is what we're going to be doing in just a bit, as we're going to be headed into a short break. And we are now back for our penultimate match of the day one of the playoffs. It's going to be Talon PH and Last One Fox, and whoever's going to be winning that game, this game, is going to be fighting off against Elevate in the semifinals.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the thing is, Last One Fox coming into the prior series have brought up a very untraditional
That's true.
team composition that they've done. And now the thing is, how can Talon think of a way to disrupt that type of composition and having Delphox Trevenant duo?
And again, it's quite interesting to see as well, going through the draft in just a bit, how much Elevate was able to keep their composure, but Talon PH, going against Secret Rare Diamond had a bit of a problem, a little bit of a difficulty going around them, winning. Sure, they were able to win here, but Last One Fox isn't a team that you should dismiss as well. So I'm pretty sure that Last One Fox is going to give a hard time against that of Talon PH, and might be the team that drops them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, it definitely is, because right now Elevate is already waiting on to the semifinals. Talon PH versus Last One Fox is currently here in the quarterfinals as well. That is the series that we are expecting in just a bit. And once again, we've emphasized this a while ago, and we've seen it come into life. Delphox Trevenant.
Delphox Trevenant definitely is something that they need to be wary of, especially coming in from that of Last One Fox. And if there's anything that Talon PH should ban, it has to be a respect ban towards either two of those Pokemon. But if they do ban either of those, they're going to be opening up a lot more dangerous Pokemon.
Yeah, well, Zacian to be expected as always when it comes to the orange side selection here, because if it's left open, now some Fox can pick it up, and Zacian is probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest, competitive Pokemon right now in PUACL. But thus far for the side of Last One Fox, now they can ban away the Hoopa, because as we mentioned, as we've seen from the series of Talon,
you cannot give the Hoopa towards that of Talon, but there you have it.
They're
the respect bans.
They're respecting the Trevenant to the side of Talon, and I love this. I love this respect. The Zacian will come through for the side of Last One Fox, but the thing is, Talon, if there's any single team that knows how to counter it, it will be Talon.
Yeah. When you were mentioning that, I just remembered, right? We were talking to Talon just the other day, and then we were talking with, Elevate as well, right? But one thing that Talon actually mentioned to us is that they were really looking forward to the changes in terms of the patch, because in terms of Zacian, they are really ready for that. They are prepared, even if the other team is going to be banning it. So I guess that's one of the things, one of the reasons why they are banning not the Zacian, but rather respect banning that of the Trevenant, because it, gives a lot of opportunities towards that of Last One Fox. And again, they're not scared of the Zacian, and now we're going to be seeing why they're not scared of Zacian. We'll finally be able to, because they never told us, we're finally going to be able to see what the counter is towards this Zacian. But with that being said, though, again,
there we go
on Talonflame.
This is it.
On Talon PH.
This is it. I feel like the counter that Talon is doing and is thinking about is Slowbro Mimikyu.
Slowbro Mimikyu.
In a single draft composition, having these two Pokemon gives you pretty much no breeding room, pretty much zero oxygen to even breed onto those team fights, especially with the likes of Zacian, and that will be the target by Talon later on. And now they need a damage dealer skill, so this could be the Glaceon, the Leafeon that they could pick up.
They still need one more though, one more crowd control, and there we go. That is going to be LeBron's Crustle from earlier, which is really, really amazing. And now this is going to be quite an exciting match. Last One Fox with the Zacian and the with that of the Snorlax, Heavy Slam into block, and of course Power Nap for additional knockups. We have crowd control positioning coming in from that of the side of the Buzzwole, but Talon PH though, again, still giving out the Crustle into LeBron and giving out the Hoopa into Kai. I don't know what to expect in this game.
It's very difficult to predict what could happen here, because the thing is, Zacian has been the undisputed strongest Pokemon thus far.
Arguably
the strongest Pokemon in the competitive scene. And even not in competitive scene,
at the
even in
moment.
the ladder as
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
right? It's
In
really,
general, at the moment,
really
right.
strong. And that is something that we'd expect to really carry through for the side of Last Fox. But Talon PH, if they could utilize the slow bro and Mimikyu well, this could turn things around in favor for Talon.
Right, but they have to be worried about as well of that of the Buzzwole, just because of the fact again of its isolation capabilities. That one moment you're going to get isolated, which would then allow Zacian to just finish off the job. But again, there's also that Mimikyu which you almost cannot what do you call this, catch.
Overlook.
You almost cannot catch because of the Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, Shadow Sneak is one of the longest range engage tool for the team.
Actually, in the entirety of Unite, honestly.
In the entirety of the Unite, as you stated, the Shadow Sneak is just absolutely fantastic there. But Buzzwole,
wow!
That was amazing, but Talon was still able to bring it out of a goal. And this is one of the expectations already, given the fact that they have Buzzwole into their composition. Zacian, to be expected, comes into the central area. And then for the side of Talon, this will be Mimikyu's field, if you may.
Right, and again, still in the early game, Mimikyu is now at level 5 as well. Crustle is now a Crustle evolving, coming in from that of the double, and now has the capabilities to push and down the damage again, going in with that of the Shell Smash and the X-Scissor later down at level 7.
Now we're just on the wait here. You have the Hoopa, Mimikyu, and Crustle already waiting for the lane birds to come up. Shadow Sneak comes through, and that will be just so much damage from the Sacred Sword. Last Sun Fox, the showing of Zacian's prowess in the early game.
There we go, Rubik's now. Rubik's with that of the Slowbro, Professor Hollowware, but Dylan as well with that of the Espeon. I think they're going to be gunning in for that of the future side, which I think, which in turn I think is going to deal in a lot of damage against that of the Zacian as well. But the thing here is, while you can focus down on that of the Zacian, we have to still think about the other members of Last Sun Fox.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? You still have the Mew for Last Sun Fox that gives you a lot of pretty much long-range pokes, right? You have the Solar Beam, you have the Electro Ball, you also have the Light Screen along with the coaching.
Right.
If they want that safety net on the Zacian, Buzzwole down very low already will be able to suppress
down.
Kai, but the 1-for-1 trade is secured.
Right, there you
Crustle
have it.
comes to the right time. And now to play rough connected, that will be another knockout coming to the side of Talon to follow through as well. That will be Blissey who falls down, and point security for Talon will be coming up into the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, and at the same time, they were able to destroy the first tier score goal down bottom as well. And even though they were able to take down Kai, right? Sure, but they didn't need that sustain anyway because, well, they got the lead.
Yeah, they definitely do. And now Hyperspace Hole, once again, it's a very, very strong move to have for a team. And you saw a tiny luck of the prowess of the Hyperspace Soul because Crustle was down low already. It was an immediate succession of going back for the reset. And now you also have SPN coming through those long-range damage, but Snorlax, but that heavy stab was perfect to just push them back. Now Reggie Alecki will be open for Last Sun Fox.
And here you have it. Whoever's going to be able to take down this Reggie Alecki, I think they want to get in a bit of the chunk there, but unfortunately... Oh, wow!
SPN with a Unite move as well, just turned the tables. And now Last Sun Fox is forced to retreat. And Talon also have stolen away the Reggie Alecki.
Yeah, exactly. Now Rubble Rousel is going to be popped up as well.
Zacian has to retreat there. Talon was just able to dunk in onto Reggie, so free points all around for the tier 1 on top hat.
There we have it. 160 points against that of the 13 from Last Sun Fox. They are making sure that they are, maintaining this lead that they have. And Zacian has been taken out.
Yeah, Shadow Sneak with a play rough as
play
well.
with me.
Unite move, the play with me, just made the Mew unmovable. And now Talon gets another knockout. And currently they're sitting at 199 points in, what, 4 minutes into the game?
Oh, wow. Sync 1, trying to score in, but it's going to get stopped by the Solar Beam.
Nice play, Rough. We'll be able to secure the knockout onto Snorlax. Has to use up the Unite move as well. But Zacian will be able to counter it out as Mimikyu falls.
That is quite a huge goal here for Last and Fox. But again, it took them, what, like 4 members before they were able to take down Sync 1. And that is a prowess here of Mimikyu. Again, being the best Pokemon to have. Shedinja Dull, after, while waiting for its cooldown to go down, gonna go in for Shedinja Dull to buy a bit of a time. That's 2 seconds before they can pop in their Shadow Snake once again into the play rough, be invulnerable once again to any attacks.
And at this point in time, 5 minutes already into the game, 20 seconds before the Regieleki comes up. Right now, Lassen Fox is on the back foot into this matchup as you have Talon, who already has a 213-point advantage up against Lassen Fox. And at this point in time, you just have to find opportunities to be able to be successful and close the gap.
Right, but still not enough though. Again, look at this. Talonflame 226 to Lassen Fox's 13.
And that is a massive, massive difference here. At the state of the game, Talon will start up the Regieleki for themselves. And now Hoopa uses up the Rings and Bound. We'll be able to deal out a couple of damage here from here on forward. Crustle just puts end down.
Assistance!
Bless assistance, as you mentioned. And now Talon will be able to secure a knockout, but a 1-for-2 trade already.
2 for 2.
Lassen Fox is answering with a fight of their own. Let me go play with me. Zation is stopped. Telekinesis has just put him down. The suppression chain from Talon Philippines was just impressive. And that was the counter that we were looking at. And now Mew with the telekinesis from Slowbro from Talon. There was just no escape from Mew.
That was a beautiful combination coming from Kai, Rubix, and Sync 1 all together. Telekinesis, it's not a slow beam, sure, but it still dealt a lot of damage. And then follow it up with Sync 1's, Shadow Sneak into that of the play rough, ensuring that they get in the KOs as needed. But here comes LeBron. Just trying to do some, just trying to stop Kiawe from getting in this Reggie Ice.
And good hyperspace hole as well to bring Espeon and Snorlax coming out to top, but not be able to do so. It was Crustle, rather. Will not be able to come through, but nevertheless, Talon will secure the Regieleki for themselves.
Right, so running in with the stored power definitely allows it to have a bit more, Espeon allows it to have a more single targeted attack, but, having most of its damage be put out there as well. And as well as, Future Sight is there as well to push in a bit of a damage. But here comes Yon from Kiawe, getting in a bit of a stun, but beautiful eject button out to, get away from the X-Scissor.
Yeah, that's a really good eject button that was burned by the side of Talon against Lassen Fox. And at this point in time, this is a good mindset coming from Talon, right? We don't have the banawayization because we know the counters to it. Now the thing is,
it's showing.
If there's a switch inside, it will be the opposing side who has the banawayization, because if it's left open, they can still pick it up for themselves and they know how to use it.
That is true. And again, they don't really, not that they don't care, but it's like, they don't really, it doesn't really matter to Talon PH if the other team is going to be taking in that Zacian, because as you can see, they're still in the lead despite Lassen Fox having the Zacian.
Yeah, 213 points to be more specific. That is the same advantage that they were able to take 4 minutes into the game, still sustaining a couple of minutes after.
Oh, but this is going to be detrimental though. Like everyone inside of Lassen Fox are, squeezed in together.
Definitely is. Could potentially go in for the Shadow Sneak, but look at Crustle. Just sneaking himself way to the top path, tier 2 third as well, waiting for the right opportunity. That's free 30 points.
That is true. 30 points is going to be down into that sector score goal. Again, LeBron's job here is to just score in some points, but here comes LeBron going inside into that off the team fight as well. Going to be low in HP.
Crustle was down low in HP, but Lassen Fox cannot overcommit there, because if they do, it will be Talon PH who can pounce them. And right now, Slowbro once again, hyperspace hold, resets comes in. Rayquaza still being started.
There we go.
Heavy Stem along with Power Nap as well. That was the hopes coming from them. Espeon was deleted. This will give them the numbers advantage.
Wow, Blitz
right
assistance.
Now, Lassen Fox is on the lead.
Slam.
Talon is on a back foot. They have to retreat. Buy time for now.
Oh, no, not quite yet.
Just change things up. This will be a 2-for-2. And Mew will be down low with a Surf as well, along with a Yawn. But Crustle will be taken down. And Hyperspace Hole has the ability to go for the reset, but Hoopa will not reach it in time. And Lassen Fox will bring him down.
But this is good though for Talon PH. Sure, they might have been taken down, but they still have a lot of time to reposition themselves as they were able to take down Lasso and Fox's team as well. And now they are still back for the second team fight into the Rayquaza.
And that's the time wherein Last and Fox just has to force out the Rayquaza because they are on a timer here, but Mimikyu gets access onto Blissey with Play With Me, and Zacian comes through as well as Buzzwole coming into the backside, hoping to go for the 1v1, but play rough, change things around. Snorlax with a Heavy Snap has eyes on Mimikyu, but Rayquaza will be left open for Talon to take down, and that will be the objective secured as a win for Talon.
That was close. that was close. You know, like sure, like you know, Talon PH here was able to control the game, but at the very last moment, just the pickoffs coming in from that of Night Fox. Coming in from that of Last Fox was just beautiful. That if it wasn't for Talon, right, taking down three Pokemon into the side of Last Fox, that Rayquaza would have been into the side of Lost and Fox. But fortunately for them, you know, sure, Rubis was taken down, Kai was taken down as well. Sync1, right? Sync1 and Dylan was able to buy enough time for everyone else to come back and defend the Rayquaza away from Last and Fox once again. Although they were still pretty close from taking that Rayquaza, well, Dylan was there to secure that for them.
Yeah, and it was a really, really good strategy coming from Talon, right? The power of Kai was pretty much highlighted all throughout that because Slowbro, you know, it was Rubix who constantly wanted to go in front of those team fights, zoning away Last on Fox onto the Rayquaza, and when it comes to that, brings Edgeware, and he was on inches of that there. He was just able to go in with the resets with the hyperspace hole, and that was just really good for Kai. And this Mimikyu Slowbro composition had a massive benefit for the side of Night Fox from that game. So take away Zacian all you want. We know a counter to it.
Yeah, I mean, again, that just shows as well how they were able to counter it out. There's the Mimikyu who just essentially, as you have mentioned, initiates with the Shadow Sneaks, essentially just going straight towards that Zacian, dealing out free damage. And then there's also the, there's also a LeBron with that of the Crustle, just, pushing down the X Scissors as well. Well, essentially, crowd controlling everyone who gets hit by X Scissor as well. And it's not only does it hit a lot, right, but it also deals so much damage. So, Crustle is something that needs to be checked as well, marked down by Lasso and Fox here. But the thing there is, though, they can only ban one Pokemon, right? They can only ban out one Pokemon. And the other thing is that they have to steal away the other Pokemon. But in game number 2, right? If Last and Fox had the priority into the picks on game number 1, game number 2 is going to be a side switch.
Yeah, it will be a side switch, and now it will be the side of Talon who will get a priority of the first pick. It will be the side of Last and Fox who needs that priority ban.
Right.
And the big question is, what will be that perspective? Because the thing is, if they ban away the Zacian, Hoopa will be left open for Kai. If the Zacian, or well, rather, if Hoopa will be banned away, it will be open once again for the side of Talon. It's just so much flexibility when it comes to the Pokemon pool for the side of Talon that it's just very hard to decide what will be our ban onto the red-orange sign selection.
See, here's the thing though, like, here's the detriment, right, for Last and Fox, right? Like, sure, they can take in the, they should, like, either steal away the Zacian, if not to ban it out. Because, again, sure, Talon PH is not afraid of the Zacian, but once they have their hands on the Zacian, that becomes a very dangerous tool for them to use. Yeah. So they either have to, like, ban it out or steal it away from Talon PH.
Yeah, and that is just the importance of flexibility. Right, Talon is one of the teams that has a lot of flexibility, given the fact that we see a lot of these untraditional picks that they're bringing out, but they're still making it work. Right? You typically see the Lapras, the Blastoise, these Pokemons to be prioritized to come up on top half, but instead, they have LeBron on going in with Crustle, right? And when it comes to support, traditionally you see, well, Hoopa, Clefable. Hoopa's always getting that priority because, well, that's Kai that we're talking about for the side of Talon. But for other roles as well, they're making a lot of these composition work. They're looking for these chemistry of these Pokemon, and they're bringing it out in Pokemon Unite.
And speaking of Unite, we are now going to be united back into the game here as we are now on game number 1 for a Lesson Fox. Game number 2 for Lesson Fox and Talon PH. It seems as if we're not going to have a side switch. Right?
it will be.
It's not a side switch.
Yeah, I think it's better because the thing is, it will be the loser of a specific game who
chooses
right?
a
side.
A side,
and the
or
thing is,
the priority.
Yeah, and the thing is, Lesson Fox, we've mentioned this. If they go into the orange side selection, they're bringing down their draft much further down
That's true.
than they already would. Because
There
the
you
thing
go.
is, onto the orange side selection, they have pretty much 3 Pokemons that they have to focus on. That will be Desation, that will be the Hoopa, Mimikyu is also open for them. So they have to double down onto the purple side selection because it gives them a much better edge rather than going into the orange side.
And finally, Lesson Fox is going to be the first one to respect ban the Hoopa of Kai here from Talon PH. But Talon PH is still going to, ban out that Trevenant still, but Lesson Fox here still going in for that of, the Zacian. But I'm pretty sure Talon PH here is ready.
I love this.
Ready for that ban on the Hoopa because we all know, like, Kai is maining Hoopa as well.
Yeah.
So they are really prepared for any, like, ban source or main Pokemon. So now Lesson Fox, though, starting off with the Zacian, Slowbro, and the Blissey.
I love this. I love this. I was thinking that, Talon is going for the perspective of going for the Slowbro and then the Umbreon. Because the thing is, Mimikyu will not be an option for Lesson Fox. They already have Zacian in their bag already. What they need was defenders. So that was the perspective that I was thinking of. But Lesson Fox just answered that pretty well. Given the fact, Clefable is still a priority when it comes to support because Hoopa was banned away. But still a good answer here. A9 is secured. Mimikyu to follow up. But Lesson Fox double downing onto the Delphox that has had huge success for the team just a while back.
This is a very good composition coming from Lesson Fox. We have the Fire Spin. We have the Fire Spin.
Yeah,
we have the Blast Shield as well with the Hydro Typhoon, and could be the secondary damage here as well. Actually both Delphox and that of the Blastoise can be like the secondary damage here coming in from that of Lesson Fox, whereas the main carry would be, of course, the Zacian, and while providing crowd control and defensive capabilities for that of Lesson Fox, and of course or what it calls the Blissey, coming in with that of the Sustain and of course crowd control from that of the Slowbro. Into the side of Talon PH though, Umbreon, Clefable, we have Alolan Ninetales, Mimikyu, and LeBron's Crustle here is still gonna be back into play, but if I'm not quite sure with the Alolan Ninetales pick here against that of Lesson Fox, especially with this kind of composition.
Yeah, I feel like this is the same theory that we've had in game number 1. Why? Because the thing is, you still have Mean Luck going into the side of Umbreon. You still have to play with me with the Mimikyu, so it still could possibly have that perspective of targeting onto Zacian, and Zacian will be suppressed into game number 2. In addition to that, you still have Crustle. Traditionally, this was LeBron, and we've seen a huge success despite having the Mimikyu Slowbro in the game back. So this could still work coming inside of Talon, and this could still be another perspective off a counter onto Zacian.
But here's the thing though. Talon PH here would really need to heavily rely on LeBron, and of course we have Follow Me into the side of heavily into Kai, right? Follow Me into that Fable. If they want Alolan Ninetales to be able to do freely damage freely, right? If they are going to be using it as their secondary damage, but at the same time it could also be like a different build, a crowd control build, where it's going to be using Blizzard and that of Blizzard and Avalanche.
Definitely could be. And the thing is, it could be Crustle and even Umbreon who could do the tanking work for Talon, and Mimikyu.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, right? And Mimikyu would be sort of the damage dealer for the team. And yes, you just have so much damage, and also have the Play with Me that goes into front lines. But the thing is, typically, Mimikyu, if that landslide for the side of Talon, you could just burst down Pokemon single-handedly right out the get-go when it comes to that fight, especially considering you have Delphox, Blissey that could be the target.
Right, so that's what I'm kind of like worried about as well. If Dylan here is gonna be heading on with that of the like Avalanche and Blizzard, right? Which they are at right now. Talon PH here does have the crowd control, but does not have that much of a damage. With the exception, of course, with the Mimikyu and that of the Crustle.
Yeah. And pretty much there's just a lot of pros and cons that we can talk about. We can talk about it for days, even weeks, even months maybe, when it comes to these type of composition. Because the thing is, these two are drastically different compositions that we're looking at, and there's just a lot of perspectives and the purview of having a little bit more advantage from one side to the other.
And here we have as well, you know, starting off with the Moonlight here at level 4, but they're still going to be able to survive the attacks here from Sway.
A little bit more pokes. They want that Altarius and Swablu, but the strength of Zacian coming into the early game is pretty much undisputed all throughout any Pokemon.
Oh, there you
but
go,
Talon
the
just found the better position and a good opportunity to jump in. 3 knockdowns immediately with Mimikyu's Shadow Sneak. Immediate follow through, and Talon was just playing that nice into the bottom pad.
Well, you know, that already answered my my concern. You know, they don't need much of the damage dealership because they have the crowd control as well. And now the player is going to be popped up as well here by Sync One here, as they are allowing everyone else to just push them out, get in the score goal as well.
Yeah, because traditionally, from what we have seen over the past 2 weeks here, is that Zacian's counter is pretty much crowd controls and suppressions, right? And the thing is, if A9 is accessed by Zacian, A9 could just push him back.
That is
right.
true.
And you also have a lot of these single targeted crowd controls and suppression by Talon that could follow through onto that suppress. And that is what Talon wants to utilize and capitalize. And once again, Mimikyu goes into the backside of that fight with a Sacred Sword from Zacian, putting out massive amounts of damage, but Moonlight brings their HPs back up.
Right, but here comes the Regirock though, going to have a bit of a reset here with their HP. But let's find out if Talonflame is going to be able to seal away this Regirock from Last on Fox. Here comes the Surf here coming up as well, coming from that of the Blastoise. Here comes the Slow Beam as well. Sorry, not the Slow Beam, but rather the Skull is going to be popped up as well. And they're going to be able to take down that one Regirock as well. But the question is, will they be able to answer back here into that of the Talon?
And Talon now answers back, goes in for the pincer maneuver here as Crystal comes in into this fight. Blastoise falls down, and numbers advantage secured by Talon Philippines.
And here we have it. The Shadow Spin is going to be popped up, and the Fire Spin as well. Here comes the Tornado from that of the spin, and that's going to be enough for them to take it out.
Mimikyu!
Sacred Sword is going to be popped up as well. Here comes the Shedinja. They're not going to be able to do a lot here. Not going to be able to stop down the time for the cooldown. Not quite yet. 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams.
1-for-1 trade, but that is still Talon who is on the lead. Yes, you can get the Reggie, but we will still get a lot of points here. And Talon at the moment is currently already at the 113-point advantage up against Assassin Fox once again.
And now everyone is coming up top right now to for that of the Reggie Ilecki, and LeBron is not getting marked here by Last Fox, just getting in the scores freely.
Yeah, see, and there's no one who was just stopping the top bat. It's LeBron's free time to go through Hydro Typhoon, but the eject button connects onto pretty much every single one. But the pushback coming in from Talon, Clefable
with
just
the block.
used up the block with the Unite move. And now Talon once again won't be able to find a perspective to bring down Del Fox. And Last Son Fox just loses another member. Slowbro is already gone, and they have to retreat. They have to force the back away. It's just a lot of opportunities. Talon, time and time again, gets the counter, gets to get engaged.
Yeah, that is actually LeBron doing the work there. Ensuring that they are, their team are given opportunities from all across the map. Sure, they are 4 down, left, down, bottom, while LeBron is putting in the scores up top as well, right? Like, it just allows them to work freely, but look at that. Sovereign Sword is not going to hit anyone at all there. Gets the whiff, and that's going to be a 1 KO here coming from that. Alone Knight to play with is going to be popped up as well. And here comes the Skull. Going to be popped up. Fanciful Fireworks as well into the Surf, but it's not going to be enough though to take down the Crustle.
2-for-2 trade.
Beautiful Fanciful Fireworks to finally finish the job off as well.
Talon's just playing the macro game from here on forward. They have to jump through onto the top path here because Reggie, he's still open for Talon PH to be able to secure it. Fire Spin connected onto A9, but Crustle, along with the rest of the crew, comes back on top. Pat, they want the objective. An Umbreon now comes into the back. You have
Wow,
Hydro Typhoon to delay
Typhoon.
the time, but Regieleki, who's gonna take it?
It is going to be Lazarus Fox taking away the Regieleki for themselves. Gonna be able to take down 2 in the process to make that 3. And now Kai, sorry, no, Sync1 is trying to get away with Kai as well with the Moonlight, but unfortunately it's not gonna be enough as they are now gonna be chasing down Kai as well. Follow me, trying to get in a bit of a score and health, but it's still not gonna be enough. Just buying a bit of a time here for themselves just to be taken out.
Good macro awareness coming from Talon. They know and they understand that Lassa and Fox was able to secure the tier 1 already on top pad, and the Regieleki was denied to go into the tier 2, so they now come in to the bottom pad to be able to defend.
Right, and here to have it, Lesson Fox slowly but surely trying to catch up into that of Talon Flame. All they need is just one team fight here. Talon PH right now having a bit of a difficulty against Lesson Fox.
Fire Spin along with the Scott as well. It's just so much crowd control. Talon PH cannot have access onto the Regiice, and Lesson Fox will secure it.
Gets to follow me as well to buy a bit of a time here to recover some HP for Talon PH. But here comes the attack here from Lesson Fox. Going to have a bit of a disengage here, but Talon PH is forcing in the issue.
Crustle now goes into the backside for the pincer attack. Has eyes on Blastoise, but will not go through for an all-in. That is a lot of risk coming through for that engage. As you have 40 seconds left before the Rayquaza comes through.
Play with me. Okay, sorry, Play Rough is going to be popped up as well into that of the Blastoise, but still not going to be enough to take it down. But here comes Rubik's. Going to be able to survive for another day here with the Moonlight.
A lot closer of a game 2 than we had in the prior matchup. There's a massive still advantage for the side of Talon. They understood that they're still on the lead here, but anything could change with that amount of difference onto points. With only like 51 points advantage for the side of Talon Philippines, one dunk could change everything.
And at the same time, like Lesson Fox here has the advantage in terms of the level, so they definitely have more of like a sustainability going into the Rayquaza fight. But one pick off is all Talon PH needs in order to take down Lesson Fox.
And look at Crustle's position as well. If Lesson Fox commits into the Rayquaza fight, it could be a LeBron who could sneak in, but for now, it will not be that perspective as Talon wants to really push Lesson Fox back into the Rayquaza. Shadow Sneak also connects. Moonlight sustains back. Umbreon's HP back to full.
And here goes. LeBron here trying to rack up as much points as possible, but now going to have the pincer attack as you have mentioned. Getting ready for that, actually just getting in some points here just to, widen the gap that they have.
Russell?
A Shell Smash going to be popped up, but now they know that someone is there.
They've understood the assignment that you just have to play it a bit more safe here. Rayquaza is still being committed by Lesson Fox, but Umbreon comes through into the backside. Blastoise uses up the Surf though to bring him back down, and that will be a move from the Umbreon into the backside, but he will fall down at 4v5. Is that enough? Lesson Fox, can you make it through? As Talon only uses 2 members coming in from that fight. A massive numbers advantage. The numbers game already secured by Lesson Fox, and Rayquaza is already down at 1 HP.
No!
And Lesson Fox will secure the Rayquaza for themselves.
Oh my goodness, that was and that was a team wipe as well, dude. Like that was a beautiful decision coming in from that of Lesson Fox, knowing the fact that let's use their plan to their advantage. LeBron is not in the team fight, so we know that we outnumber them. The Mimikyu is out as well, and they just capitalized on that and just took on Talon PH one by one. Popping off their Unite moves, Fanciful Fireworks, Fire Spin, Hydro Typhoon, and everything just to make sure that everyone is removed from Talon PH one by one, and just took down the Rayquaza immediately after.
And you called it, right? You called what happened there. Because the thing is, I think Talon became too aggressive and too overconfident. It was LeBron, it was Sync1 who was not on that fight. But Rubik's still engaged. LeBron was onto the central area, onto the side of Lesson Fox. And that too quick, Lesson Fox took that opportunity and capitalized in. Rubik's was gone. And the thing is, with Sync1 and LeBron not there, Dylan was left open. Kai was left open.
No, yeah, for sure. And we can definitely see the difference between Talon PH, working on with, without the Hoopa, and showed again, how much the Hoopa coming from Kai really enables the team. But this time around, with that of the Clefable, not that I'm saying that it's not helpful. I'm just saying that it was not as expected, compared to that of the Hoopa.
Yeah, it definitely is not as expected. The best Hoopa player going onto Clefable as well is a change that Last and Fox really wanted to push down onto the draft. But this time around, it will be the priority by Talon on the side selection. So they could opt to go into the purple side selection and really just have that massive advantage when it comes to the bans, when it comes to the picks, because now that will force Last and Fox on what their ban is going to be.
Now, see, if Talonflame, right? If Talonflame is on the priority pick, right?
Talon.
Talon PH. Sorry, I keep it's Talon.
It makes sense. It makes
sorry. My bad. Talon PH, right? Talon PH. So if they're on the priority pick, Lesson Fox has two options: either ban out the Zacian and give away the Hoopa, right? Or
Leave both open.
Which then
definitely
still allow either ban out the Zacian, leave the Hoopa open, or ban out the Hoopa and give away the Zacian. That's the only option that they have. It's a lose-lose situation if Talonflame gets the first pick.
The thing is, the big problem about that is Last and Fox thus far has a huge priority on sustainable supports rather than going in for Hoopas, right? So that will be a massive problem for them. If they ban away the Zacian, Hoopa will be prioritized by Talon. So it's a lot of big brain draft mindset and mind plays that Talon is doing going into the purple side selection. So leaving both open is still a loss coming from them.
And at the same time, Talon PH could also opt in to ban out the Zacian and still be able to priority pick that of the Hoopa. But that just being on the first pick, right? On the first pick side, Talon PH is putting up a lot of, as I mentioned, puzzle pieces here for that of Last on Fox for them to fit onto. But it's like a detrimental side here for Last on Fox to be on the second pick.
And the reason why as well that Talon was able to work with the likes of these playstyle of a double frontline suppression Pokemon is because they also have LeBron with a Crustle, right?
That's true.
And the thing is, Last and Fox cannot use or have not yet used the Crustle so far throughout the 2 weeks that we've had. And the question is, what can be that change? Because if they go in for the Mimikyu and then the Slowbro, or Mimikyu and the Umbreon as well, what could be their deterrent into the other roles? What could be their option for the other roles to really just be the adversity for Talon?
See, that is the big question here for Last and Fox, and we'll find out what's going to be the answer here by Last and Fox once we get into the draft, which we are at right now. So let's find out if our predictions are correct.
Yeah.
Right? If Last and Fox is going to be, banning out, I don't know,
they
maybe
don't have to. They just have to
Trevenant.
ban away Hoopa. Because the thing is, Talon just went on to the orange selection.
Last and Fox is still on the priority pick. There you go.
Yeah, that's the thing. Talon went on to the orange selection, so Last and Fox could definitely just go and run it back. Because the thing is, coming in from that game number 2, I think their draft was well thought about, right?
That's true.
They have a lot of suppression. They have a lot of frontliners.
And there we go.
They were able to make it work. So they just have to run back through coming into game number 2. Game number 3, rather.
Game number 3, right. And at the same time, we were thinking about, if Talon PH was the first pick, then there's a lot of mind games. But unfortunately enough, it is Last and Fox that's actually getting in the priority pick and the priority ban as well. Banning out the Hoopa, really huge respect ban here into Talon PH, which essentially, remove them, or basically incapacitated them as well to their game on game number 2. But now Last and Fox still prioritizing that Zacian, which is arguably the strongest Pokemon in the game right now, and Talon going in for that of the Slowbro and the Umbreon, as you have mentioned.
Yeah, this is what we're thinking about coming into game number 2, right? It was an expectation that Umbreon and then Slowbro will be picked up, because the thing is, why would Last and Fox pick up the Mimikyu? They already have the Zacian. If they pick up the Mimikyu, that's just so much lacking right now when it comes to the defender role. They will lack when it comes to their front line, so they cannot pick up the Mimikyu for themselves. And now Talon is opted to now have the options to go for the Mimikyu instead, along with the Umbreon and Slowbro. So this is another layer of mind games that we've talked about in game 2. Now Talon is doing.
I'd like to see a change on the final pick here by Talon PH, because thus far, it's like the same set of Pokemon, same set of like composition from game number 2.
Probably
So
Clefable.
I'm not sure if Clefable's gonna be picked up here by Talon PH, then they would have less of a damage. And now here is gonna be the answer, right? Lassa and Fox staying up with the same composition, and Talon PH finally changing up the Crustle to a more bruiser type. Sure, they're no longer. Here's the thing. Here's the huge change here for Talon PH. Earlier, for the past few games that they have been playing on the broadcast, right? They have been playing the game. They're playing basketball. They're playing shootouts, right? They're playing 3-point shootouts, NBA All-Stars, right? All-Star basketball game, whatever. Especially with with LeBron's Crustle.
Sure.
This time though, they are ready to fight back as playing American football.
Interesting. They want the touchdowns now.
They want the touchdowns now. They want the bristle backs as well. Especially the we have the bruiser type here. That is the Venusaur, which is I think is the thing that is lacking into the side of Talon PH, because now you have the backlane damage that is of course the Espeon. We have the bruiser that is the Venusaur, and of course we have the flexible attacker all-rounder that is Mimikyu as well.
Yeah, but I'm still thinking about this. Like, this composition, it will be interesting to watch, because Talon went in for pretty much the opposite side of what we have seen, like the Protect the King type of strategy. Yes, sure, that could work, but it's pretty much all bruisers for the side of Talon, with only Espeon being their long-range damage, except if Venusaur goes in with the long-range poke damage for
Solar Beam,
right? The Solar Beam, right? That's a big question, but is that going to be enough? Is that something that Talon wants to do? It's pretty much a mystery here.
Now, look at this. Look at what Kiawe is doing. And it doesn't matter if they get taken out. The mere fact that 3 into the side of Talon went into the central area is enough of a deviation for Lesson Fox to actually, pressure up top. Bolt pass, really.
And that's just something that Talon is really, really good at. Game number 1, even in the prior series, they always look for those opportunities and really change things up and get that massive lead when it comes to this early game. And right now, Lesson Fox still has to wait for time, right? They have to wait for level 5.
Right.
They have to wait for level 7 here. Going across the board, especially waiting for the evolutions for the likes of Delphox, for the likes of Blastoise.
And Ivysaur right now at level 5 still needs its level 7 for it to have its Petal Dance. But look at this though. It is going to be Mithril going to try to put in the damage. But Sync 1 though, going to be able to survive, going to be able to take down 2 in the process as well for Talon PH. They are now adjusting as we speak.
Yeah, so this is a Sludge Bomb Solar Beam combo for Venusaur. It's not going to Bruiser.
It's not going to be Bruiser.
Yeah, so this is now making much more sense, because they needed that damage, and Espeon alone cannot handle that, right? So a good shift. We have Talon now going in for a little bit more of those poke damage in their composition with that Mimikyu, Slowbro, and Umbreon to be their frontliners.
That is true. That is true. And now here comes stored power into the Psybeam as well. Coming from that, the Espeon putting in out a lot of damage. Now Kai is going to be alone here. Meanlook's going to be popped out as well. Scald to remove a bit of a damage. Meanlook once again, and the Solar Beam coming in from that of the Venusaur, as you have mentioned, is going to be putting up a lot of damage against that of Lesson Fox. But this time though, it's quite interesting that it's not going to be, LeBron into that of the Venusaur, but instead it is with the Mimikyu up top, still the top path member into the side of Talon.
Yeah, because the thing is, LeBron's role all throughout
is also the top.
Prior games, not just about the top, right? It's looking into the perspective on those pincer maneuvers, holding up the top tier 1, tier 2, whatever that may be. It's just to hold on to the top hat and go into the final moments and have those good responses. And having Mimikyu for themselves and onto LeBron specifically with that Shadow Sneak and Play Rough gains him access with those long-range engage.
No, yeah, and just to agree with you as well, like that marking coming in from LeBron, right? It's always the one that's marking out the opponents, especially with the help of Shadow Sneak. Now, they don't even need to go down into that central area. They just need to use their Shadow Sneak, and they would still be able to mark them down.
Yeah, and that's also good coming in from Mimikyu, from LeBron being more specific. He just wants to go in for the knock-on points, because the thing is, Regieleki with a 2v3 cannot happen.
That is true. And here we have it. Psychic Slayer is going to be popped up as well. Verdant Anger to follow up. That's going to be able to be taken out as well. And that's going to be 2 down for Sync 1 with that of the Solar Beam. And another one as well. Currently at level 10. And you don't want to be... you don't want this slow beam coming from that of the Venusaur to be upgraded because it's going to essentially virtually have no cooldown.
Definitely would be. So that's the thing that Talon PH wants. That's the perspective of their composition. We were looking at the Slowbro, the Mimikyu. These are already to be expected because this is a counter onization. But the Venusaur edition, the Espeon going through into their lineup is something that changes things up here in Game 3.
And again, now they have a much better backlane damage with that of the slow beam. A solar beam rather. Instead of that Espeon, which is more or less like a, which is more of a mid lane damage dealer instead.
Yeah, and now Slowbro pays a visit. That Yawn comes through.
Shadow Sneak, play rough.
Shadow Sneaked.
Play with
delete.
me.
And now it's Blissey who's gone. Zacian comes through though with a good response. And now
Verdant
it's Sacred
Anger into
Torch.
the slow
Wants it.
Solar
Verdant
Beam.
Anger pushes them back. A nice zone, and Talon was just able to go in for those goals, go in for those dunks, and into the back. It's LeBron once again. This is what we stated.
Iron Typhoon.
He is the one who is assigned and tasked to go in for those pins of maneuvers. And Talon gets that 30 points into the tier 1 on top.
Bliss assistance to have the blasters be sustained. But the question here, Talon is not going to, is not going to overextend here and goes in for the disengage. Beautiful decision coming in from Talon PH.
Beautiful decision indeed. And now the Reggie into the bottom pad will be available for them. And once again, LeBron could be left open on top side of the map to just defend. Or every single one of them could prioritize onto the Reggie Aleki, considering that the tier 1 is still left open for them to take on top.
But Talon PH though has the access into that of Reggie Aleki.
Yeah, and Reggie Aleki already scared by Talon. Now going in for the Unite move with a mean look as well. There's just no escape for the Blastoise. And Talon will secure the tier 1 on top side.
I was saying, that serve was actually pretty good coming in from the side of Lesson Fox because that would have been able to push away the Reggie Aleki, allowing them to destroy the first score goal before the Reggie Aleki comes in. But unfortunately, Reggie Aleki was the one who destroyed the first score goal, this allowing Talonflame to capitalize on that.
I mean, nevertheless, it is Talon who wants that tier 1 because it gives them that map control in this matchup for later on, especially considering that Rayquaza will be such an important objective each and every single game. So having that map control will give them such a massive lead. And yes, Umbreon could just
Midnight Prance
be chased here, but the utilization of the Unite move will be able to just retreat unscathed.
That is true. That was actually quite beautiful coming in from that of Kai as well, using Midnight Prance just to be able to sustain, remove their shields as well for maybe a team fight before the Rayquaza. And sure enough, they can still get their Unite charge as well before that happens.
And look at the positions of Talon, right? They went in for the 1-3-1 split here, but Talon is now going up top, has information that Lassen Fox wants to go all in. Umbreon goes into the back though.
Oh wow, Farspin is going to be popped up as well here. Gets the homing, but unfortunately, beautiful engagement coming in from that of Sync 1, ensuring that Lesson Fox is going to be going away.
Yeah. And once again, they're going back into tradition. They could go 1-3-1, wherein one Pokemon goes into the bottom pad, one Pokemon comes up on top, and if Last Fox decides to go for an all-in, it will be an easy rotations for the side of Talon from here on forward. So pretty much a good position from them, and this is what we've stated. Getting those tier 1s was absolutely one of their objectives coming to early mid-game because this will give them such a massive map control lead up against the opposition.
And at the same time, we have to consider as well that no one into the side of Lesson Fox is available up top. Sure, there is, the Blastoise, but it's still not going to be enough if there's 4 of them up top, securing that Reggie Aleki for the map pressure. Now, Kai being alone here down bottom is fine because the Reggie Aleki is coming into their score goal anyway.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's Lesson Fox who cannot contest on Reggie Aleki.
True.
Because the thing is, Talon already has a massive lead, so going and opting to go for the Reggie onto the bottom pad is a much safer move.
Right, but at the same time, that means they have one Pokemon that is not up here, and that is a beautiful micro decision coming in from Sway here to just allow that Reggie Aleki to go into the second tier score goal so that they can position into that of the upcoming Ray fight.
Because that is and that will be their game changer. But look at LeBron. Look at LeBron. That's
LeBron.
That's 84 points.
84 points indeed, and they still have enough time for them to catch up back into the raid fight. But there you go. Here comes the signal that they are outnumbered. Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up as well, but canceled by the slow beam as well. And here comes the Sacred Sword, going to be able to take down one. No, not quite yet, but it's the Delphos going to be taken out. It's going to be two. The Blast is going to be taken out as well. And here comes Play With Me. It's going to be enough, followed up by the Sword Beam to take out that amazing dog in the game. And that's going to be a team wipe. Talon PH securing the Rayquaza for themselves and securing the semifinals for their team.
Such an impressive showing from the team that qualified to World, got 9 to 12 place, and once again 399 points, securing Rayquaza, and not enough breathing room for Lass and Fox to answer back, and that will win them the series.
Oh my goodness. Quite a calculated play here coming in from that of Talon PH. LeBron was the catalyst of that team fight, you know, ensuring that they were able to put in that 84 points, really waiting for that option select. Again, the mere fact that they were able to get in that Regieleki before the raid fight forced Lass and Fox into the option select to whether, you know, either we just allow the Regieleki in and then, you know, like join in the team fight, right? Force into the Rayquaza, or they could just defend and be outnumbered by Talon PH. Either way, they are still in the lose-lose situation here, which Talon PH essentially capitalized on, and LeBron was just amazing when they, you know, went back into the team.
And the thing about that is, I feel like it was really unfortunate because the thing is, Lass and Fox could have just disrupted the Regieleki. I think it would have been a much greater option because the thing is, Talon.
It was a handshake, right?
No. The thing is, the Talon can just play it safe. Right?
That's right.
They do not need to force out the Rayquaza. It's a much more risk to go through for that objective and have that opportunity for Lass and Fox to go for the steal. So denying that Regieleki denies the opportunity for that easy dunk for Talon,
right,
to be able to gain points. And then you have just Blastoise having a delayed come through into the into the Rayquaza, which gets them a better option to deny any macro possibilities for Talon.
Well, I would have to agree with you to a certain extent, but the thing here, we have to remember that, as you have mentioned, it was more of a safer option for them to go into the Regi bottom than that of going into that of the Regieleki up top, because again, Rayquaza is coming up in a bit, and being wiped out by the other team while you're just trying, right, to secure that Regieleki, that's a huge high risk, high reward kind of play. Yeah. And if you can't take that Regieleki, that means you're gonna get wiped out as well, and essentially making the game faster.
Yeah, it's just a lot of these 50-50s wherein it was just a forced decision to make from that fight. So Talon proceeds into the semifinals.
Right.
But that will be it for now. That will be the series that will conclude. But before we jump into the next one, we're just going to take a short break. So don't go away.
the very start of the tournament.
We're going on a trip on our final game of the day. It is quite an expected outcome, although, right? While we were already expecting, Elevate and Talent Esports, Talent PH, right, to meet on the semifinals, the road to get there is something that really surprised you and I both.
Yeah, it's a struggle. It's a struggle to say the least. Not just even for Talon. And Talon had a difficult time up against Dust and Fox. Also had a difficult time, had a difficult time up against SR Diamond a while ago. And Elevate had a much more easier time, but they also had a difficulty up against Night Fox a while ago. So pretty much this semi-finals with Elevate and up against Talon is one of the expectations, but this will be something interesting to watch.
That is true. I mean, the road to get here, I mean, that's a part of like their advantage, right? Like being placed or, being able to play to that of the World Championship stage allow them to just play in the playoffs. But that also means, sure, they might be practicing on their own, but that means, they have less time to be with or play against the qualifying teams, which are, the top 6 teams, which, are now currently at the lower bracket. But still, we cannot dismiss their power, how they surprised us, how they almost taken the games away from Elevates and Talon PH. But this time around, they are the highlights. They are the focus of this match. Elevate and Talon PH. Whoever wins here will secure the spot on the grand finals, which means they will be waiting all throughout the day tomorrow and have a 1-point advantage, really, against a team coming from the lower bracket.
Yeah, and coming into this draft, coming into game number 1, I feel like Talon has to respect the Zacian. And yes, they have counters to it. They have Mimikyu, they have Slowbro. But the thing is, we're talking about Elevate, right? And Elevate could utilize the Zacian with how well and disciplined and patience they play. This could be just chaos that Elevate could break loose.
And at the same time, given how much great these teams are, Elevate and Talon PH, I'm looking over a game number 3 here.
Could possibly be.
Being the first bans here, Slowbro, obviously, this is a a respect ban.
Pocket pick for Talon.
A respect ban, especially coming in from that Rubik's. Talon PH, though, being the second pick, they will 100% have to ban the Zacian. Again, sure, they have the counter to Talonflame, but we have to remember this is Elevate.
Yeah, that is what we have mentioned, right? Zacian should just be respected here, and it could just be chaos broken loose. But Umbreon will be prioritized by Elevate on how strong Minlook is thus far, and the Talon answers back with Lapras and Hoopa, but this opens up Clefable and Buzzwole. This has been what Elevate has done over the past. Buzzwole consistently left alone on top side of the map.
And finally, after 2 games, Talon PH was able to get back Hoopa. So this is still going to be quite a threat against that of Elevate, especially in terms of the sustain side. But this time around, though, still double EVs here, allowing them to get their power spikes as early as possible so that they can take over the early game. But Elevate, though, sure, they only have 1 EV thus far, but they do have access to that of the Moonlight coming in from that of Clefable, and of course backlane damage with that of the Mew, and as expected, Shua's
Zoroark. It's something that have seen pretty much the most light of day a while ago in their respective series, and one of the winning conditions by Elevate once again secured. And the thing is, it was one of the expectations. They need 2 more damage dealers, but Talon PH going full on glass cannon composition once again in the form of the 3 EVs.
Wow, this is going to be tough.
It will be.
Like they have the frontliner, right? The frontliner being only that of the Lapras. Sure, they have the sustain, that is the Hoopa, but as you have mentioned, glass cannon composition, that's 3 EVs, very squishy.
And the big problem that Talon will have to conquer is Shua.
That's true.
The thing is, yes, you're good with a glass cannon composition that will have very, very strong power.
But the flank,
into
though.
Ponk. But if Shua will gain access into the back lines, it will be disastrous for Glaceon, Leafeon, and Espeon.
That is true. I mean, again, Hoopa by itself isn't able to do a lot. Hyperspatial is what it can do, mobility and sustain, teleport back and forth their teammates. But this is going to be a tough a tall order for Talon PH or Elevate. However, on the other hand, have a very what do you call it? Have a very balanced out composition, at the same time has been the same kind of composition they have been playing since the start of the day.
And the thing is, they also have Umbreon. They also have another frontliners that could do crowd control in the form of Buzzwole. So that will be a hard time to let these EVs from Talon to gain access to Mew, to gain access into Zoroark.
But here's the thing, though, like as you have mentioned, right? They have the Umbreon, which could essentially mean look that Lapras. And from then on out, we also have like crowd control, as I mentioned, Buzzwole, which then isolates Lapras. This is going to be the biggest threat here, coming in from that of Elevate, because if they can take out Lapras, everything's gonna be loose. Yeah.
Right. And the huge dependency now would be the Hoopa. We've talked about these glass cannon and the Hoopa dependency with these compositions, with these types of compositions. We've seen it a while ago. The only time these glass cannon compositions could work if there's Hoopa in your composition, because the thing is, you're lacking so much when it comes to your front line, so you are more vulnerable into taking out so much damage, and your HP bars just getting deleted and melted right out of the get-go. So that Hoopa will be crucial here, and that will be up to Kai. And we know Kai to be one of the best Hoopa players in the Philippines.
Right, but look at that though. Elevate was able to secure, those birds as well down bottom. Now, it's a really high level play here that they don't want to take risks, and if they go in, they have to commit, because if not, allowing them to live just by a single second means a turnover for the other team. And there you go. Here comes Superpower, going to be popped up as well, putting out a lot of damage into that of the Hoopa.
Yeah, and thus far, it will be a difficult time for Shua to gain access into these early game aggression, because once again, we have always emphasized how strong EVs are at level 4. They gain their massive amount of power spike coming at level 4. Level 5, level 7, they have access into their upgraded moves already as well that gains a lot more capabilities to gain that early game. So right now, that won't be a hurdle by Shua. But once again, coming into that mid-game, late game, if it will be a Lapras who is pinned out by the likes of Umbreon or Buzzwole, those glass cannon composition will crumble down.
That is true. And now, as you have mentioned, that is the key objectives here for Elevate for game number 1. The question is, would Talon be able to sustain Rubik's as their, only wall in the match right now? As Elevate is, they have a huge burst damage coming in just a bit.
Hyperspace hole for the 3 EVs come up on top.
There you go, that's what we're talking about!
Showa just got deleted by Glaceon. Nice icicle shards.
That was a beautiful pick off coming into Talon PH, ensuring that Shua, the biggest threat right now into the side of Talon, going to be taken out in as well. And just like that, it gives them a bit of a breathing room here going into that of the major objectives. Now, the question is, would they be able to maintain this up until later to that of the Rayquaza? But look at that now. Rubix is now tanking in the damage from that of Elevate.
Hyperspace hole for the reset onto Lapras. They want the priority onto the buff into the bottom pat. Regirock, to be more specific, that's
Shua takes down Lab.
That's something that they need. An extra sustain coming in from Lapras. Clefable will be brought down by Talon Philippines. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's still a numbers game here. Regirock secured by Talon PH.
There you go, Kai gonna be able to take down the Regirock as well. Rubik's gonna be going down with the Hyperspace Hole. Now gonna be able to score, and that is gonna be 30 points. Still not gonna be enough. The first points down bottom, but the Regirock's gonna be taken down by Shua as well up top. But Talon PH is not backing down as they want to pressure up Elevate right now as they destroy the first tier score goal down bottom.
Yeah, and they needed that Regirock. They want that because the thing is, from what we have emphasized, they only have one frontliner, and Regirock definitely helps for Lapras.
That is true, and now ensuring that they are going to be able to, sustain this. They cannot have any more risk. And again, Talon PH's main objective here is to be on the higher level than that of Elevate and win the macro team fights.
Yeah, and we see it happen, right? The Hyperspace Hole always being utilized by Kai to bring the 3 EVs on top path or into the bottom path to gain access into the lane birds. And that is consistently what Talon is doing. The reason why we're seeing level 10 already for Glaceon, for Leafeon, and level 9 for Espeon.
That is true, but now just waiting for the next set of birds here before that of the Regieleki. But the question is, how is Shua? Shua's going to be taken in. Not quite enough though. But here comes the feint attack. Not going to be able to get back there. And as Talon PH is going to be able to pressure up. Ultra Swole Storm is going to pop out as well. Rings Unbound is going to be popped up. As well as going to be the Buzzwole going to be taken out in the process. The Mew almost taken down. And that is the Clefable Sustain is out in the map right now, and that's gonna be 4 into the side of Elevate, gonna be taken down as it is only the Umbreon up left here for Elevate, and Talon PH is now pushing down the top path, but the Buzzwole is back up. The Umbreon was able to buy in a lot more time, enough time for them to ensure the block of scoring into the first tier score goal.
Emphasis on the early game prowess of those EVs, those evolutions that we have for Talon PH. It's just really strong to have 3 EVs to your side and be on par with the prowess of Elevate here into this early game. The big problem comes through into the latter part of this matchup, wherein it goes down into the Rayquaza. It goes down at these massive objectives.
Solar Blades coming up from the back lanes though. Oh, beautiful decision coming in from Elevate not to finish or attack the Regieleki, and instead, welcome that Leafeon to take it down immediately before taking down the Regieleki.
Yeah, and if the Regice comes through to the side of Elevate, this is due to two objectives that they want, and they will be able to get. And that's a really, really good sustain coming through for the side of Elevate here. Will be really helpful to go through into these big engages, and Lapras just has to respect the capabilities that Elevate has.
And there you go, Rings and Buffs is going to be popped up once again. Ultra Sword Swamp is going to be popped up. Hyperspace Fury as well, but to no avail. And now everyone inside of Talon PH is going to be going down. Miva is going to be put down rather into that of the Buzzwole. But see, look at that. How many times and how many moves did Talon PH pop off just to be able to take down Miva? It was too much that I think it's a waste.
It's a very, very sustainable draft. It's a balanced composition that they have, and that is the power off it. Sync 1 down low.
Tempest now, getting in as much damage away from, the Mew, ensuring that it can put out the damage. Kai coming back for some sustains as well.
This far, Talon is still on the lead though, so that is something of a huge benefit coming from them. They have 27-point lead that will come through into a really, really massive question mark, a coin flip, if you may, coming into 2 minutes. We have 30 seconds left before Rayquaza comes up, and Elevate could definitely change things up because what we've mentioned when it comes to this team fight, Elevate definitely has a better advantage.
Especially that they can sustain themselves as well in the process, whereas Talonflame, sure, they have higher damage output here. But in terms of sustainability, survivability, in terms of the team fight, they have almost none of those. So the only thing that they have to take note of is the Lapras, take down the Lapras and the Hoopa. Everything falls down into place.
Yeah, and I think Lapras Express should carry out Espeon into the team fight for the Unite move. That will be such an importance coming from Talon to really just bring down and control Elevate onto that 5v5. And that will be such an importance. And yes, you can still also do Leafeon, but at that point in time, I feel like it will be a much more better option to bring down Espeon for that massive AoE.
Now, here's the thing, though. With how close the scores are, they don't know which team is on the lead, and now they're just waiting, feeling each other out right now.
It's a 5-point difference.
Right before they actually went in on the Rayquaza, but now LeBron is being left here just to put in some marks down right into that of the score goals in case of the some split pushing here. But here comes, you know, the Elevate now trying to start off this Rayquaza as well. What's gonna be happening here? Rubik's right now down low in terms of HP, Ultra Swarm, but gonna have a bit of sustain here as well. And now here comes a Hyperspace Hole to get some sustains. It is Sync One, the only one, have a beautiful Solar Beam as well, putting down Sync One in on its HP.
We'll bring it down to Talon, having to force out the issue here. Umbreon is stuck.
Wow. That is that a Unite move. Everyone's going to be popping up as well. Glacier's going to be taken down, and that is the Espeon as well. That's what we're talking about. Rubik's going to be taken down as well. It's going to be treated down. Rings on Bounce is going to be popped out as well, but it's not going to be enough for them to sustain. No, it will not be. LeBron's just chasing down chasing down Showa in the process, and just like that, 1v1 is going to be the play of the game here. That's going to be 50, no 100, Mew up top as well, and that's going to secure their win against Talon PH for game number 1.
In addition to that, Clefable was able to get a lot more points as well here into the bottom pad and Elevate. Such a performance that they did. They were on Brink's edge there, and Talon Philippines just lost it. Lapras was gone, and Elevate took that opportunity to pounce and win a team fight.
Wow, you can see how much balance right now, right? You can see how much balance and composition of Elevate here, that they are able to, even though they are alone, they can still survive team fights in comparison to as what we have been mentioning all throughout the game. The glass cannon composition coming in from that of Talon PH. Once you are able to take down the Hoopa, or not even the Hoopa, they didn't even take out the Hoopa until the last moment. The moment they were able to take in Rubik's, you know, they were able to take down Dylan as well. That's already enough for them to be able to like push in. And Rubik's being the only damage tanker here, it put Talon in a very bleak position.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate as well, because the thing is, right, they were trying to go in for those fights. Rubik's had the information into where Elevate was, and he was engaged by Elevate from here on forward, so Rubik's was down low. He has to force up the Lapras Express to go into the Hyperspace Hole, and after that, we have mentioned this, right? They needed the Lapras Express to deliver Espeon into the middle of the fight for that Unite move, but that did not occur. After one Unite move coming from Lapras was removed, Hyperspace Hole was gone. They tried to engage another fight, but the thing is, they were already at a massive disadvantage because their positions were out into the Rayquaza pit.
No, yeah, for sure. And really, Elevate even, you know, elevated their game once again and now has secured game number 1. Talon PH, though, it's quite a trend, isn't it, right? Talon PH, ever since earlier, they've always been losing their first games and then coming back up later, right? Happened with Secret Rare, happened with Last One Fox as well. So this might be the enemy moment here of Talon PH.
They're rivals, right?
Yeah, they're rivals.
Both Elevate and Talon Philippines has been rivals for pretty much decades.
Well.
as you know what, a figure of speech. But
As a figure of speech,
they're,
yeah.
they're pretty much rivals for pretty much the longest time already here in Pokemon Unite, Asia Champions League, and even other tournaments as well in
Right.
Pokemon Unite. And that is something that Elevate has conquered quite a bit. You know what? They are the runner-ups in the World Championship, and right now they're showing their powers up against Talon here in this series today for the Philippines qualifiers.
And I mean, again, at the same time, that also is the reason why a lot of people right now, not only in the Philippines, are watching us right now on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook as well, on the official Pokemon Unite channels, because they want to see these kinds of action from the people from the World Championships, and definitely are looking forward towards who is going to be headed on towards the finals of the Asia Champions League in Bangkok, Thailand next year in February.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I mean, just the opportunity of
Yeah.
representing your country, your region, your country to go into the international stage here in Pokemon Unite is such an honor already. And going into the World Championship possibly as well down the road, have bigger opportunities from here on forward. But as we have mentioned, game number 2 will still have a lot more capabilities to turn things around here in this series.
And here we have it. Talon PH is now opting in for opting in now for that of the first pick in comparison to like earlier. They actually just gave it away to Lash and Fox, but this time around they know how much of a detriment it is to be on the second pick, right? Especially with an opponent such as Elevate.
Yeah, and that was the big problem that they were able to encounter. But this was one of the unexpected thing that Talon has done, right? They banned away the Hoopa because expectedly this was one of the priorities that they've had pretty much every single time. But just the strength of Umbreon with a mean look, the sustainability overall, and the Unite move have been such a benefit for any single team that gets it, and they want that.
Right, but here comes Elevate though, answering back with still Buzzwole and Clefable for their sustain. Again, see, Talon PH, I keep on saying Talonflame. Talon PH may have the answer to the Zacian, but they still don't have an answer to the Buzzwole and Shua's Zoroark.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Elevate, when it comes to their composition, when it comes to their draft, it is already expected that you have Buzzwole coming in, you have Zoroark coming in. This is the pretty much the picks that Elevate has done over again and again. And right now, Mew comes through, Glaceon comes in, so a lot of poke damage, so different expectations when it comes to the central area. Because if they go for Shua, this will be a glass cannon composition that they will have.
And it's not just like a glass cannon composition. It's more like they are, well, what it calls like incorporating the glass cannon into towards their current composition, which already works. But with a glass cannon, it would essentially just like quicken and quicken their games, their plans, their dives towards the other team.
Yeah, glass cannon composition. Right?
Yeah.
And this is one of the expectations. Trevenant already be something to be different into the central area. They needed that because they locked onto the Mew already. They locked onto the Glaceon. So Trevenant coming into the central area gives them a lot more sustainability into the front lines, wherein they have to match up against what Talon has been doing over the prior series. These bruiser or these frontline composition having Venusaur, having Crustle, and Umbreon into the same lineup.
See, here's the good thing about Talon PH though, is at least now they have the Solar Beam back, which I'm pretty sure they're gonna be gunning in for. They have the frontline damage that's coming in from that of the Crustle, as well as some crowd controls with the X Scissor. They have the mid-range damage that is they have the mid-range damage that is of course the Espeon as well. So looking pretty balanced out here for Talon PH, especially they have the defenders, they have the back lanes and everything. But in terms of Elevate though, they're going to have I guess like a harder time because it's only the Trevenant and of course what do you call it? It's only the Trevenant and the Buzzwole being the frontliners. And again, as you have mentioned, very glass cannon Pokemon here, Mew and that of the Glaceon, once they are able to get in there, can easily get deleted.
Yeah, and let's see how they will be able to do this. But for now, Talon with that double EV, The Umbreon as well could be utilized coming into the early game. You also have Elevate, who has the Glaceon in their bag. So when it comes to these early game matchups, it's pretty much looking like an even level playing field here.
Right. Again, I just have to reiterate as well before we head into the game that whoever wins this match, and it might be Elevate if they do win this match, they are already secured for the Grand Finals. And secure the Grand Final spot means they're already secured for Thailand as well. And now the only thing left for them to do there is, you know, well, fight for the prize money.
Yeah, fight for prize. Because the thing is, for the viewers watching at home right now, it will be the top 2 finalists here in the Philippines Open in the respective regions that we have all over Southeast Asia that can qualify for the international stage, for the regional stage.
Sorry, not Thailand yet. The regional stage before the what do you call it? Before the Thailand finals. There you go. So a chance to go to Thailand is what I meant. So anyway, going back into the game, we are now seeing Talent PH ensuring that, you know, trying to prioritize as much. But again, Miva with the Buzzwole still putting up a lot of pressure, and they still don't have an answer towards this.
It's just really strong. The utilization of Miva time and time again. This is already one of the staple picks here in Top Hat for the side of Elevate. And yes, Talon has a crustle of their own for LeBron. But how can this match up? Thus far, Elevate secures 50 points already. So we'll see how they could adjust.
Right.
And Talon still has a lot more opportunity because they're still waiting for that level 5, level 7. They're waiting for Venus to come up.
Right, see, look at where JR Absent right now. They are currently on the side of Talon PH. And normally on a ladder game, you would ask yourself, what is this guy doing? But this is actually quite genius of JR Absent, because what it does is just, it deviates away their attention, allowing their teammates to actually freely get their XPs and their points as well, allowing them to get their power spikes as early as possible, getting that lead and to maintain it to Talon PH.
Yeah. Because the thing is, Elevate already has that massive 60-point lead. In, what, 2 minutes, 20 seconds into the game. They already have that advantage. So, just this swaying, as you have mentioned, and changing the purview and the perspective that Talon can do in this game too is such an importance. But right now, Trevenant in danger. And they're just gonna fight back. Elevate still having that pursuit, but Umbreon, with the help of the Blissey, can sustain himself.
And here you have as well the battles of the solar beams with a 1v1 here. Again, Miva still with that amazing superpower, and the Smackdown is going to, you know, put up a huge wall and difficulty towards that of LeBron up top.
Thus far, everyone's just waiting patiently for the Reggies to come up. Reggie Ice and Reggie Aleki now comes through. And traditionally for the top hat, they're left alone standing by themselves to defend.
Glacial stage.
Glacial stage. Glaceon catches up. Umbreon is gone. Numbers advantage secured by Elevate, so now they can start up the Reggie Ice.
JR Absent now with the Moonlight as well, but the Reggie Ice is going to be started here by Elevate. Trevenant with the Horn Leash as well, just to get away. And here comes the Solar Beam, but they're going to be, you know, answered back here by that of JR Absent with that of the Follow Me. But here comes Elevate though, getting pushed away. Talon PH securing the Reggie Eyes for themselves, and now they have the advantage to push down the first score goal.
Now Elevate is in on Brink's edge here. Talon wants those goals, wants those points, and Clefable coming through into the middle of it all, wants to push them back. And Espeon right now wants to push them back with the Unite move, but thus far with Buzzwole coming in into the bottom path, they have to respect the possibility of Elevate to landslide those team fight if it ever comes to fruition.
Yeah, they cannot overextend against Elevate, even just a very pixel, what do you call it, a very like small pixel of an over extension here against Elevate, because Elevate is just going to isolate you, especially with Miva, and just pick you off immediately.
And the thing is, Miva probably has the biggest brain. They left the tier 1 on top hat with 1 more point to be able to break it down. And that's a huge overcap if ever Elevate won't be able to secure a lot of points. Right now, Clefable is gone. One lead already, and Talon is now on the edge here, but they're able to answer back with a 2 knockout.
And now, you know, Miva finally taken out after 5 minutes into the game. Gonna be able to take down this Glaceon as well, which would allow Talon and PH to finally destroy the first tier score goal, and without the Reggie Aleki as well, allowing them, if they can take us out, right, like, it's just going to put up some pressure against Elevate into that other top path.
30 overcap as well coming from Espeon, so Talon right now is on the lead.
Woodhammer into Horn Leech.
Woodhammer, and now it is the
Oh,
Fable who
Melook.
is stuck on the wall. Trevenant as well, but you still have the capacity to be able to come back up when it comes to HP.
That is quite an amazing play here coming in from Tempest as well. But they have to be wary though. Miva is just waiting for them in that of the
LeBron.
tall grass. And again, LeBron putting in some scores down bottom, and now it's going to be a 3v5 play here against that of Thailand PH. But the question is, would they be able to
Aspeon?
secure that one? Yes, they will be able to steal away this Reggie Alecki from Elevate, and they're going to be able to take down Miva as well. Here is the answer of Talon PH against Elevate, against that of Miva. Here comes the crowd control. Here comes the egg bombs all day long, allowing them to put in as much damage as
Glacial
possible.
Stage.
But here comes the Glacial Sledge into the Mystical Mirage as well. Here comes the jump in. Miva's back up as well. Verdant Anger, Ultra Sword Storm is going to be popped up as well. That is going to be the Umbreon down by Miva, and the Smackdown is going to be an amazing diversion coming from Miva with the sword. We're going to be able to put them down in the process. 2 KO for the Venusaur.
And that was massive coming for the side of Talon. Yes, Elevate was able to push them back, but the thing is, what Talon wants is that pressure onto the top path up against Elevate. And right now, with a 100-point lead for Talon, they're pretty much on the safer end of this game.
That is true, and at the same time, Miva kind of like overextended there, with the Ultra Sword Swarm Unite move, and Talon PH was able to capitalize on that, ensuring that they are going to be able to take down Miva's Buzzwole as well. And because of that, because of the 2 KO up top, look at this. Sync 1 is now currently at level 13 with 3 minutes spare.
It's just so good. And even then, Elevate also used up Miva, to be more specific, the eject button to chase down members of Talon. Right now, Elevate will be able to go in for the 22 overcap on top path, but that's still not enough to close up the gap.
That is true, and now I think we might be able to see Sync 1 here with that of the Venusaur get to level 14 before the Rayquaza fight, just because of the fact that we still have a minute left here for them to gather their XPs.
Would definitely do. And Reggie, like, it will be open up 20 seconds here for both Talon and Elevate rather, to pick up. That will be a really strong pressure for the top side of the map to get through the Reggie into the bottom path right after.
Man, and they're now just waiting for the Reggie Lucky, because this is going to provide so much map pressure to the team that wouldn't be able to get it, and we might be able to see the Rayquaza team fight here up top.
And everyone is here coming from Elevate, so Umbreon needs to really position themselves and pat themselves into the top path.
Into Tempest, and there we have it as well. But the question is, would they be able to commit? No, they're not going to be committing here, as there's still no more. Not enough time for them to take down that Reggie like it. And now Talon PH is just positioning themselves into that of the Rayquaza.
Good positioning coming from Talon as well, focusing their positions into the bottom path. Because the thing is, if you're looking at the map, they still have tier 1.
Look into the Snarl. J.R. Abson is almost taken down. Unfortunately, not quite the follow-up that they're looking for.
Buzzwole is patting himself onto the top path here. Could be a free 100 points.
So this is going to be a sandwich here. It's going to be coming in as a flank. But here comes Miva coming down right now. But they actually got marked down as well.
Yeah, and LeBron as well here into the bottom path, getting a lot of points and getting a lot of...
And they're going to be able to score in for free with 100 points.
Look at LeBron.
Yeah, Miva.
Look at Miva though, right?
Miva.
So this is a trade of 100 points.
Oh, no.
Sides.
LeBron actually went into that of the Ray Pit. Forcing in the team fight. Let's go into the team fight right now. That's going to be 100 points for Elevate though, but it's still not quite a huge lead for them. Now, what is going to be the key factor here? What are they going to be able to do here? They need to buy some time here. LeBron, not scoring in, it might be the key here for Elevate to win, but here comes the Phantom Forest as well.
Miva coming into the back, a pincer maneuver.
Oh my goodness, Phantom Forest marking down a lot into the side of Talon PH. They need to put down Trevenant as well. But look at this. X's are into Tempest, not going to be quite enough. Psychic Sludge is going to be popped up to take down Tempest. Finally, into the side of Elevate. It's going to be 2 down in the process, and might as well just force down the Rayquaza. And now they still have to surf here. Ultra Sword Storm is going to be popped up by Miva, and they're going to be able to take down 3, no, make them 4 in the process. And now only the Glaceon is up left, and what they need to do now is take down this Glaceon, and that is a team wipe, and now they're freely taking away the Rayquaza so they can finally get the score that they need. Brought to you by Smart.
Good focus target coming in from Talon, hoping to really just focus in on Glaceon, and just the maneuver coming from Talon going on top path when they got the Rayquaza. But time for them to go in for the dunk, and that will bring this to game 3 by Talon.
Wow. Wow, it's look at my hair. It's getting destroyed, and
It's a feast.
it's a feast. Like again, Elevate was able to control game number one. Against that of Talon. Talon PH now was able to answer back against Elevate, though I have to give it to Elevate because they were able to give them a hard time in the early game, right? In the early stages of game number two. But, Talon PH was able to, use it to their advantage, made sure Elevate is a bit confident with their play style that, Talon PH capitalized on this and, use it to their advantage to take down Elevate, especially Miba that has been taken out a lot of times in order for Sync 1, especially for Sync 1, right, to be at level 13, level 14 even before the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and this is another perspective of having a Pokemon go into the top hat for that split push. Right? It will leave your members, your 4 members, into the Rayquaza pit who was just playing pokes, who was just playing patiently and just delaying that Rayquaza taken down by Talon to be vulnerable.
Right.
And that is exactly what happened. And yes, Miva was able to go into this fight, go into the Rayquaza pit as soon as possible and go into the flank and pincer maneuver, but Talon took that opportunity really well.
Right, and the biggest thing here, although Talon Flame already won game number 2, what I really found really kind of like weird is that LeBron did not opt in for the score of the down bottom and instead went in on the team fight. Obviously, they still have to go back to the team fight to help their teams, but they had the opportunity to actually score in as well. So it's quite I guess like kind of like a weird kind of like decision for me that they actually went back immediately and said not to score.
Yeah, especially considering you also have pretty much a more sustainable type of scenario here for the side of Talon. So they could have taken that opportunity to go for the dunks and have that counter engage, counter dunk, if you may, into pretty much for both sides and get even level playing field when it comes to those dunks and get the tier 2 for themselves.
Well, now, I just wanted to mention that, but, it doesn't matter now because it's still one game number 2. Now we are on game number 3. Again, whoever wins here will have the spot for the grand finals. They'll be waiting. Gonna be playing just one game tomorrow, and winning this match. This is very crucial. Again, it's a 1-1.
Yeah.
Winning this not only secures their spot for the grand finals, not only securing, the prize pool of like 3,000.
It's 6,000. Yeah, 6,000.
6,000, 3,000. Yeah, 3,000 USD for the second placer, but also securing the spot for the regional stage.
Yeah, 100%. It's just a lot of stakes on the line for both these teams. And this is the moment. This is the moment wherein you really just have to bring all into the tables here. And I just don't know. It's currently Elevate who's keeping up the pace, and we've seen this and we've observed this, right? Talon has been having a lot of difficulties over the past few series, but they were able to come back every single time up until here in the semifinals. And now up against Elevate, up against their rivals, what can they do? Because once again, Elevate could now opt to go back into the purple side selection, have priority onto Umbreon.
Right, again, it has been the trend. Talon PH always losing game number 1, but they always come back on top and getting their spot now into the semifinals. It is what happened as well for this match, Elevate versus Talon PH, and we might be able to see once again the repeat of the history, but Elevate now again back on the priority pick.
They definitely do. And this was already expected, right? Because Elevate had a better option onto the purple side selection, and even Talon PH, right? Because generally, purple side selection gives you a much better position of having a better ban. And with the caliber that we have on these teams right now in the series, they need that single ban to be such a crucial pick. So we'll see what will these bans be, because Sobro is removed, Zacian will be removed as well, but Umbreon will be left open for Elevate to pick up.
That is true, and that might just be the priority pick here, and it is going to be the Umbreon, as we have stated. And again, we've seen how much Mean Look has done so much for both of the teams, really, for them to be able to, capitalize on that, get a pick off, and essentially deny a lot of the objectives as well.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this composition, right? And I want another perspective. I want another priority, but instead, Trevenant and Hoopa
Wow.
could still work for them. Yes, this is not what I would hope for because the thing is, they wanted to look into a different perspective, but Kai having the Hoopa, it just gives you so much comfortability.
Right, but here's the thing as well. Starting off with the Trevenant and the Hoopa, we might be able to see the triple glass cannon as well again for talent play because that's what we saw in game number 1. But hopefully, and I hope we don't see that because Elevate already had the perfect plan against that.
Yeah, and because if they go in for the glass cannon composition, which they will probably do, Zoroark will still be left open for Elevate to pick up, and that will be a massive problem. Yes, it was working quite a bit. It was working a little coming into game number 1, but
it was working against other teams, but not an Elevate though.
yeah, it was a bit of a question here. But Talon could still pick up something of the likes of Mimikyu, something of the likes of another
Greninja?
strong frontliner. But
Greninja
Mimikyu
and
is
Mimikyu.
denied. Mimikyu is denied from Talon. This was what I hoped for. And right now, there's no single target suppression. With Slowbro removed, with Mimikyu denied, what will the last pick be?
Okay, now this is a composition for Talon PH that makes a lot of sense in comparison to their heavily what it calls glass cannon centered kind of composition in game number 1. But Elevate though, not only do they have the mid-range damage, they have the backlane initiation coming in from that of the Mimikyu. They have the front line bruiser that is the that is the Buzzwole. And of course, we have the crowd control Umbreon sustaining them up with the Clefable Moonlight. This is the perfect draft.
Yeah. Honestly, I wanted a Mimikyu to be picked up by Talon, but it was such a good deny by Elevate. Because the thing is, right, if Elevate opts to go for the Zoroark, they cannot go for the Mimikyu.
That's
it's
true.
One thing or the other. And the thing is, Talon, if they go for Zoroark, once again, the glass cannon composition. Because the thing is, Mimikyu could still survive quite a bit.
Right.
A very strong Unite move would play with me to suppress the opposition.
Yeah, even denying the Blast Race as well.
Yeah, but Elevate denied the Mimikyu out from Talon. That was such a good
It's a high
plays.
IQ play, dude. It's a high IQ play coming in from that of Elevate. But there we go. That is a draft. We are now going to be headed to our final game of the day. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, Elevate and Talon PH game on number 3. Let's have
a champion time.
I think we're going to have a bit of a redraft here. I was going to say the line, but it seems as if like Elevate is not moving at all.
Oh yeah.
I think I think there's a bit of a problem.
I feel like Greninja should be a different Pokemon. Could be Zoroark. At this point in time, we're just waiting for the official announcement from our team to really dictate what happened here because Elevate was not moving as you mentioned, and these early game phases are very important when it comes to experience.
And that's one of the norms as well in the community, right? One that we've established and standardized that if there's any problems with your connections or whatever the problem is, right? Just stay on your base and we'll figure it out from there so that we can have a very fair remake.
Yeah, and at this point in time, it's rather not looking into this game for now as we're waiting for Elevate to really dictate what happened there. Let's talk about what could potentially be looking at here in game number 3 because thus far,
wait, hold on. Are we actually going to have a bit of we're going to have a there we go we're going to have a bit of a lobby here. Re-lobby. We're not entirely sure if we're going to have a redraft.
Okay.
Do we have the information if if we're going to have a redraft or are we going to be playing the same like set of teams, set of Pokemon?
Yeah, let's just wait for the announcement there. But that was just a very good play of the draft, and I think that is one of the expectations. Regardless if we go for a redraft overall, a very massive shift when it comes to composition, but. Nevertheless, that will be something of an expectation that, you know what, we have these mind games that can occur during the draft, especially when you're towards that purple side selection, wherein you have these final 2 picks that can come right out of the gate. And then for the orange side selection, now this will be a lot of pressure on their backs, on their shoulders, on that final pick. What can be the potential counter that we could have? And that's the importance of that flexibility in the first 4 picks onto the orange side selection.
Right. Okay. So we have just gotten the information that the Greninja was an error, technical issue. You know, the game picked it up for them, but it said it would have been it should have been Intillion.
Yeah.
So everything's gonna be the same except for Greninja into the side of Elevate, which is going to be replaced by that of the Intillion.
And quite honestly, I love this so much better because the thing is, traditionally, from what we have seen over the past few series that we've had, and a lot of information that we were able to attain over the past week, is that Mimikyu is going into the central area, has the possibility on really just having that huge potential on landsliding when it comes to these type of games. So having Inteleon, expectedly, it will go into the bottom path for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate. And now, right, like it's their composition earlier, though it had a mistake in it, was already scary enough. Despite having Greninja in it, right?
Yeah.
But now we just got the information that it's actually supposed to be Intillion, but the game, had a very high IQ moment in there. It's now even more scary.
Yeah.
It's scarier now that the Intillion is actually going to be part of that.
Yeah, regardless, the thing that I love about the draft for the side of Elevate was pretty much the Mimikyu. It doesn't matter because the thing is they were lacking damage.
Right.
It could be Greninja, it could be Inteleon.
Right.
Heck, it could even be what? It could be Gengar for what I know. Right. But the thing is, the important thing is they got damage onto that roll.
That's
but the
true.
Mimikyu pick was just a good and a massive deny away
From
Talon.
Talon, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying here. Like, of their 4 Pokemon, obviously with the exception of Greninja, that was already scary, and you could essentially just choose literally any other Pokemon to join those 4, and it would still be scary. Greninja, not that much though, but now again, you had the confirmation. Should have been Intillion. Now makes it even scarier.
Yeah, it cannot work when it comes to that perspective, and that was a bit of a problem, right? Yes, you have a lot of these sustainable Pokemons for the side of Elevate coming into their draft, but as we've mentioned a while ago, when you want a glass cannon composition with the likes of having 3 EVs into your side or having a Greninja to your side, you want the Hoopa because those resets are going to be such a crucial moment for your team to be able to go in and out of fights because you want those burst damage to come through and go out.
Right, but speaking of which, though, while we are waiting for the real lobby, right? Let us Talon. Okay, so it seems as if there we go. We have what's this? Elevate, right? Elevate agreed that both teams will change their last picks due to the Greninja technical issue.
Yeah, definitely yes. And I feel like now with the change, it could definitely be the triple EV that we could look at. And you know what? This is a coin flip, and this is a toss coin out of nowhere for the side of Talon. But they were able to make it work over the past series. And the thing is, Inteleon is such a Pokemon that you have to deal with into the back. So it could be interesting if they go in for the triple glass cannon, the triple EV that they had. They also had their Trevenant already that could deal with a front line, so they could go and hunt and look into the backside and go for pincers.
I'm just not quite sure with the triple glass cannon.
It's a coin flip.
Although, right? Like I would be, I'm welcome to, be proven wrong. So that's the thing, right? Like, I think we were seeing it as I mentioned that it's it didn't work against Elevate, but I can see the game plan here, what they wanted to do. It's just that Elevate wasn't that kind of like opponent where you can like do that kind of stuff. So if they are gonna be pushing that for game number 3, then again a tall order for them.
And hear me out, there's just a lot of options here. They could even go for the Mr. Mime. And that's
that's better.
That's like a further end of the spectrum when it comes to these Pokemon picks, but it's a lot better because the thing is they needed a little bit more of those frontliners. And yes, Mr. Mime innately is not a frontline Pokemon, but the barriers definitely help when it comes to isolating these targets into pushing back and zoning Elevate into having access onto Espeon and I believe it was Leafeon that they were able to take on those 2 EVs.
See, this is the thing, right? Like, yeah, that is actually that's actually true, right? Like Mr. Mime though, but if it goes into the side of Talonflame, I think that would only help them out. I think that would be a better draft. Sure, they might have like two EVs, but Mr. Mime joining down the fray is going to help them out, be able to sustain and allow them to not be not be entered, not be dived into by that of Elevate.
Yeah, and once again, if they don't opt to go for these options on maybe the Mr. Mime or even the triple EV with the glass kind of composition, they could always go back into tradition.
Right.
LeBron going for
Crustle.
Crustle.
Right. But while we are waiting for that, as I was going to say, we'd like to give thanks once again to Smart, our official telco partner for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open 2024. Of course, it is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data for speed and coverage of quarter 1st to 2nd of 2023. And of course, to Dark League Studios for powering up this tournament for the Pokemon Company.
Yeah, very, very exciting here. Philippines Open, one game away to decide who goes into the grand finals, and that will be a secured spot into the international and regional stage that we have upcoming for Pokemon Unite.
That is true. But at the same time, we have to give shout outs as well to our friends over in Indonesia, which, they are also having their regional, not regional stage, but rather their playoffs as well alongside with us. So both of us, Indonesia and that of the Philippines, are having their playoffs day one right now. And as well as India having their regional stage tournament day one today as well.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon Unite actions happening all over Southeast Asia. A lot of exciting stuff as well. Pokemon Unite action, as we've mentioned, and this is pretty much the dictators of what could be the meta that we could expect coming into the following weeks, coming into the following tournaments that we have, especially in the international stage. These players will be the ones who will be looking at the Pokemons and who will be looking at what could be picked up.
That is true. And speaking of international Pokemon Unite as well, I'd like to give shout outs to Picadef right now, coming in from that of the North American scene of Pokemon Unite, currently in the Philippines. So I hope you do, enjoy your stay in the Philippines. Actually tweeted out that they are in Intramuros quite earlier in the day. So really amazing to have, players from all around the world, visit the Philippines and be able to have the first-hand experience as well of, the community here of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic overall. It's just a lot that had happened here for pretty much every single team. The journey that they were able to come through was such a momentous moment for every single one. I mean, before we started coming into week number 1, we had 32 teams to come into the tournament, into the Philippines Open, bringing it down to 16. 8 teams were left in day 2 last week. Right now, we're left with the 8 best teams here in the playoffs.
And at the same time, I think it's about time that we have to give our viewers a bit of a recap into our prize pool, what these teams are fighting off as well. So in just a bit, we're going to be showing you as well our prize pool, the breakdown as well, before we head in, as we are waiting for the games.
Yeah, it's pretty much 1,000 for the 8th and 7th place, 1.5 for the 6th and 5th place. You have the 6,000 for the first place. Second is a 4,000. Third gets 3,000 and fourth gets 2,000. It was just, it's a lot of stakes on the line and a lot of prize pool to fight for.
And again, whoever wins this stage of the tournament, Elevate or Thailand PH, they would be securing that 4K USD immediately and make it even 6K if they win the entire thing. But now, having a bit of a recap as well into our current brackets before we head over to our game. So here are the matches thus far throughout the entire day.
Yeah, we have Elevate coming into series number 1. Was able to take a 2-0 win up against Eastern Salto, and followed up, we have Night Fox up against SR Pearl.
Right, and then immediately after, followed up by Talon PH going against Secret Rare, winning in a 2-1 fashion. No Sympathy versus Lesson Fox, where Lesson Fox was able to take the win as well. Putting us into the quarterfinals as well, where Elevate actually went on to Night Fox, and of course the other match.
Yeah, and the other match, which was Talon versus Last
Last
on
on
Fox.
Fox.
And the thing about Journey today is very, very long. And what I mean by that, we had a lot of game number 3s.
Right.
Right. It's not just about these teams wherein Night Fox was able to beat SR Pearl, Last on Fox taking 2-0 win up against No
Right.
Sympathy, which was a very different storyline and expectations that we've had over the weekend or over the weekdays that we were discussing about Pokemon Unite, about PUACL. It was such a massive, drastic difference as well because we had a lot of 3 games for Talon's respective series and Elevate going into game 3 back in the quarterfinals.
And just to back onto that as well, we only have had like 1-2-0 game for the day, and it was the first set Elevate
up against
Isen Celto, right?
Yeah.
So now after all that, Elevate versus Night Fox, Elevate was able to win. Talon PH winning against Last on Fox as well. It doesn't mean that once they are defeated in the the games for today, it doesn't mean that they are already eliminated out of the tournament because they still have a chance to get back up into that of our grand finals if they can, right? If they win their matches onto that of the lower brackets. But this time around though, we still have to we still have a bit of a match to go through. The final match of the day, it is going to be Elevate and Talon PH both at 1 point. And now this is it again, the draft not gonna be changed here except for the last picks.
And remember, for the viewers watching at home, we're talking about Elevate here. They were the one who placed first runner-up in the World Championships 2023. And for side of Talon, they were able to take away the 9 to 12 place in the World Championships 2023 as well. So these two teams has such a historical moment and historical storylines over the past few months here in Pokemon Unite. And they're bringing their A-game here today for the final match for the series to decide the grand finals team.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, again, the World Championships, right? The World Championships was held last August, so it's been like what, August, 4 months.
Yeah.
Sort of doing quick maths with the game. Pokemon Unite really grinds you. But anyway, it's been 4 months, so that 4-month duration, especially in a game such a team game such as Pokemon Unite, really changes a lot on your team. It could be for better or worse, but as we can see here for Elevate and Talon PH, they play good now, right? But this is not the kind of game that they have been playing back in the World Championship series. So I can definitely say for sure, and I'm quite confident in saying this as well, that they have evolved so much for the past 4 months leading towards the Philippine Open.
Yeah, the thing is, matching up against these Titan teams, and not just even here in the Philippines Open alone, but also in other regions as well.
Right.
Even in NA, in other regions coming into Pokemon Unite, this was one of the expectations. But they're retaining the Blastoise.
They are retaining I think they just agreed on that for some mind games.
Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like nevertheless this still works because the thing about Talon is they have a very good frontliner, which is Trevenant. They have the possibility of giving these so much suppression, but Blastoise just adds another layer with Hydro Typhoon, and that's just a really good, well thought out draft already.
Oh yeah, for sure. And both of them now have a bit of a balanced composition, and there's the only problem here is that Elevate does have that long back range damage with his knife shots coming in from that of the Intellion. But other than that, both of them have a very good draft.
And definitely, indeed. And we've discussed a couple of things already about the draft here, but the side of Elevate, that Mimikyu is probably the game changer in this draft for the side of Elevate that just blew our minds because it was a very, very well denied out from Talon. But the thing is, when we're looking at it, they still have other layers of crowd control. They have other layers of suppression with a form of Umbreon to mean look. You also have the Buzzwole. So it's a lot of things that have to be feared for the side of Talon.
But here we have it, the final game, Infinity. The final game of the day. Whoever wins this will get in on the grand finals. Elevate versus Talon PH. The last game of the day. Let's have a champion time.
It will definitely do. We'll have a champion time here coming into game number 3. The decision match for the grand finals team. But Trevenant coming into the bottom side of the map here has seen on Eevee and has just to respect that. You still have the sustainability with a passive coming from Trevenant. So that's still all good.
Wow. It is, Talon really wants to be aggressive here, wants to get in their stacks as much as possible, but Miva is just denying them, along with JR Absent as well, especially that it has a huge help as well in terms of like XP, allowing Miva to get in as much getting their power spikes as early as possible with that of the XP share.
Yeah, and as you stated, right, when it comes to these early games, the team that has the better lead would be Talon, right? Because they have Espeon, they have Glaceon. So these level 4s are quite massive from them.
The player of though.
But the thing is, Elevate, we have to always reiterate that, you know what, you have Mimikyu, they have Buzzwole that could be left alone on top side of the map, but a fight, first knocked out, secured.
That was the eject button. I like the idea of LeBron there eject button and pushing away Mimikyu so that they can pick it off. But unfortunately, it actually worked into the favor of Elevate, and that they were able to pick off this Squirtle, putting up a bit of a delay into that Pokemon.
Yeah, and once again, like Elevate just has to wait for pretty much Inteleon to reach that level 7 to be able to reach that final evolution, and you also have Mimikyu, who is already really strong innately, even at level 5 with the Shadow Sneak availability already. So that's just something the Talon just has to respect despite that advantage in the early game.
Right, and now it has access to its super power as well. Going to be able to force down this stack and going to be able to steal away that Bunnelby from that of the War Turtle in this case, and going to be able to score in once again, getting more stacks than ever.
Shadow Sneak going in to Hoopa, but not go in for an all-in. It's just a lot of risk to go through into that engage, especially considering you have the Hoopa with Hyperspace Hole already for the side of Talon.
Right, but here's the thing though. One reason, I guess, the reason why they didn't teleport into that of the Hoopa is because they're gonna get outnumbered. They're gonna get picked off there immediately if they do decide. So what they need to do is wait for their teammates to get in so that they can pressure up Talon.
Yeah, and right now the lane birds, the Altaria and the Swablues now being prioritized. A huge amount of points and a huge amount of experience secured, but both these teams were able to secure a couple here and out.
Wow, both of them are not committing just yet. They are really waiting for that opportunity, for that time, for that opening before they commit. They don't want to overcommit though, because one mistake could risk them putting down and bringing them down into the lower bracket.
But right now, Elevate already has that 68 points, even a lead up against Talon, because thus far, Talon has not secured any points for themselves. So, a very untraditional and unlike for Talon, because over the past series, it's always Talon who gets the better lead in the early game.
Right, but speaking of which though, Elevate is going to be able to put out one more point for stacks, and now wants to secure this Reggie Ice for themselves. But Phantom Force is going to be popped out as well, but Glacial Sage into that one, and maybe could be able to take down the Espeon and the Hoopa as well. No more sustain for the side of Talon plane. It's going to be 2 KO to make that 3 in the process, and just like that, Miva going to have the final hit into that of the Reggie Ice, securing themselves the objective and destroying in the first score goal as well.
That's really unfortunate, because the thing is, Talon went in one by one, got isolated, and Elevator to utilize that opportunity to take a lot of knockouts for themselves. And Elevate got the Reggie, and the additional layer of an advantage is they got the tier 1 into the bottom patch, so much of a disadvantage right now for Talon.
Right, and into the side of Talon, only the Espeon and that of the Glaceon has their Unite moves at this moment. Nobody else has their Unite moves, so definitely Elevate is currently on a huge lead right now. They need to pick off Elevate one by one if they want to win on team fights.
But good macro plays coming from Talon. They leave Trevenant here into the bottom patch, deny the possibility of goal for the Umbreon, but the thing is, the rest of the crew for the side of Elevate all has these Unite moves and is really, really strong.
Right, and that's what we're talking about. Ultra Swole Swarm is going to be popped up here, going to be able to take down the Espeon, and the Hoopa is going to be taken out as well. It's going to be 3 down in the rush. They'll make that 4, and the Trevenant, who's not in the top half, is going to be the only one left here, destroying in the first score goal in the process as well, allowing the Reggie Elect to just push through the second tier score goal.
Yeah, and Niva going into the back lines for Talon was pretty much the game changer, the tide changer from that fight, because they were able to get an access onto Espeon, able to access onto Glaceon as well. And once again, these are the damage dependencies for the side of Talon. If they lose that, there's a huge chunk of a disadvantage that will go to the side of Talon.
Right, and here we have it, Talon PH is having such a difficult time right now against that of Elevate, and I guess that's one of the advantages that Elevate got against that of Talon PH. Despite losing game number 2, that only means that they had more time to adjust against that of Talon PH. And again, Talon PH going back to their going back to a similar composition as on game number 1. Elevate already knows the game plan.
Yeah, Elevate indeed definitely knows how to play up against Talon from here on forward because of what they have done in the prior series as well, going to 3 games. But right now, Elevate starting off the Registeel, having a fight.
Rings Unbound is going to be popped up here by Kai so that everyone else is going to be up there. But the split push, 40 and 40, up and bottom is going to be the player of the game here. Talon PH is going to be given the Reggie Eyes as well. But the thing is, would they be able to capitalize on this? Yes, they will. Tempest is going to be taken down as well. Here comes the Surf to push down some opponents, but unfortunately not going to be enough though. And here comes Miva as well with that Ultra Sports 1 once again. And Phantom Force is going to be popped up just to have a little bit of knock off here. Lewis is going to be taken out, but here comes your absence, still having that Moonlight Force sustain.
Good defense play coming from the side of Elevate. Umbreon comes through into the back lines, and that will be a good defense for now. But Talon just has
3
so
KO!
much damage, and that will be Elevate losing Buzzwell and Umbreon in the process. And Talon will come back with 116 points, but still a massive disadvantage.
Right, that is what Birdie from Thailand has been telling us all this time. If you are on the losing end, force the issue, and that's what they did. And now slowly but surely they are cashing up back into Elevate.
Reggie Aleki will now be open, and Talon expectedly would want this objective considering how much disadvantage they've already taken out from Elevate. But for now, Elevate wants to fight this through as well. Hoopa will be left alone standing coming into the bottom path. Will Hyperspace Hole into the tier 2, into the top path for that 5v5.
Oh my goodness, here comes Talon PH. Trevenant though kind of low HP here, but let's find out how they're going to be going in here. Rubis almost going to be taken out here, and they're going to be able to take down the Reggie Eleki as well for themselves. Talon PH is slowly but surely coming back up into the pressure, but here comes the isolation coming in from that of Miva, but guess in that of the Reggie Eleki again. Now they're going to be able to destroy these 40 points, but are they going to be able to overcap this quite yet? Not quite yet though, but guess the Surf.
Yeah, Tempest was able to go into Pincer, and Talon just has to respect it, but still, it's 110 point advantage for the side of Elevate here, with Rayquaza now up.
Oh wow! Rubik's almost taken out with a Play Rough.
And now with that, it's Talon PH who has to go in for the resets for now, and Elevate will have a better position onto Rayquaza. They will now force out this objective, but will just bait out Talon.
Right, we have to remember, we still have Rings Unbound here ready for Talon PH to pop up. They have to sustain, but they need to be able to obliterate here, Elevate if they want to get in that Rayquaza.
Shadow Sneak connects onto Covenant, will not go Pursuit for an all-in engage. Both these teams are just waiting for the right moment here. Blastoise receiving so much damage coming in from those snipe shots, and that is something that Talon has to respect.
Why, beautiful timing on the Surf here coming in from that of LeBron, but now it's going to get marked down by that of the Shadow Sneak. Unfortunately, not enough for them to get back up, but here comes the attack from Talon PH up top, but that means they're leaving the Rayquaza, but everyone else from Elevate is going to be coming up top, but that goes, Rubik's going to be taken down, and that's going to be 80 points down to Talon, but still not enough for them to catch up. But here comes Hyperface Fury, and the Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up as well. Solaire is going to be popped up as well. It's going to be 2 down, 2 for 2, make up 3. Miva is now down as well. Dylan down almost with a very low HP. There's 3 for 3 trade for both the teams. But Elevate still has the lead. But here comes Dylan putting in the score here. This might be it. They just need to defend their score goals now.
And right now, it will be Talon who will be on the lead. It's a 2v1 as Inteleon and Clefable wants to push back Trevenant to go in for those dunks. And right now, it will be Trevenant who is stuck.
Oh my goodness, Talon PH just at the good time was able to jump into that at the top tier score goal, top path, gonna be able to stop Elevate from scoring in, and Talon PH is going to be our first grand finalist for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open.
Massive dubs coming in from Talon Philippines. They were able to clutch it up on a nick of time. They were able to turn things around with just one dunk, and it was a fantastic watch. Coming in from one of the world's finals, World Championship qualified teams coming from the Philippines.
Wow. Just wow, dude. Like, it was again, even at the very last moment, it would have been anyone's game. It could have been anyone's game, really. I'm quite speechless right now. That is okay. How do I put this? That is Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it definitely
That is Pokemon Unite.
I mean, there's just a lot of these opportunities. Yes, you can get the most leads in the world coming into early mid game, but just in the right moment, with just one fight, with just one engage, everything could change. And that is what Talon did. It was just such a good place and that they did coming up on top at, wherein Leb was going in with those 80 points. They were able to go in for those dunks as well, and Elevate wanted to answer back, but it was a good hold coming in from Rubix, and in the right moment, Dylan went in for the reset, came back into the tier 2 path, denied Lewis and Junior absent to go in for those dunks to answer back and get the lead back for the team. And overall, Talon, with that patience game and with that quick mind into rotating and going in for those dunks, was able to secure a win for the semifinals to secure one of the grand final spot.
Again, we cannot dismiss the prowess of Elevate here. They're still very strong. It could have been their game, really. It could be anyone's game. That last moment, it was very crucial, and it was just mind-boggling. Both of them played exceptionally well, but it is Talon PH moving up into the grand finals. And let's have a bit of a recap again of what happened in this day. Elevate against East and Celto, Night Fox versus Secret Rare Pearl.
It was Talon who battled Secret Rare Diamond and No Sympathy to battle out Lass and Fox, and they proceeded into the quarterfinals where Elevate beats Night Fox to go into the grand finals.
And no, not the grand finals. It's the semifinals. There you go.
Rather.
Talon PH going against Lass and Fox, and defining all odds, and now headed into that of the semifinals. And of course, once again, defying those expectations as they win against Elevate. And I don't think a lot of people understand this, how great this is, because number one, in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open, whoever is on the grand finals has
secured
a one. No, not even just that. Listen to this. They have a 1 point lead immediately, so they're gonna be playing a best of 5 in the grand finals. But they only need to win twice. They only need to win twice. They have a 1 point advantage as the one at the higher seed. That's number one. Number two, they've already secured the prize pool of 4K USD, and number three, they've already secured the spot for the regional stage in the Asia Champions League 2024.
That is just so good. And that is what we're saying, right? The stakes on the line coming into the semifinals was such a massive point of contention, and it was Talon Philippines who won it in the end.
Right, and once again, congratulations to Talon PH for getting it on the grand finals, the first grand finalist for our tournament. And Elevate, they still have a lot of matches to play on for day number 2, but that is all. We're going to be seeing the journey towards the end as we head back to you guys, going to day number 2 for tomorrow as we head on to the grand finals of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippines Open 2024. My name is JJ, and with me is Infinity. We'll see you tomorrow for the grand finals.